So, are we running?
Let me make sure that we are.
Great. Can you send me the link?
Yes, it's on, I actually posted it on the website too.
Oh, I don't see it on the website. Where?
It's not on training.
Maybe I need to. Let me refresh it here. Maybe it's just me.
I did it last night. I thought I hit update, but I may not have.
Okay.
See, I have them here.
Interesting. Well,
oh, we have multiple pages, it looks like.
What?
So I'm on training 2025.
That's what it says. You'll know since training 2025. Why?
Oh, you're on training. I see. Okay.
So where is it?
I
Where
guess
are you?
we duplicated at some point. I will just copy this on the.
Or just send me to the spot. So
I think what happened is I created 2025 training page, but then I think we ended up updating one that just called training. Let's. And when you click on, it goes over here. It doesn't go to 2025?
that was last year. I mean, this is the 2025 schedule, but it's not the right.
And when you hit training, it goes to just
Training is that's where I am, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, so it looks like that. That's the page I'm on.
All right. I think, yeah. So, now it should be there.
There we go.
I can embed the links too.
Perfect. I'll just copy it for now and send it off to the DNAC list.
Yeah, I thought we were working off of a new 20, because you see how there was 2024, 2025, etc.
So where is that?
And I guess we went back to just the classic training, which is the original one that you have from 2020. So we just went from one system to another, but it's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
I'll update this one now.
Great. Sorry.
At least it's
All right.
working.
I'm gonna go.
Everybody's still getting settled.
Yeah. Good to see you. All right. Testing. Testing. Can you hear the room? Okay. Can you hear the room here? Can the room hear? Dan, can you hear me, Reagan? Can you hear me? Awesome. And that works. All right. We are getting and we are moving. All right, good morning, folks. All right, that's a little loud. Sorry about that. Okay, good morning. I'm going to have to turn that down. I'll just get everyone going. Okay, is that still too loud? Can you hear? Does it echo too much? All right, go ahead and get settled. I don't mean to destroy conversation. We're in the process of getting going. It'll take a couple more minutes to get a few things lined up. A few sort of points of order for those who are in there who are new to the space. First, welcome to Social Networks and Health 2025. We really appreciate you having here. This is, believe it or not, year 10 of this workshop, maybe year 11, depending on how you count that first sort of thing. And I'm so pleased to have people here and returning who had been here for all those years and a good chance to sort of just see what this community is. It's just really remarkable. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to open the fire hose, and the rest of this week, you've got to try to drink from it. So that's basically the theme of how this is going to work. And so what we hope happens is that you have some great ideas and so forth. And this is, and the way our cycle works, is we do a beginner's workshop and then an advanced workshop every other year. And this is the advanced workshop. So what that means really is that we kind of assume you know the basics of networks. My job is to make sure that we speak the same language. So what's going to happen today is you're going to get all of the beginner's training, most of it, in about an hour and a half. And so it's going to be a lot. But the whole goal is to get us moving. And I'll describe a little bit some strategies for how to simplify that. Some housekeeping things. If you parked, you need a parking pass. If you didn't get the parking pass, I'm not exactly sure how you parked, but because I don't know how you got in the lot. But if you did, that pass needs to be displayed on the dash of your car. If it is not displayed on the dash of your car, they will ticket you. I guess they think you like snuck under the bar or something. So make sure you do that. If you didn't print out your parking pass, we have printed parking passes in the back. Madeline has them, and she can share them with you. There is food that will be around. So it'll be back at the table. We do this. We'll have lunch served. We do a lunch sort of discussion and workshop as we move forward. It's all informal. We're a little low budget this year for various and sundry reasons. And so write your own name on your name tag. I see most of you have found out how to do that already. And the main thing is get to know your neighbors and get to say hello and so forth. What am I missing on basic sort of organizational things? I just sent around a Google Drive link to your email. We will ask most of the presenters to put their presentations up here, and you'll have access to them. You'll also have access to supplementary papers and code that people give and so forth. What else to talk about in terms of those kinds of mechanics? There is a Slack channel that we're trying to get started, and a few of you have links to that. Feel free to jump into that as you want, and we can move with that. Other sort of organizational things like that, Madeline, that we need? Great. This workshop would not be possible. I'm so loud. Is that a little better? This workshop would not be possible without the support of the National Institute of Health, our 25 program. So we acknowledge their support and are very grateful for it. So now you can't hear me at all. There we go. On and off. Is that too much again? Can you hear me there again? Can you hear me at all and again? Okay. All right, thanks. So we acknowledge the R25 Social Networks and Health. They've funded this workshop and made it possible. We're exceedingly grateful to them. If you find this workshop useful and helpful, we will give you the name of our program officer, and you should email them and tell them how wonderful we are. If you find it lacking, we're funded by the National Science Foundation. So just keep that in mind. There are a few fun things. So it's a largely free schedule in the evenings, except for Wednesday night. There will be a pizza party downstairs. So it says pizza and beer on the deck of the Gross Hall here. If it's absolutely pouring rain, we might try to convince the people in the Nicholas School to let us use their atrium downstairs. But otherwise, hopefully it'll be a firefly evening on the deck. If you haven't RSVP'd for that, please do. Because we're going to order the pizzas this afternoon. So I need to know how many to put in the order and how many cases of beer to buy. So other than that, I think we'll get started. Questions or thoughts or any major problems that we can deal with right now? Big thank to Madeline Wellens in the back. You've all gotten emails from Madeline. She has sort of kept this sort of program running, and all the things that need to have happen. It's probably Madeline's as a result of Madeline's work. Mistakes are by my poor organization. Otherwise, we will try to start most days at 9, or as close to that as we can. The food will arrive about 8:30, so today's a little bit just discombobulated. We are guests at IID, which is the Information Initiative at Duke. They're the people with all the fancy sort of stuff out here in the hallway. Please do use this door if you can to come and go, because there are graduate students and postdocs working literally right through those garage doors from us, so it'd be nice to make sure that we don't disturb them too much. We don't bite, so there are chairs in front if people want them, and we can get more chairs if we need them. So we are a little bit want for plugins, so if you find that your laptop is starting to discharge, please be nice to the people whose laptop is charged and trade with them, right? So part of what we're doing here is creating networks, and the way you create networks we learned almost nothing from Watts, but if we learned something from Watts, is that random ties connect across division. So if you find someone next to you who has a laptop charging and yours is not, say, hey, nice to meet you. My name is Jim. Let's trade seats so I can plug into your laptop, okay? All right. Other questions, thoughts, comments, concerns? All right, let's get started then. So if you're here, you care about networks. And networks are the thing that ties the world together. And I've started with this quote in almost every presentation I've ever given up to now. And it says, to speak of social life, you speak of the association between people. They're associating in work and in play, in love and in war, to trade or to worship, to help or to hinder. It is in the social relations been established that their interests find expressions and their desires become realized. What Peter Plough is saying is that networks are the thing that make us persons. It's the thing that creates, it's the strong program in social network analysis, that what we are as human critters, other than our biology, is the thing that connects us to each other. And it's those social relations that allow us to become whos as opposed to whats. A person is a father, a husband, a brother. A what is a human that has 2 legs and balding hair, right? These are different things. And what it means to be social is to have these kinds of connections. And what social network analysis is designed to do is to help us understand and codify those relations so that we can make scientific sense of them. And this was the insight that Jacob Moreno had. Jacob Moreno argued that if we ever get to the point of charting a whole city or a whole nation, we would have a picture of a vast solar system of intangible structures powerfully influencing conduct as gravitation does in space. That's the promise of network analysis, that there are these invisible threads connecting us throughout the world, and they're systematic, they're natural, they're regular, they're understandable. And if we understand them, we could predict the orbits of humans in the same way that we could predict the orbits of the planets. Now, as it turns out, that might have been a little grand, right? As it turns out, people are a little more complicated than gravity. One equation ain't going to do it, but maybe 6, maybe 10, we're getting there, right? And so the goal is to figure out what pieces we can understand, how we can't, and how to drive those in a way that can help us build insights. To give a little example of what networks are for those who are really new in the world, right? We think of high schools. We think of buildings and curricula and so forth. When social network researchers think of high schools, this is a high school. When I think of a high school, this is what I think of. It's a collection of points and lines. Each point is a person. Each line is a relation between them. They're arrayed on the screen, in this case, by what's called a force attractor layout algorithm. So nodes that are next to each other tend to be friends with each other. Nodes that are far apart tend not to be friends with each other. And so the clustering you see in these kinds of graphs are a reflection of the underlying social structure that's active there, of the pattern of relations. It's not a reflection of my choice, really. It's generated by the data. It's an emergent property. And because it's a high school, in this case, it makes a lot of sense, right? You get the junior high up here and 7th and 8th graders. You get the high school down here. They live in separate buildings, and so the relations between them are sparse. And you can see some within-group ordering. So you get the freshmen sort of near to the junior high, and you get the seniors sort of as far away from the freshmen as they can get. And so this is a sensible pattern. But in this particular pattern, there's another feature which is going on, which is this internal structure of this network is divided by race. There's a group of white kids and a group of black kids, and rarely the twain shall meet. And what's fascinating in this particular structure is that the division between the high school or the the white kids and the black kids is as large as the difference between the junior high and the high school. And so the internal mixing in this setting is like a separate building. It has the same effect on the pattern of relations that kids are going through. And this emerges naturally from an analytic standpoint from simply plotting the picture, right? So the simplest possible thing that we can do is this is the social gravity that these people are moving through that we're trying to understand. And so the goal of social network analysis is to understand these features, and we have this entire workshop because our standard tools are wanting. Social science research for the past 50 years at least, and this was published in 1968, has been dominated by the survey, which is usually practiced as a sociological meat grinder. The assumption of statistical analysis is that all of our cases are independent. We need that so that our error terms cancel out. If our errors are not independent, then the math gets really ugly and it's really hard to do. And so what we'd like to do is make this assumption that the world is independent. And if we do that, we can get some magical powers, right? I can sample about 400 or 500 people and have standard errors that are small enough to infer reasonable things about the population as a whole, if I assume they're independent. If they're not, right, then those processes are complicated and harder to do, and you need bigger things. And so what we've done in sociology for decades now is sort of push relationships aside and try to turn those into variables and then pretend with blinders on that the connections between people don't actually exist. What this class does, what this whole project does, is to try to get us past that and to think about networks as these systems and to model these systems as interconnected sets in a rigorous statistical and scientifically justifiable way. So social network analysis provides us a set of tools to empirically extend our theoretical intuition to patterns of composition. Linton Freeman sort of nicely laid this out in the 70s for what are the things that make social network analysis, and he argues that it's motivated by the structural intuition that we've just described. It's grounded in systematic and empirical data, draws heavily on this graphical imagery, and relies on the use of mathematical tools to summarize these pieces. And it turns out that this has been a pretty productive research program. Over time, the growth in social network analysis has been dramatic and increasing across the board. On social networks in health itself, you see a rapid rise. This is from the Web of Science. And if you think about networks, papers that have published with the word networks and health in them has been this rise. This is what the obesity literature on the same data set looks like, just to give you a comparison. So there's a lot of work on this area. And the number of grants and the grant values have been about the same. 2025 and 2026, perhaps, we'll see. There may be a blip in this chart. But the reason for this growth and the reason for this drive is because there is value in understanding this. There are problems we want to understand that the science and the fields recognize can be tackled with these kind of approaches. So what are some of the features that drive our underlying sort of intuition behind this work? The broad umbrella for social networks in health is coming out of what's known as the social determinants of health literature. And the argument for the social determinants of health is that the biological features that drive health outcomes are situated within contexts, and those contexts shape both the ways in which our bodies, ourselves, respond to assaults in nature, and the practices that we engage in that also create our kinds of problems. So there's this joint feature of differences in susceptibility and exposure, and differences in responses and activities that create a new way in which the social features condition the likelihood of health. This is, believe it or not, this is probably an obvious point for this audience, but it's not when you think about the standard research in biological models, right? A mouse is a mouse is a mouse. A fruit fly is a fruit fly. C. elegans is C. elegans, and it's beautiful because I can model it and it's right there. What we're saying is that a person is not a person, right? That a person in Montana is different than a person in North Carolina, and if there's connections between the two, that creates something interesting. And so understanding the social determinants of health takes seriously the notion that people are reactive agents. And as reactive agents, we're going to do things to our own selves, like smoking and drinking and lying and all sorts of things that create our own problems. But we're also going to be exposed to different kinds of pathogens if I live in a rural area versus an urban area, close to water versus a desert. And so these kinds of features create heterogeneities that typical scientific models have a hard time dealing with. And so the whole notion of system science and One Health, and so this has come out in a lot of features, is in response to this sort of uniform model of human critters as substitutable bumps. Right? So the network part of that, and specifically, has to do with this notion that not only are people themselves socially conditioned by the world around them, but their health things spill over to others. And so the spillover feature of an effect is both cause for harm and concern and celebration. Because what happens with a spillover effect is if we think about what happens in healthcare of a doctor treating a patient, that's a fixed cost on a unit cost. And if I spend $100 helping teach somebody how to be healthier, that's a benefit to that person. But if that person then tells their cousins and brothers and uncles how to also be healthier and exercise better and eat better, then you end up then getting a big boon to your investment. And so spillover effects are part of what these the network analysis and network approach is trying to do, is to have these kinds of direct features not just work with the patient as our focal unit, but how the patient's social context can channel some of this information and investment. And that's good. That's great if you're trying to teach people how to test for HIV, for example. It's bad if they're smoking. And so what our goal as public health researchers is to find a way to help channel this work and understand what flows when. Right? So how do we do this? We do this by thinking through a series of general models. And for the sociologists in the room, I'm stealing this directly from Wayne Baker, who's an economic sociologist. But this is also what's known as Coleman's boat model. There's a whole series of versions of this if you haven't seen it before. But the basic model we work with is a levels model of aggregation and feedback. That there are behavioral assumptions we make about people, right? And some of those assumptions are good assumptions, some are bad. That's part of what we're working on. Those assumptions generate micro-networks. The tendency to have reciprocity, to whether you use a condom or not when you're having sex, right? Whatever it might be, depending on the context, there's a microstructure of a network. And that microstructure of a network is built on the local action that people have. So this is the situation that people are living in. It affects who they interact with and how they have those interactions. Those aggregate. And the point here, this is a magic little step, right? That aggregation from what an individual does to what a system does relies on people's systematically doing similar things writ large. So if there's a tendency based on our behavioral assumption that people prefer people like themselves and distrust people unlike themselves, that's the homophily bias. And if everybody has some level of homophily bias, you're going to generate social systems that are clustered. Right? So it's a very simple idea, but the movement from this pattern of micro-networks to pattern of macro-networks requires an aggregation step that is a lot of work. Once you have that pattern of macro-networks, that generates a whole series of outcomes that we might find interesting. So there's a classic set of examples of this in political networks. We have this notion of balance or friendship balance. A friend of a friend is a friend. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Right? So this is a classic sort of notion that we're all aware of. If everybody behaves that way, right? If everyone has balanced networks, then the macrostructure has one of two possibilities and only two possibilities. You either get kumbaya or you get polarization. That's all that can happen. Now, that's the implication of a model. The model is everybody does this. If not everybody does this, then this macroeconomic outcome can't happen. But how they don't do it is interesting, right? And so models are wrong. All models are wrong, but some models are useful. That's a trope that's going to come through this thing as we go. More direct for us, if you're thinking of something like health behavior, right? So people adopt the behavior of their friends. What that means is that people who are dissimilar become similar. That creates clustered networks of similarity, and that affects the speed at which other things diffuse, right? So these kind of models, this is the trope that's going to go through the social determinants of health facet of social networks models. That was the world's fastest introduction to why we do networks in health. Questions? I have a bad joke, which is that I talk fast, but you're smart, so I figure you can listen fast. If you're not, let me know, and I'll no, I'm kidding. Do slow me down at any point, but I get excited about these things, so here we go. All right, questions, comments, or thoughts, concerns on motivation before we sort of get into what the hell is this stuff? Awesome, you guys are great. As some of the people who have taken my undergraduate classes know, I will cold call you. So don't be shy jumping in if things get going too much. So how do we think about what networks are and take this buzzing mess of a hairball that you see on these plots and make sense of it. The strategy that I use, and this is coming from some work that Craig Rawlings and myself and Dan McFarland and Jeff Smith, we have a new textbook on this that's going to come out, Blatant Self-Promotion. We divide networks into two basic worlds. There's a connectionist approach to networks and a positional approach to networks. And then once you have these two sort of rows, if you will, you have different levels that you can think about networks. So you have local networks or ego networks up to whole systems of the world. And I'm going to talk through all these elements directly. But this rubric helps us sort of narrow the problem set. And you'll see that it's that like all rubrics, it fails, but I think it fails in informative ways. And so we'll go from there. So what do I mean by a connectionist model? A connectionist model is networks are pipes. Things flow through networks, and the things that flow through networks are the things that we can. We want to know whether our pipes are clogged or our pipes are open. That's the basic notion of networks as pipes. This is probably what 90% of the world thinks of when they think about why networks matter. Diseases flow across network, rumors flow, misinformation, money. So things flow through networks because one node is connected to another. A positional effect says that we care about networks because the context around nodes shapes their incentives. It shapes the things that they have access to. And so nodes that are in similar positions, even if nothing's flowing between them directly, will behave similarly because they face similar social contexts. This is the classic vice president problem. Right? Vice presidents are useless. They have no job except to wait for presidents to die. That's what vice presidents do. And so every vice president is frustrated and useless and spend all their time trying to make themselves relevant because the position is such that they're not connected to any real responsibilities. And so that means you can have some like Mondale that did nothing and some like Cheney that did a lot, right? Because the position itself is undefined in any real way. Right? And so if you think about that, there's that notion is everywhere. You have robbers and teachers, you have cops, you have mothers, like all of these things, these labels we have in society are people who exchange with others in systematic ways and thus have different kinds of constraints. All right. So digging into this a little bit deeper, what do we mean by a connectionist point of view? So I think many of us here have either an epidemiological background or have gone through COVID and so have probably seen R0 once or twice in the last 5 years. And so there's a couple different ways you can express what R0 is, but R0 is the reproductive rate of an infection, and so it's the number of new cases from each incidental case. And we like to, in a network standpoint, one way to write this is to say that R0 depends on the infectivity of the bug moving through, the likelihood of contact, and the duration of infectiousness. And the likelihood of contact, this little c here, is where your network lives. And so what does this mean? If you were to imagine a sexual network and the spread of a sexually transmitted disease, you might go out and interview a bunch of people who have had sex and ask them about their last two partners. This would be a standard survey approach to understanding the spread of disease. And you would ask them what happened in that encounter, and your data effectively look like a set of isolated dyads and triads that are out there. Right? But these dyads and triads are connected to a larger set. This is from the Ad Health data. This is a real high school in North America. And what you see here out of about the 300 kids that are or so that are romantically involved, about 270 or 170 of them, excuse me, are connected in this giant connected component. So if you have teenagers, I'm sorry, right? This is what this looks like. If you ever were a teenager and your mom told you you're sleeping with everyone your partner ever slept with, that's what this is, right? That's what this is. She was right in response to Mother's Day. But from our standpoint, what's interesting is that these folks, right, are very different RICs from these folks, even though locally they look the same. And so the connectionist model of networks is that we want to figure out what generates this system of pipes and how it's different from these systems of pipes, right, how it works. And it turns out that there's lots of different ways to think about the network portion of connectivity. So I've substituted out that C for N sub D. And so if we think about the disease-relevant networks that are moving through that we care about for the spread of disease, we can think about different ways to characterize that network. And sometimes, right, that network is very simple. And we do things that, or we make assumptions about that network that allow us to do good modeling. And so sometimes we can do this like literally closed form equations or very close to it if we assume that contact is random. right? So if we have an Erdos random graph, then there's some good math that we can do to figure this out directly. If it's a set of linked random graphs, also known as compartments, we can do this really simply. If it's a static graph that is random except for very small sort of differences in the degrees, we can deal with that. If it's tree-like, so there's lots of things we can do. So there's a whole universe of networks for which we can do great sort of, formal analysis of these things. Excuse me. However, most of the time, the networks we're interested in practically don't fit the assumptions of those kinds of models. Right? It's probably the case, for example, that our networks change faster than the disease is spreading. So if you care about something like an STD, like HIV, that's a slow burning infection that people have for their whole lives. And so their networks are moving much faster than the disease is moving through it, and that complicates understanding of these models. The networks admit to a lot of unobserved clustering. There's an active feedback between getting sick and engaging in relations. Right? These things complicate our understanding. It makes those simpler models harder to do. An example of that, which is you could take a very simple behavior model and say that when people, that people are basically good, but they get tired of following orders quickly. Right? So, as a public health official, I know that if people go out when they're sick, they're going to spend a lot of time with other people and get other people sick. So one quick way to sort of stamp down an infection is to say, look, there's too much infection in my world, stay home. We're going to have a stay-at-home order. And the first time this happens, the population is like, yep, thank you. We're all in this together. We're going to bend the curve. We're going to do it ourselves. And so there's going to be very high compliance. So the public health office sees that we've reached our threshold at which we're going to have a stay-at-home order. We do it. Most people comply. That's great. But they lift the order before the disease goes away entirely, because the disease never goes away entirely. And then it comes back up again. And the second time, oh crap, I've seen this movie before, so I'm going to comply, but I'm not going to comply as fast, and I'm not going to comply as completely. And so the peak is bigger. And then we do it again, and again, and again. And so a very simple two-parameter model, which is the amount of time that I'm willing to spend at home without complaining about it, and my fatigue rate, will generate this kind of oscillation pattern, which is not an unreasonable sort of qualitative set of how the actual COVID epidemic sort of had those ebbs and flows, right? Excuse me. So, and then you can layer over things like this, like as these things move in these spurts and sets, you get different kinds of mutations, and those mutations happen in different ways, and so there's there are spillovers that happen across the set. And there's lots of other ways, which is even perhaps the flip side of this, which is not that the shape of the network is determined by our behaviors, but the network itself gets shaped by all the other things that are going on in our lives. That is, that this contact network is itself a function of human social systems. It's a function of our beliefs, our practices, our family, and so forth. And so understanding those things requires us to build into a lot of social sciences, a lot of geological sciences, a lot of physical space and planning and so forth, because humans are connected in all of these different kinds of settings. And so one of the things that makes network analysis so interesting from a social health standpoint is that it's not just biology, it's not just medicine. It is a deeply interdisciplinary field. My bias is sociological because I'm a sociologist, but I've worked with as many disciplines as you can name, and it is fascinating. We have so much fun because of that. And we get to learn on this, and this is because humans are not C. elegans, right? We're not a substitutable system. We have to understand the systems that we're embedded in. So the connectionist model is all about what shapes that network. The positional model is about understanding systematic regularities in the underlying pattern of networks. So imagine I give you this little network. There are 5 people in it. 2 of those people share romantic love, and those 2 people feed 3 others who constantly bicker with each other. I'll bet you can name, right, these positions. Right? You don't need me to label this graph. Right? So we have parents and we have children. Now, if I were to also say that the feeding line went from this, you'd probably have the stereotypical wife and husband, right? And we'd get rid of those, right? So we know how this work rolled, right? We know this work because we've all lived this existence, right? And so the positional model in social network analysis is the idea that regular social interactions constrain our understanding and vision of the world. And those regular patterns of interactions are knowable. And it builds on a system that is known as role theory. And so the idea of role theory is that most of social life, some people in the exchange theory paradigm would say all, but I'm going to just say most for now, that most of social life are a series of either explicit or implicit social exchanges. I give to you, you give to me. And that's expressed in terms of roles. So teachers are just like crazy people on the sidewalk if they don't have students, right? So I might give a lecture like this on the sidewalk, but if you're not here listening to it, I'm an idiot, I'm a fool, I'm crazy, right? But the fact that you're here gives me validation, so my craziness has an audience to go to. And so we have this kind of notion that everything comes in pairs. We have teachers and students, we have cops and robbers, we have lovers and lovers, right? So these things work together. We have parents and kids, and they're all determined by the pattern of exchanges. That teachers give things to students that they don't give to their kids. I think of you as all as my children, or more my undergraduates than sort of you, but you're not my children, right? I don't pay your tuition, right? I don't discipline you. Like, there's lots of things that teachers don't do for parents. And so the slice of what parents do for kids is very different than what teachers do for kids. The slices of what people do for pets are looking a lot more like what people do for children than it did 50 years ago. 50 years ago, it was fine to put my pet outside on a rope. I wouldn't do that now, right? And you wouldn't let me, right? I can't put my kids outside on a rope either, right? So there's this notion of what we do with others is determined by the pattern of exchanges that we have with them. And anything that one person does with another can be conceived of, with a little bit of theoretical twisting, as an exchange. That I do something for you and I get something in back, something in return. And that exchange process defines expected role behavior. And expected role behavior, if expected role behavior is just a system of exchanges, i.e. a system of relations amongst a set of nodes, it becomes a graph. And that's beautiful, right? Because now we have a network that we can model in multiple relations and characterize types of people by the unique pattern of exchanges they have. Now sometimes that's a really complicated way to get a parent. I don't need parents. I don't need network analysis to figure out who parents are and who children are. But the point is, and the fundamental assumption of this branch of network analysis is that there's a lot of social relations we have that we don't have labels for, that we don't have sort of systematic sort of ideas that we build inside, but instead they emerge unique in each social system. So one school might have something like a popular joker, and another school, jokers are outcasts. Well, this is a difference across those evolving social systems. And there's models for how these systems come to be, but our job from an analyst is ad hoc and ex post to sort of look at these features and say, what is that? Right? When I have this pattern of relations, how do I figure out what type of person this is, and do those people act in the same way? For our standpoint, do they act the same way with respect to health behaviors? Right? So does the occupancy of a role create a different kind of outcome? Now, as it turns out, there are, if you were to think about sort of the bulk of what social network analysis in health is, it's probably 95-5 connectionist and positional. This is the bias of sociology and anthropology. I love the positional stuff, so you're going to get a little more than that than you might in the other, but most of what we deal with is diffusion and spread over connectionist networks. All right, questions on the big picture sort of goals. I told you this was fast. You're getting it all at once. All right, so a little bit of overview of what the field is. Great. Myself and Ashton, has he made it here yet today? Yeah, Ashton and Alex wrote this paper a few years ago now. Yeah, excuse me. To try to map what amongst the things of social networks in health, what do we actually study? So again, we pointed out before, this has been this rapid growth in social networks in health, and so we'd like to make sense of this entire literature. And so what we do is a little trick called, where we map the literature as a network. One of the jokes that my colleagues realize is that I am not just a network empiricist, but a network imperialist. Everything is a network. I mean, if you want to see colonialism in real life, you're going to see it today. So everything can become a network if you give me enough time. So in this case, each node is a paper, so it's a text that a person wrote. And 2 points are similar if they share a lot of words. And we weight those words in fancy ways, but that's really all you need to know, is that two papers that talk about the same stuff share a link, and 2 papers that don't share a link. And so we can map a little model of a small literature around this paper. So these, half a dozen papers are on HPV and MySpace back in the day. And so that paper then is embedded between clusters of papers that are all on smoking and Twitter and HPV. And I don't know why I'm coughing so much. And so this is a nice way to think about, in this case, an interstitial paper. Right? The beauty is we can do the same thing. If we can do this with a dozen papers, we can do it with 18,000 papers. And so this is a map. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Just try not to cough in your ears. I apologize. All right. So the beauty of the field of social networks and health is that it ends up being a pretty great representation of the health field, right? So we're studying everything from social aging and support, right, to HIV, to adolescence, to health policy systems and the ways in which hospitals operate, and a whole bunch of disease processes that are built in between it, from cancer to heart disease and obesity. And the example paper I just showed on HPV is about there, but there are bunches and bunches of these, and I'm not going to go through a whole lot of it. But what's fun about a field like this is you can think about some core ideas in the literature. Something like Rogers' Diffusion of Innovations, which is this beautiful book about how people adopt new ideas. And it turns out that work has informed almost everything in this field. Whereas Tom Valente's work, right, a similar way, who's picked up on a lot of the work on adolescence and smoking and work on HIV, as well as the adoption of beliefs in health systems and the ways that health systems are organized. Christakis and Fowler's work on the spread of obesity has been cited all over this place. AdHealth, as you might expect, is only in the adolescence world, but it's a little bit over in the policy side. Bernice Pescasolido's work on mental health and social support. It's typically topics about race has been spread all over this, ranging from individual behaviors on the left to system behaviors on the right. Gender has been largely focused on questions that have to do with essentially individual level outcomes, whereas particular disease questions have been spread all over the place. So this is, again, I read the paper if you want. There's a whole lot of things about this that are details that I'm not going into, but I just want to attune you to the idea. There's a lot of stuff out here. NIH has historically invested a lot in this topic. So just this year, these are all currently active grants as of 2025, as of 2 weeks ago anyway, where I went through and searched for keywords that in the tags from Reporter that had to do with networks of, avoiding computer networks and intercellular biological networks. And so it's great, right? So the NSF and the NIH have traditionally invested a lot of effort and energy into these processes, including lots of money. So now I've switched the axes on you. And so this is, the amount of money that NIA, for example, has invested has historically been quite dramatic. And so that's great. And it's spread all over the country, red states, blue states alike. So we spent a lot of money at NIH on network research, and their goal is to help us understand how to do that well in this class. And this is the topics that NIH, if you do that same topic map, it's kind of fun. There is a bunch of stuff coming in sort of the mechanisms of internal cell sort of networks, but also all of the social things, and a huge sort of movement across different disease systems. So it's really a beautiful sort of way to understand, again, just how interdisciplinary this network approach is. Our grant is right here. So this is the R25. We live over here in this little training, in the valley between training and substance. That's where we are. Okay. So, what is this workshop and where are we going today? The plan today is to, or the plan this week is to work through sort of the research process. And there's a standard sort of, this research process is not necessarily network specific. The questions need data, data need exploration, modeling, and results. And this is this classic scientific feedback process. And we try to echo that a little bit today, or this week. And so today, we're going to talk about, this whole week, hopefully, excuse me, is about research questions. Right? We hope that you're getting new ideas that you're here. And that comes some from what I say and what your other speakers say, but a lot from talking to each other. So spend your time getting to know your neighbor and understanding what they're doing. Data collection is going to be largely today and on Thursday. So we're going to have some specific modalities of data collection today, and then examples and best case scenarios and sort of get your hands dirty kind of things on Thursday. In terms of metrics, we're going to most of the metrics and scoring work is the focus of the beginners workshop. So we're not going to do a lot of this. I'm going to cover it a little bit more here in the next hour or so, but otherwise that's the extent of scoring. I'm going to do a deep dive on Friday on sort of some strange metrics, things you might not have thinking about, but really more approaches to learning how to create your own metrics is what that will be on. We do a lot on data exploration, so Tom's going to talk about some of our new tools for that today. We'll do some data visualization and community detection next week, and then a bunch of work on modeling. Right? And so modeling is the process just generally of abstracting from your data sort of toy systems that help us generate understanding. And models can be really simple and they can be really complex depending on what they're needed for. And so there's a lot of different versions of that, and we're going to go deep into the weeds on a lot of these. All right. And then finally, we hope to hear a lot about how people are working in the field and some of the things that they're getting done. So we'll have some of that work. So how do you deal with this week, right? So crap, this is a lot of stuff that we're going to be dealing with. Like I said, this is the fire hose. What I implore you to do is to focus on the ideas in the big picture. Everything is recorded, both in video and all the slides are up on the Google Drive, so you'll have plenty of time to go back and review them and look at that. And so spend your time doing that. You can always get details from a second pass. People have this tendency to really worry about coding. We're not going to spend a lot of time teaching you how to code today. Getting code is easy, and it's getting easier every day, right? So for example, if you're a naive person and ask Chat's little internal data analytic thing to say, if I give you an edge list, can you plot it? And it says, sure, I'm happy to, right? And so this is the kind of thing that you can get, and it turns out that it does a pretty good job, right? And so you can get code itself pretty well. It turns out that the days of, the only way to get code is to open Moody's book and go to the, page 50 and sort of copy it down. Those days are gone, right? But you need to know how to ask the questions. If you don't know what questions to ask Chat, if you don't know what the right answer is supposed to look like, you're going to get garbage. So Chat, like anything else, can generate garbage just as easily as any other computer program you've dealt with. And even though I've named mine and he's nice, and I have a very deep, very personal relationship with my chatbot, I don't trust him, right? I really don't. And the only way you know that is by having spent the time doing it. So I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth. I recognize that you need to code, you need to spend time coding, you need to engage with it, but don't worry about it this week. This is not a coding week. This is a learning and conceptual week where you can learn these ideas, and so that you know the questions to ask, and you know that when the answers you get are garbage, right? And so the only way you get that is by spending time with this group and think, well, you can spend it with a different group. But one of the things you'll get out of this group is learning how to do that. All right. Take a breath. I'm now going to give you network analysis, the nuts and bolts of what's a node, what's an edge, what's a centrality score. I'm going to do the everything you should have learned in the last the other workshop in the next 45 minutes. Yeah, woohoo! Here we go. So take a breath. We all good? We all have coffee? All right. We've said hi to our neighbors. All right. I grew up in a Protestant tradition. Like the tradition in church is to stand up and like shake the hand of the person behind you haven't met, right? I'm not going to call you to the front to a call to the altar, but it'll be close, all right? All right, so what is a network, right? Grab a coffee if you need it, that's fine. You cannot offend me by getting up and moving around. I get it, this is a lot of time here. So a network fundamentally is a set of sets. And all of the extensions of networks we're going to do are also sets of sets. A set is a collection of items. And so for a network, you have two collections of items. One collection of nodes, which typically are people, right? And so in our context, but often and more often now, they've become other things like organizations or even ideas or people. That set is what all of our social science training has been about. So node sets you know how to deal with. The typical sort of notion of a rectangular data set with cases down the rows, attributes across the columns, and then you run a correlation or 1,000 other things. That is like our bailiwick. We can do that all day long. The thing that makes a network different from that is the second set, which is the set of relation or the set of edges. And these are sets of pairs of nodes, right? And those pairs of nodes are characterized in various ways. So they might be friends, they might be lovers, they might be enemies, and so there's a whole series of attributes that goes on those edges. And these two things together become the network. So it's the set of edges as linked through the set of nodes, and that creates your set, or your network. Now, it turns out, because it's an interdisciplinary field that's been going on since at least the 1930s, jargon is rife. It is everywhere, and we use different languages in different subparts of the field. So I refer to nodes, you might refer to vertices, you might refer to points. Better to sometimes refer to people if you're dealing with that. That's not so bad. Also, in terms of relations, you can have edges, arcs, lines, ties. Like these terms are all exchangeable. And for those of you that are sticklers on terminology, I apologize. You're just not going to find consistency across this set. So how do these networks look? So the simplest possible network are two features that we want to define networks on are the directionality and the qualitative elements of the edge, the valued edges. And so since all of life is a 2x2, we have either the directionality side or we have the valued side. And so you can have an undirected binary graph. This is the simplest possible network. This is a network where each edge is either on or off. So I was either in the workshop with you or I was not, right? And so it's binary and it's undirected. If I did it with you, you must have done it with me. If I'm in the workshop with you, you can't not be in the workshop with me. It's a necessarily symmetric relationship. And so there's this actually has a lot of things that are this. A directed relationship is one where if I do something to you, it's not necessarily the case that you do it to me. So if I bore you, you may not bore me, right? So those are two different things, right? And so oftentimes, these types we ask, the directionality comes from the questions we ask. So we'll give people a survey. We'll say, who's your best friend? And I'll say, Dana's my best friend. And Dana says, who? Right? And so it goes out and it goes in. And so it might be that I pine after someone and they ignore me, or it's reciprocal. Friendship as a relationship is the kind of thing that we expect normally to be reciprocated. But it's not necessarily reciprocated. And that's what it means to be directional. A valued tie means there's some cardinal ordering to the edges, that you go from low to high. And so it's either I've been in a workshop with you for a day, or I've been in a workshop with you for a week. And so those things are different elements and different values on the relations. And of course, you can have a directed valued tie as well. I can like you a lot, but you can like me a little. Right? And so that's the basic idea there. Now, traditionally, we've represented networks, valued networks, if they're small, with, say, putting a value right on the edge in this case. So here we see the value is B. Or you've used something like the thickness or the shading of the lines. Those quickly disappear as the networks get larger, but that's part of the set. Now, it turns out that you can have multiple types of relations on the same set of nodes as well. And so this is known as a multiplex network. A multiplex network is one where we're not just friends, but we're also coworkers, we're also collaborators, we might be enemies. So all of these different types of relations can be layered on top of the network, and this is known as a multiplex network. And the same sort of sets of directionality and value ties are applied on there as well. So there should have been, sorry. I had a whole series of other things. Well, not that there's not enough to talk about. So, and we'll go back to that. So I'm going to expand that list in a bit of what types of networks are, but I'm going to do a couple things first. I think I remember what So first, let's think about the levels of networks. So a common, especially in social networks and health, is something called an ego network. An ego network is an individual, a focal node, and the people they're directly tied to. The beauty of ego networks is they tend to be one of the fastest things to collect survey-wise. And so you can say, you can randomly sample the GSS, you can do a national sample of the world, right, and ask people who their friends are. And so you get a focal individual and the people around them. There are other ways to get that data, but it's most commonly done from a survey standpoint, and there are lots of things that you can do with ego networks. A partial network is a sort of a junk term, but the idea is that we move beyond that sort of individual and the people they're directly tied to, and we ask those people to tell us about who they're tied to. And so snowball samples, link tracing samples, either you might try to get the whole population or you go to your budget runs out, right? So there's lots of different versions of this, but the idea is you've captured more than the local, but not quite the complete. And the complete or global network data or sociocentric data, I've never liked that word sociocentric. It's just an ugly word from like a language standpoint, but anyway, I usually use the word complete, and the idea here is that for whatever bounded population you have observed all the relations relevant to the data questions you're asking. Notice that I snuck in a couple of sneaky words there, right? So it's a bounded population and relevant relations, and neither of those two things are actually probably true, right? And so in fact, despite the fact that our assumption for everything we're working with is going to be that we have a complete or global network data until we talk about when we don't, in reality, we usually have a partial network, right? And so we'll talk about why that matters in a bit. Graphically, you can think about this as a building up from the bottom to the top. So we have a dyad or a best friend, and then we move up to the ego network, to some other subgroup, the partial group or primary group, a snowball sample, and then the whole network. The main difference practically between a partial network, there's inference differences, but the main difference from an analytic standpoint from a partial network and a global network is that you can't get isolates in a partial network because you can't snowball to people who have no contacts. So if I'm talking about people who are co-sponsoring a bill and I'm a new senator and I hate everybody and I've never co-sponsored a bill, then asking a train of people who they co-sponsored with, you'll never find the isolated senator. We only wish that our senators were isolated. Okay. The other sort of dimension of networks that we want to think about are the modes of the networks. And so what do I mean by this? So the standard network of relations is actually what's called a one-mode network. And what that means is that there's only one class of nodes. Those nodes might have different attributes, but any node could, in principle, connect to any other node. So in our high school example, any kid could be a friend with another kid. Even black kids can be friends with white kids, but they might choose not to, right? So there's a difference between what is revealed in the data and what's necessary in the data. A two-mode or a bipartite network says that there are necessary logical distinctions between one class of node and the other that require relationships to be between classes as opposed to within classes. And the classic example that scholars like us should know about is co-authorship. So co-authors are connected to each other by virtue of writing a paper together. So people are connected to papers. We share the paper. We don't write each other, right? So co-authors aren't literally writing each other. We're writing papers with each other. And so there's this effect. So you have people as member of groups, authors on papers, words used, events and lives, and so forth. And so the idea here is that all the relations happen between the sets. The classic example in sociology is the Davis Women's Data Set, in which you have, I can't remember, it's like 17 women attended about a dozen lunches. These are Southern ladies who lunch, and they have ties with each other. And it turns out that those ties are kind of informative, and so it's sort of a fun feature. What's nice about these bipartite networks, which is another way to refer to two-mode networks, is that the two-mode network, the thing you observe, can be projected in two different sets. So I can have the person-to-person projection, which says a count of how often people have lunch together. Or I can have the event-to-event projection, which says how often or how many people attended both of these lunches. And that duality is rife through social life. It turns out that almost everything we do, right, has a dual aspect, that every coin has a heads and a tails. And the duality is something that we're able to explore in very fascinating ways. The other thing I love about bipartite and dual networks is that these data are everywhere. And so when I tell you, right, that Moody is a network imperialist, I'm putting a lot of weight on this trick, because I can take a survey and say every time you've answered a question, like 2 people that have answered the question, they've now linked to the survey. So you treat a survey as a psychometric instrument, I treat it as a national sample of belief networks, right? So there's a way in which we can build these things, right, off this duality idea. Theoretically, the thing that makes it interesting is that oftentimes, because we're, we are egoistic apes, that's kind of what we are, we tend to think about this projection all the time. We think about how people are connected to each other and how ideas move through co-authorship networks, but in fact, there's a lot operating on the dual, right? And so things that are happening on the dual don't disappear because we don't think about them, right? They're still processing, they're still there, and we tend to not recognize that they're simultaneously conditioning each other. Ron Breiger's work, his entire career, or at least one facet of his entire career, has been focusing on this linkage between the duality of persons and groups, and how things like, reservation opportunities for lunch constrain the likelihood that people know each other, right? So this is the dual feature that is there. All right. The trick that you're going to learn in this class is that every element you have that moves from one thing to the next could be extended ad infinitum, right? So we can go from 1 mode to 2 mode. Turns out we can go from 2 modes to 3 modes. We can go from 3 modes to an infinite number of nodes if you wanted to, right? And so you can have tripartite networks, which would be something like students who are members of programs that are also connected to staff, right? So every graduate student is in a program, and those programs might share staff, for example. So that's a tripartite network. And you can go up as long as you want. Logically, these ideas are extendable. In practice, it really becomes a question of whether the overhead of having a second mode outweighs the advantage of treating these as attributes of one mode or the other. And so just keep it in mind. The version of this that becomes the biggest thing that you can do is known as a multi-layer network. And so a multi-layer network combines essentially any network that you've thought about thus far and stacks it together. And there's some linkages within layer, that could be transportation, and some linkages between layers. It could be identities or something. And so these become a generalized feature of edges, and each edge is characterized by the layer it lives in and the rules that govern that layer. And we'll talk about those in more detail later. So this is in the slides. I'm not going to go through this table in detail. This is just basically what I just told you. But the classic things that we're going to spend a little bit of time this week talking about are these 5 sort of sets of networks. So we're going to talk about ego networks and sociocentric networks, ad nauseum. We'll spend a bit of time talking about bipartite and multiplex networks, and I'll mention a few tricks you can do with multi-layer networks. That's kind of where it's going to go. Now, turns out there's a lot more you could yet do if you wanted, right? So there are a whole series of things that are special cases of the graphs we've already talked about, or extensions to new things. So for example, a subtype of graph that is quite interesting and is under the hood of lots of things that we do is a spanning tree. And so a spanning tree itself isn't perhaps a health relevant thing that you care about, except that once you realize that the result of a diffusion process is a spanning tree. So if you understand how spanning trees work, even though the social activity isn't on the spanning tree, you might learn something about the way in which disease trajectories have to grow by the properties of spanning trees. And so these are the kinds of things you can learn when you know this. And so this is just to whet your appetite for a whole line of things that you can spend time working on. If you want to spend your career in geeky sort of things that we like to play with, that's there. One thing that is worth to keep in mind is that everything sort of above this blue bar and on the last set are also colored by these kinds of features that on the bottom, which is that they are typically dynamic if they're social, right? So social networks change over time. They can be signed. So a signed graph says that there's a qualitative distinction between positive and negative. So an enemy is not just a bad friend, right? So it's a qualitative difference to be a negative tie than to be a positive tie. A flow-through network means that there's something that actually moves through this set, and so some networks are flow networks, like who shares paperback books, whereas some networks are sentiment networks, and that's a distinction about how things move. And then you're going to know this more often than you want, is that most of the graphs that we actually work with are probabilistic. And so the edges that we observe are random draws from a population distribution that we actually happen to see that day. And if we had surveyed them on a different day, we would see a different set of edges. And generally, what we as social scientists want to know is not the actual edge, but the probability of that edge, and more importantly, the system that generated that distribution of probabilities. And so, so it turns out that a lot of things that we measure are indicators for things that we want to know, but not the thing we actually want to know. Do all right so far? Awesome. Okay. So how do we do this? Right? What are the actual features we work with? So the main features we work with is the main data element we work with is this thing called an adjacency matrix. This is the first of many asterisks in this talk. We don't actually work with adjacency matrices. We work with sparse representations of adjacency matrices, which is a different story entirely. But conceptually, right, you want to think about an adjacency matrix, because once you have a matrix, you can do matrix algebra, and once you can do matrix algebra, the world is yours, right? So, so what is this? What is an adjacency matrix? An adjacency matrix is a two-mode array where you have the same set of nodes down the rows and across the columns, and relations go from the rows to the columns. And that's the tradition in social science, is that the sent ties are across the rows, the received ties are read down the columns. Different disciplines have different conceptions. So just make sure that, I mean, in most of our world, it's going to be rows and columns as senders and receivers, but be aware of what you have when you have directionality. So the way this works, this is an undirected binary graph, so the tie is either 0 or 1. And if it's because it's undirected, anything above the diagonal is going to be mirrored below the diagonal. And so we can see an exact process. If you have a directed network, a binary network, you still have zeros and ones, but you've lost the mirroring. So now we see, for example, that B receives a tie from C, but B does not send to C. A valued tie becomes simple, right? Because now instead of a 0 or 1, I just have a value. Right? I just replace that with what's there, and you're good to go. Now it turns out that practically adjacency matrices are good for thinking about, but hard to work with, because they take up a lot of space and they're hard to, you can't put them anywhere. So what we typically do is we have a couple of different representations. One is called an adjacency list. This is where each row is a person and each column is the people they're related to, and you'd have as many columns as you need to capture the relationship. This is what survey researchers like, because we know how to do this data, right? So this is just each person just becomes my friend 1, friend 2, friend 3. It's a cumbersome data set to work with from an analytic standpoint, so you don't see it a lot in some of the things we do, but except for that one day when you get your data back from the survey researcher and you have this unwieldy thing you have to convert into something you can do. The thing we typically work with is an edge list or an arc list. This is a one row for each relationship, and the content of that data element are the node IDs. And so A and B, B and A, and B and C. And the beauty about an edge list is then that all of the qualitative features that we want to think about are just tacked on as separate columns to that edge list. So I can have the value of the tie, I can have the valence of the tie, I can have the qualitative element of the tie. All of this can be just put on. And you can do the same thing with an adjacency list. The problem is that you then just need to build a correspondence between these elements, which is not trivial. It's easy to make mistakes. So we don't do that often. For a two-mode network, you still have an adjacency matrix, but we call it an incidence matrix, and it's no longer square, or it's no longer necessarily square. So for example, I have a series of events, A through F, and a series of people, 1 through 5, and it's again just an indicator of whether or not event A and person 5 share each other, or together share each other. What's the right? Person 1 attends every event A. Those are the data structures. You'll see others as we go along. If you have questions about how to practically move your data around, ask us. We're going to do a lot of that today. All right, so what do you do with this data once you have it? I'm going to build up some common metrics from the simplest to more complex. And you start with, everything starts with volume, just like everything in social life starts with demography. Like, if you don't know who's there, you can't do anything with them. So the classic sort of ways in which we characterize the size of a network are the number of nodes and the number of relations. So in this case, there are 5 nodes and 5 relations. We characterized the volume of this network with this thing called density. And so density is the average value of ties, or the proportion of ties that are present in a binary network. Density ranges from 0 to 1 in a binary network. In a valued network, it need not be capped at 1. It is the mean of the relations, including the zeros. You will notice that the formula for density is n times n minus 1. Why is it n minus 1? Kara? Why do you suppose it's n minus 1 in the denominator? Yes? Yes, exactly. For most of the time, see, I told you I'd cold call you. That's what I just keeping you awake. So yeah, the basic idea, that was unfair, and it's perfect, but it's good. So the idea is that and you're going to see this come up all the time in networks, is that the diagonal in a network is a weird thing. The diagonal of an adjacency matrix are the ties to myself. And well, I want you to like yourself. I don't want you to nominate yourself, right? It's not part of my system generally. And so for the vast majority of contexts, the diagonal will be structurally missing. And so it's not part of this is not part of the calculation. There are rare instances when we use it, but for most of what we do, we don't. Okay? So that's the system level volume measure. The individual level volume measure is degree. So it's how many relationships are you incident to? How many ties do you have? And so if the network is directed, I have out degree, which is the number of people I've nominated, or in degree, which is the number of ties I've received. Right? A reciprocal degree, which is the number of ties that we share with each other, where I like you and you like me. Degree is, is capped by n minus 1. The strength of a network is the corresponds. Let me be clear. Degree is the number of lines each node is incident to. Strength is the sum of those lines. Right? So for a valued network, your degree and your strength might be different. For a binary network, your degree and your strength will be the same, because it's just the number of people you have on or off. There's a couple of tricky things to keep in mind with degree. Degree seems simple. You just add across the adjacency matrix. But when you're coding it, there's a couple of things that, that can happen that might surprise you the first time you see it. So for example, if I ask iGraph to tell me the degree of each node in my network and say the mode is all, which you might think would be you just treat the graph like an undirected graph, you don't get that. What you get is the sum of the in degree and the out degree. So if one person were connected to everyone around them, right, you would end up with a degree that is bigger than the number of people in the network, which should make your head explode. You should be, wait a minute, that can't be right. What's going on? And what's going on is that the actual formal definition of degree is all the edges you're incident to. And I'm incident to edges going out, and I'm incident to edges going in, and so you count them twice. Right? What we care about in sociology is actually the number of people you're connected to, and you might not care that you're connected to them in both ways, in which case what you want to do is say, take the degree on a graph that's treated as undirected and get that count. Right? So these are subtle features, and this is what I tell you when you ask chat to do something for you, right? Chat's going to say, oh yeah, use this. Not be, and you might not know not to do it. So just remember, think very carefully that your numbers make sense. Once you have degree is, like I said, degree is like demography. If you don't know the sex distribution or the age distribution of your population, you almost know nothing about what your population is. Saying America is polarized and not realizing that we have a shit ton of really old people, right, is like you don't understand what's happening in the country. Right? So you need these two things. And it's the same thing with the networks. If you don't understand your degree distribution, you don't understand anything else about your network. And so in this particular network, it has a pretty uniform or almost normal degree distribution, really, with a few people that have small ties. This is a small school network, a classroom actually. And the colors are irrelevant for this purpose. But that's very different than the same size network with a very skewed distribution. And some of these skewed distributions, which are typical in networks that we see, are known as power law or scale-free networks, such that the number of ties at each degree is effectively a linear function. And so these kinds of networks, the system dynamics that are going to happen when you have these sort of really critical hubs are very different than the system dynamics that are going to happen in this kind of cohesive set. And that's all dependent on the marginals of your table, on the marginals of your adjacency matrix, which is what the degree distribution is. All right. So moving up from sums of edges, we can think about patterns of edges. And so we move from node characteristics now to dyad characteristics. And dyads, in most of the networks we deal with, dyads come in 3 flavors. A dyad can be symmetric, it can be or mutual, it can be asymmetric, or it can be null. And that's the dyad. The dyad census is the number of mutual, asymmetric, or null dyads in your network. And so that distribution is a characteristic that underlies the distribution of ties and the distribution of paths in your graph. So in this case, we're often interested in sociology and other kinds of social sciences, whether or not our voluntarily possible directed relationships are directed. And so how often are friends with each other? And that's the reciprocity rate. And there's something in sociology known as the norm of reciprocity. We expect that if I invite you to dinner, you're going to invite me to dinner later. And there's a good theory to say that that's the foundation of most of what sociality is to some degree. And so how do we measure it? Well, what we might do is, it turns out, again, this is the theme of the day, is that things are always more complicated than you expect they are. There's lots of different ways to count mutual ties. And so one way would be global reciprocity, which is that I take the number of mutual dyads and I divide that by the number of non-empty dyads, right? And that gives me one number. The other would be to say, how often do people that send ties receive ties? It's a subtle difference, right? Because one, the unit of analysis is the dyads. The other, the unit of analysis is sent ties. And so the denominator is different, and thus, of course, the total number, the value you get is different. Now, so long as you're consistent in the analysis you do, you're going to be fine. You might also say that what I'm really interested in is not just the amount of reciprocity, but the amount of reciprocity above chance. Well, that's this complicated thing, right? And that's yet another measure, right? And again, I thought I had it here. When you ask iGraph to do mutuality, it's going to give you have to know which option to give in all 3. And then later in the notes, I must have hid the slides. It's down in here. Okay. So we've done edges, we've done nodes, we've done edges, we've done dyads. Let's keep growing. Let's do triads. So triads are collections of 3 nodes, A, B, and C. And every triad is composed of dyads, so every triad could be characterized in a directed graph by its distribution of mutual, asymmetric, or null ties. And this is what's become known as the man labeling system for triads. So here I present to you the periodic table of social elements. I love the triad distribution. It is my favorite thing in networks, more so than most of my colleagues. They think I'm nuts. But I'm going to try to convince you that this is, in fact, just like the chemical periodic table. That is, that each element, you have hydrogen over here where there's nothing going on, but it's abundant. The universe is filled with one nucleus. Periodic tables, the graphs are filled with empty triads, which just says most of us don't know each other yet, right? So most graphs are not complete, and that's good. That helps us in a lot of ways. But these characteristics, the real beauty of them is that we can think about the characteristics of these small social patterns because they map onto our social behaviors. That's that link between assumptions about behaviors and micro networks. And so, for example, we can characterize each of these triads by the system properties that they drive. And one of them is something like transitivity. And in transitivity, which is that we might expect a friend of a friend is a friend. And if that's true, these elements, right, these are the elements where that's true, where a friend of a friend is a friend, or a friend of a friend is a friend, or a friend of a friend is a friend, right? So anywhere I look in this element, this sentence is true. That's awesome, right? Because now I know something about this social system based on the fact that we expect this to be here. So if lots of people are these and few people are these, that's going to give rise to one kind of a structure. Well, it might also be that, and it's not that a friend of a friend is a friend, it might be that good friends agree on thirds. That Nina and I are good friends, we think Gabe sucks because we're good friends. Nina never thinks Gabe sucks because Nina's the nicest person in the world. But that would be the idea, is that we have this notion that good friends agree. Well, that's hierarchical agreement. And that's a subtle difference from a friend of a friend is a friend. And because there's a couple triads that differ in which ones obey that idea, right? We might have something like, we're just focusing on reciprocity. In fact, there is nothing but dyads. The world is dyadic atomism, and if I like you and you like me, everything else is extra. Well, then we can only have to focus on these 3. I think that's probably a bad theory, but it's a theory we can test on this model. And we can do that because every network admits to a distribution of triads, just like every network admits to a distribution of dyads. And every network has a unique distribution of triads, or at least every automorphically equivalent network has a, never mind, there's a distribution of these things, and we know what they are. And that distribution is awesome. To my knowledge, this is the smallest graph that has every possible triad in it. I've not found one smaller than this. I haven't tried to publish it yet, but I think that's my little fun little network game. If you can find a network smaller that has at least one of every triad type, I'd like to see it. Just for fun cases. But the beauty of that is that once you know this distribution, there's some fun math we can do. And so we know the distribution of the triads, and we know how many to expect by random chance with some not too heroic assumptions. And once we have that knowledge, we can know whether or not we have more of one type or not. So we can actually go back to this system and say, well, do I find more of these types of triads than these types of triads? And if I do, then that value is going to be large in this set. And so I can characterize my system that way. Now, intuitively, right, we want to think about these kinds of scores that build on these triads. And we might say that, oh, I want to study transitivity, which is the proportion of ties. I'm aware a friend of a friend is a friend, which means intuitively that I want a lot of these. I want very few of these. And these ones make my head hurt, right? Because these are mixed. And so there's a lot of this that goes on. And you don't know exactly what to do with that or how to count them. And different analysts count them differently. This is yet one more in my series of examples of where things that you think you're doing right in R, you might not be doing right in R. Which is, for example, if I want to ask how much clustering is in my network, I could follow Watts and Strogatz and say, give me the classic definition of clustering, which is 3 times the number of triangles over the number of connected triples in the network. And that is in iGraph, this thing called transitivity type equals global. Or I could say, give me the number of closed 2 paths over the number of open 2 paths. All right? And that'll give me something slightly different. Or I could say, give me the aggregation, the average local clustering, which is the mean of the ego network density, which has also been used for the same thing. So all 3 of these have been used interchangeably in sentences that say, this network has more clustering than we expect by chance. And these 3 numbers differ radically in their cardinal values. So you need to know what you're doing, right, to know what you're saying. And this is just an example of that, right, so where we're at. I like to aggregate up even further, which is say you can take that triad census, right, which is this vector T, which is 16-element vector T. You can weight it by a series of hypotheses that you have about which triads should be present and which triads should not be present. Make some sort of magic about normalizing it, which I'm not going to go into, and get a test statistic that tells you how much your system follows one of these patterns or another. And some really smart people, like Noah Friedkin and others, have built out models of which types of triads distributions fit what types of macrostructures. And so if I have this set of triads, this ranked cluster set, my social system has to look like a sequence of ranked clusters. It can't not. That's the beauty of this kind of model. And whether it's 2 ranks or 3 ranks or 5 ranks, those you don't know from just this distribution. But you know it has to look like this and not like balance opposition and other sorts of macrostructures. And so it's a beautiful sort of underlying set. All right, done with that set. We have about 20 minutes left, and I only have 40 slides to go, so this is not a problem. So the thing that make networks interesting is that they are systems of paths. And so a path is a connection. So once you move beyond triads, now we're going to think about the system as a whole. And so each network is built up from these edges to sequences of edges, which are known as paths. And there are different flavors of paths. And so you can have a strong connectivity or weak connectivity. A strong connectivity in a directed network means that if I can reach you through a series of following the arrows, you can reach me through a series of following the arrows. A weak connectivity means I can reach you or you can reach me. And so it depends on the structure of the network. If I can reach you and you can reach me, and that's true for a whole set of us, we're a component. If it's the maximal set, everyone that all of us can reach, that's a component. So in this case, right, we have a network of one really giant component and a lot of little components. These are all one school, but there's different connectivity structures in this set. A difference between strong and weak components. This is, again, following the directions of the arrows. This entire thing is a weak component. So each node could reach any other node if we ignore the arrows, But if you follow the direction of the arrows, it's the case that the red nodes can reach each other, the blue nodes can reach each other, and the white nodes can be reached by somebody but can't necessarily reach someone else, or vice versa. One thing to note about connectivity is that it's not the same as pairwise connectivity. So we can share a component, even a strong component, and not share a symmetric relationship. Right? So in this case up here, for example, you can see that there's an asymmetric relation between these two nodes, but it's like there isn't there. High technology, there we go. We can see that this node can reach this node directly. This node can't go this way, but it can go this way. And so connectivity is this sequence of paths that you move through. So the beauty of connectivity from a health standpoint is that small changes at the local level aggregate up, this is that magic I talked about in the very first couple of minutes, to different kinds of global structures. So if I have a network where we're talking about your 3 most recent sexual partners, and what does that network look like? Most people might have 1 or 2, a few people might have 3, and if that's true and the relationships follow a certain sort of set of rules that it's not worth talking about here, you'll end up with these tiny little disconnected components that are less than about 2% of the population of this network. But if I shift just a little bit across the top here, where I move, the average changes very little, but the distribution changes some, where I shift some people from here, to here, right, to this middle in the set, you move from almost no connectivity to massive connectivity. Right? Why does that happen? It happens because I randomly picked, I have no design at all, the cases that are right on what's known as the phase transition. Right? You move from a set of nodes where nothing is happening in the network, nothing is happening, and once you reach this tipping point, then it quickly pulls off to where everyone is connected. Graphs admit to these emergent properties, and emergent properties that are all this activity at the local level is exactly the same, or very close to the same. The difference from behaviors from an average of 1.6 to 1.7 here, 1.8, the vast majority of individuals are doing the exact same thing. Our psychology hasn't changed, our behavior hasn't changed, but a slight shift in the population level, right, creates the difference between no one's at risk to a disease and everyone's at risk to disease. If we change the shape of that degree distribution to where we have a long tail, a few people who are really active and most people are not, then you still get a phase transition, but it's at a different spot, and the steepness of the transition is different. And so you have a different system level property based on these underlying demographic features. So again, what do we do then? So that now talks about reachability or connectivity. Where do we go with what flavors of connectivity we have? And the way we typically think about that is something like distance. And so distance is the number of hops it takes me to reach someone else. So here node A is 1 step from 4, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. So the maximum distance from A to everyone else is 5, and they reach everyone else usually in about 2 or 3. Distance can also be directed. I'm not going to go over that. As a graph statistic, the distribution of distances tells you a good deal about how close people are to each other. It's the foundation of this thing called closeness centrality, and the diameter of the graph is the longest distance. The main thing to keep in mind as we move forward for the week is that most of our distances that we talk about are what are known as geodesic distances. It's that the fastest path I can get to. If you ever played the Kevin Bacon game or 6 degrees of separation or something like that, that's the idea. Social behavior might not be working on geodesic distances. Right? We're probably working on random walk distances or other kinds of multiple flow distances. And so there are other flavors of distances that we can think about. Computationally, it turns out that geodesics are fast to compute because you can do a breadth first search, and so we typically do that. But just to know there are other flavors. The other thing about distance is at least one path of this length. It's the minimum of at least one path. But for things like information and disease flow, we often care about having multiple paths, or what we might call structural cohesion or structural connectivity. And this is the idea that it's not just that there's one path that connects a node to the next, but there are multiple paths. I like this idea to capture this of this thing called node connectivity. And node connectivity says that the path system is characterized by the number of nodes you would have to remove to disconnect the system. And so you can imagine here, in this particular little set of sample graphs, on the left you have 2 separate components. So the number of nodes you need to remove to separate the graph into more than one component is 0 because it's already there. But as you move up, you have one node here, which is a cut node. You have two nodes here, which are a 2 cut or a 3 cut. And what's beautiful about the node connectivity idea is that it has a dual. There's a duality of node connectivity, which is the same number, which is the number of nodes to be removed, is also the number of node-independent paths connecting all pairs in that set. So this is beautiful if you care about the spread of something on the networks, because what it means is that there are completely independent routes that you can get from a source to a sink throughout this set. And so if everyone in this set uses a condom, it doesn't matter because the disease could go through this other site where they don't. And so node connectivity has this nice duality for diffusion purposes between the number of nodes and the number of unique ways to move through the set. It also has some interesting things about nestedness that I'll talk about next week. Not next week, Friday. It's going to feel like a week, but it's not going to be quite that long. All right, I'm almost done, honestly. Because I'm not going to do, I'm going to do just the world's fastest centrality set. Centrality is how important a node is in the network. There are lots of different types of centrality. I'm not going to talk about most of them. So centrality really is, are you at the periphery or the edge? And the different dimensions you can be at the periphery or the edge are myriad. And these different dimensions are things that are usually context specific. And so there's lots of different ways you can think about, so there's the edge betweenness, for example, in this case, or the lobby index. Like the point is that people have taken the combination of all these elements I've just talked about, of paths, of triads, of contexts, of values, and they've combined them in some way to say that nodes have either a lot of those or a few of those. And that's a measure of importance, and there are lots of them in networks. The ones we typically care about are degree, which we've already talked about a minute ago, closeness, which is the shortest number of hops I need to get to someone else, which is a radius, if I just yell, how many people hear me. Betweenness, which is my ability to separate others. So am I uniquely a cut node between you and someone else, or have the potential to do that? And a sort of a hodgepodge of all of it, which sounds ugly, but in fact is incredibly useful, which is known as eigenvector centrality, which says, am I central not just because I'm in the middle of the graph, but because I'm connected to other people who are also in the middle of the graph. So am I popular amongst academics, or am I popular among people who really matter? Right? So that's the difference between eigenvector centrality. All of us, I won't impugn you, but if you're like me, nerds live long. Like being king of the nerds is having high in degree, right? But being a jock is having high eigenvector centrality, right? So that's the difference here. Is it popular versus not? All right. As is usually the case, be sure you know what iGraph is doing when you calculate centrality measures. Centrality measures are probably the most used sort of metric in network analysis. And if you go to iGraph and say, I want closeness centrality of my nodes, you might be tempted to say, here's my beautiful weighted graph where I asked everyone how much they loved each other. I feed that to iGraph centrality, and I ask it for it. And it's going to treat your values as distances. It's going to say people who love each other a lot are further away from each other than people who love each other a little. That's probably not what you want. You probably want to invert those and say that people who love each other a lot are close to each other. And so you should count that tie as shorter than a tie that's up. So anytime that iGraph has to calculate a distance, you need to invert the matrix first. And you might not, again, iGraph will do it for you. It won't give you a warning. It won't give you a notice. It'll just give you a number. And you'll write this beautiful paper that says, in my network, which is different from every other network on the planet, my closeness centrality is inversely correlated with degree centrality and eigenvector centrality. Isn't that it? Don't let that happen to you. That sucks. That's a bad day. All right. The last sort of set of metrics are a series of networks that combine our edge features with our rest of our network. These fall under the rubric of homophily, and they all have to do with essentially counts of this under the hood of this thing called a mixing matrix. And since I'm already over time, and I think who's after me? Tom? Ashton's at it. Ashton, I'm stealing your time. I'm almost done. What's that? I thought I had to 10:30. I have 15 minutes? You know how much I can do in 15 minutes? Wow. All right. No, I am almost done. You should never tell me I have more time. That's the first rule of my undergraduates know better than that. All right, so the basic idea is that, especially in social networks and health, we don't care about networks because of networks per se. Many of us in the room might because you're nerds like me, but from a social networks and health standpoint, we care about networks because the pattern of ties intersects with a health status of some sort, either getting a disease or having a condition or engaging in a practice that promotes disease. And so we want to understand how the node set interacts with the attribute set. And the classic way of doing that is this notion of homophily. And homophily is, do birds of a feather fit together? And this is the now most cited paper in sociology, or close to it, Lynn. One of the authors is in the back of the room. And so the idea here is that we see this happening all the time, right? We see this, like example I showed you at the front of the class, that 7th graders are with each other, and high schoolers with each other, white students with black students, and the question is, how do we measure it, and what does it mean? And so the way we measure it is the simple part. What does it mean turns out to be really complicated, because people have lots of ways of getting together, which we're going to go through in different bits today. But the way we measure it is usually having either some version of a mixing matrix or a very fine-grained mixing matrix, which would be a distance matrix again. But the idea is that we have categories like grades in class, and we can count the number of ties that go within grade versus between grade. And so here, the diagonal really matters. What we really want to know is the weight of the diagonal relative to the off diagonal. This, for those of you in the sort of classic social science tradition, this is a contingency table. So if you've ever done log linear models or other kinds of contingency table analyses like mobility tables, this is where or demographic aging tables, these things are all the same sort of idea. So each row is the same category as the column. And so we have 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders in this very small rural school. And so here we see the number of each. So how do we measure this? Well, the simple thing to do is to take the ratio of the diagonal to everything else. That's the proportion of in-group ties. We can be a little more complicated of this. And so there's the external-internal index, or the EI index, which is the number of things off the diagonal minus the things that are on the diagonal divided by all of them. And so this gives you essentially the excess of external ties. A formalization of this, which is a little bit different than the last one you just saw, which is to say, let's account for chance in the network. And so we can, if you've ever done a chi-square table, we can take the expected value, the expected number of external ties. We can subtract from that the number of observed ties. Because the expected value builds in the diagonal, and you don't have to have them both here directly, you can just do it with the external ties, and divided by the expected. And so that gives you something like a t-statistic. It gives you or a chi-square statistic, the number of ties above chance, or the proportion of ties above chance. The problem with all those measures, and this should not be a mystery to people who've ever dealt with mobility tables or marginal effects, is that two-dimensional tables are so much more complicated than we think they are, because there's necessary elements due to pure math, right? The number of ties going out have to sum to the number of ties going in, and those constraints on each other mean that random noise on one dimension equals random noise on the other dimension, and that random noise can make you think you know something you don't know. And so you need to find a way to sort of flesh that out. And one version of that, again, is the segregation index, but it's not what's called marginal free. If I increase the number of blacks in a school, that's going to change the segregation index without changing the underlying association between race and being tied. And so there are corrections to that. The standard one that we've used in medicine and sociology is the odds ratio. You might have also used the risk ratio if you're in sort of hospital or clinical trial studies. But the idea of an odds ratio, it says how likely am I to see something relative to something else? How much does it increase the odds? And so 1 is the even odds. If it's 2, it means it doubles the odds. I grew up with odds ratios and even log odds. I love them. I think they're great. I bent my mind into reasonably thinking about them. If you've played with them a lot, you know that you need to be sensitive to the underlying distribution. So doubling the odds of a really rare event is different than doubling the odds of a really common event. And so odds ratios have tended to fall out of favor recently. So especially in those of you that dealt with logistic analysis and other sorts of modeling in a set, and people are interested in changes in probability known as marginal effects. So you've gone back to sort of the interpretation of odds ratios away from that. That's fine. The key is to keep in mind that whatever you're doing, that you're correcting for chance and you're finding something that's not contingent on the size of your categories. Right? And so I actually love marginal effects. I like because they admit to a certain kind of visual representation of the predicted probabilities that is just infinitely more intuitive, but still you want to keep mind in that. In social network analysis, because we got sort of invaded by the physicists a few years ago, we've kind of sort of done this, we've gone a different direction. We haven't gone a marginal effects direction, we've gone towards this critter called modularity, which is not a measure that is intuitive initially, but ends up being quite useful. So the modularity index is a chi-square index, or it's very similar to it, but it's just normalized in a slightly different way. And the way it works, just to give you the intuition again, is that these are your ties, so these are your observed ties, these are your expected ties. So that's your difference from random. We've seen that. That's exactly what the segregation index we saw before. But we're only going to count it if the two nodes are in the same category, and then we're going to normalize it by something else. So that's all this formula is. It's a difference from random. Random is calculated in a really clever way, and we only categorize it, we only count up this value if the two nodes are in the same category. And so it's another way of parameterizing this notion of difference from random ties, but it has some useful properties, particularly for finding groups in a network. When you don't know, like if this is not race or grade or sex or something that's given by God and nature, but what you as an analyst are trying to find, then I can say, well, this node is in group J, this group, and I can adjust this over and over and over again really quickly, get a change in this, and figure out when this gets maximized. And it doesn't crap out at one group or two groups, like segregation index does, and so it's useful for lots of different features in that. All right. Are we still breathing? Questions, comments? See, I'm even 5 minutes early. All right. That is a serious question, though. That was the world's, I know, like I told you, Allison's laughing at me. You know this was honestly fast, right? And the goal was to be this was assumed knowledge to some degree. This is to bring us up to where we're at. But questions, thoughts, comments, concerns? All right. Today is only possible, like I said, to a lot of people around the room. So Madeline and Gabe, we already said hello to this morning, but give them another round of applause. They're here all day. If you, does everyone know Gabe? Have you seen Gabe? If you need problems, say hello to Gabe too as well. So Madeline and Gabe are here to help, and we really appreciate it. DNAC and Dana, Tom, and Leanne are here as well, right? So these are DNAC alums that are still around us. Vernon Fisher and Linda Simpson from Dupree are the Duke Population Research Institute. I can never remember if the I is institute or not. Is our POP Center, and they've been very helpful, particularly for those of you that are traveling on our dime. We owe you funds and reimbursements. They're the ones doing all that work behind the scenes, and it's a bucket load of work. So A, we thank them, and B, get me your receipts before you leave, right? Or a student after you leave as you can, because we have to let them get that work done. All right. Finally, we are in the Rhodes IID space. We are guests here. Kathy Peterson is the person who runs everything and keeps this floor working. She will help us, and she is a kind person and will help us whenever we need it, but we need to return the favor. So be cognizant of our neighbors and all of that. And otherwise, we'll take a quick break, and then Ashton's up. Grab some more coffee if you want. We'll be right back. remarkable scholar who's been working on a bunch of different things, ranging from the opioid crisis to really cool sort of methodological things that have to do with fusion and RES. And the work he's going to talk about today, you can hear from Ashton twice today, once on responder-driven sampling and the second time on kinship models. Responder-driven sampling has become an incredibly useful tool for networks and health. It allows us to access populations we just can't do any other way. And there are only a few people on the planet that know this stuff as well as Ashton does. So we're really are pleased to have him here. So Ashton, thank you for doing it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm excited to talk about this because in years past, there's been like parts that I've glossed over and I got to like put in a little bit more detail, but I'll have some like repetition, but most of it will be, not most of it, but 50% is kind of newer stuff to try and emphasize kind of key points. I probably brought way too many slides, so if I end up skipping some, just please forgive me, and if I talk fast. My main goal is to kind of talk about kind of leveraging social networks for sampling. I think that we have a kind of traditional sampling frame in the kind of way we do research, where we think about like we're going to collect data on people that we randomly pick to be in the study, but I think often that precludes, as Jim was saying earlier, precludes the ability to sort of study connections between people. And so there's been this long intuitive idea of like using the connections between people to get people into samples, to learn a little bit more about their social worlds and things like that. And I think the kind of methods I'm going to talk about kind of speak to that. I'm also going to give a lot of intuition about how these methods work, and then talk in specific about respondent-driven sampling, and then pivot to kind of other approaches, including network sampling with memory, which is probably the other biggest approach that has a kind of inferential framework tied to it. So just to give a basic reminder of how this stuff works, the idea of inference is that you can draw a small sample from a pretty large population, and you can make estimates about the characteristics of the population with reasonable accuracy. You know, the law of large numbers and other things like that prove to us that as we increase sample size, the kind of margin of error on our estimates tends to decline, and if it's a simple random sample, it tends to be unbiased, and that kind of marginal return of additional cases isn't actually super high once you reach a certain point. It's a nice feature. It allows a lot of the social world to exist. It allows us to do a lot of really exciting kind of social science. However, social science is in what I think of as like an existential crisis regarding the way we do sampling, because samples have been increasingly difficult to collect. This is a set of major surveys that have been fielded over time from the mid-90s. This ends in 2015, but extend this a few years, another decade forward, and you can see that response rates in surveys are declining really precipitously. So whereas we used to go out and field a sample and 90 out of 100 people would respond to it, now we're getting down into the 75%, and even in like recent major surveys that they spend a lot of money on, 55, 60%. Polls like random digit dialing telephone surveys have sort of a similar problem as shown there. And the problem is kind of even more compounded because while we have these 75% response rates in things like health and retirement survey and panel study of income dynamics and general social survey, that comes at the cost of huge increases in how much they're spending to get people into the survey. So survey costs per case have gone up really dramatically. This is an estimate from the panel study of income dynamics 2017 wave, where they estimated that on average they were spending $270 per person they got into the survey in that wave. And that, of course, is higher than when people actually enroll in the survey, and those non-responders are substantially more expensive. So you can imagine that this is driving up survey costs all around, which, of course, we don't live in a world of like infinite kind of survey and social science resources. In fact, we live in a world with a very, very existential crisis piled atop the existing one around how we are going to fund surveys. These are the proposed budgets for fiscal year 2026 versus 2024. You can see in the major scientific organizations that collect survey data, like NIH, NSF, the proposals are just extraordinarily dire, 30 to 40% cuts across some of them. And so I think that we really need to develop new ways and really revitalize the tradition of collecting survey data. I think that the large kind of like infrastructure surveys like panel study of income dynamics or others are actually under a lot of risk because these are big projects that they can cut and then save $50 to $100 million by cutting it, which would be dire for the field. But in addition, we really need to be able to field high quality surveys with substantially fewer resources. And if you're interested in specific populations, I think that it's a really important area to kind of think about how can we collect data in a way that is cheaper and more effective than the traditional ways. There's a lot of different ways to move forward in that kind of crisis. One is this idea that we can use administrative data. We could use medical records, for instance, and create cohorts from medical records data and follow them as they transition over time into different health states and things like that. I think there's ethnographic and qualitative approaches that deserve additional attention in this kind of dire environment to continue to do high quality social science research. Another area that has received a lot of attention is kind of online or digital trace data, how we can collect data from people's interactions on, say, Facebook or something like that and learn about the world. And then the last that has kind of persisted in a lot of fields is this idea of convenience sampling. With all of these, with the possible exception of ethnographic qualitative data, the real challenge here is there's really uncertain generalizability. You cannot necessarily make that inference from the people that you have in your sample to the population as a whole. And secondarily, there's big reproducibility and sharing issues with a lot of these. You know, it's very difficult sometimes to access medical records data. It's not something that you could easily send to a colleague or something like that. There's all sort of privacy rules. And there's kind of limited measurement validity in a lot of these studies, with the exception of the qualitative stuff. You can't, for instance, say, are people lonely? You have to use a diagnostic code for depression in medical records data. So you can't look at all the things that you might be particularly interested in, which I think leads us into can we think of other options? So the other option that I think has the most promise is this idea of sampling from social networks. The idea here is we start with one person, they refer us to another, and we can begin to enroll lots of people in our sample, and from that sort of data, we can learn about the population as a whole. I want to take a kind of little step back and just mention this idea of hidden populations. I think that hidden populations are, they have a kind of classic formal definition as populations that lack a sampling frame, or otherwise unwilling to participate in a survey because they're very rare, they're stigmatized, so they're unwilling to kind of feel trust with the researchers, and they have high rates of non-response. I think that what network sampling methods were initially designed for were these hidden populations, but almost all populations have become or are becoming hidden populations. So I think we could think a little bit more broadly about that. A lot of hidden populations are classically of interest for kind of population health scholars, including people who inject drugs, people who are homeless or unhoused, sexual gender minorities, and kind of other groups that are of interest for social scientists and health scholars. The hidden population literature very much mirrors what can we do in the existential crisis kind of world, but we can't do things like digital trace data. It's very difficult to use administrative records for them. And so people have really, when trying to understand, for instance, people who inject drugs, they've relied heavily on convenience samples, or they've relied heavily on clinic-based samples, taking, for instance, the people who show up to a rehab clinic. Of course, the people who show up to a rehab clinic might differ in very important ways from the broader population of people who inject drugs, and so you might, by just studying those who are in the clinic, come up with an imprecise or inaccurate definition of, or estimate of what proportion of them need Hep C care or something like that. So the problem with all of these kind of classic methods is, are we learning about people other than those who are in the sample, right? It's one thing if you have 200 billion or 200 million users of a web app, for instance, and you can only generalize to that 200 million people. That's maybe very significant. But if you, in the kind of traditional survey world where you're sampling maybe 1,000 or 500 people, being only able to generalize to that 500 people might be a very significant limitation for your kind of analyses. This is where the kind of classic method called respondent-driven sampling comes in. Respondent-driven sampling was originally kind of conceived by sociologists, sort of taking the insights of a snowball sampling approach where you have people and they refer their friends and others into the survey, but putting some major constraints on it. The idea of constraints is that instead of letting just people willy-nilly refer others, you give them kind of instructions like, please refer people at random. People can only refer a few people rather than one person referring 5. It's typically one person is allowed to refer 2, maybe 3, so that you get kind of more spread. And I'll explain why that's important in a little bit. RDS is super popular, as Jim had mentioned. In my estimates, I counted about 120 NIH-funded studies that have used RDS, and a very, very much larger proportion, or much larger number of studies that have been funded by WHO and other Gates Foundation and other major funders. There's lots of papers written about RDS. It's a very vibrant kind of research field. I think it's one thing that I like to do is benchmark it against kind of classic social network methods. RDS is, by many different ways of thinking about it, 5 to 20 times larger in terms of the amount of public health resources that have been put towards collecting that kind of data versus, for instance, egocentric network data. So RDS is typically used for hidden populations. Probably the biggest use of it is for people who are using drugs. But there are also a lot of uses for other kind of key populations in the kind of STI space, as well as other groups that have kind of piqued researchers' interests, like jazz musicians or vegetarians and vegans, as well as groups that face real stigma and real challenges, like domestic violence survivors, victims of sexual violence, and other people. The big funders for RDS historically, under the current system, who knows, but historically big funders for this had been kind of institutes within NIH that focused a lot on infectious diseases or drug abuse. So NIDA, NIA, NIMH, mental health. And the typical kind of idea behind RDS is trying to learn quantitative things about the population of interest. I would say like the modal question for RDS studies is like, what proportion of people have HIV in this population of interest? If we're interested in people who inject drugs, what proportion of them have some STI of interest or bloodborne infection of interest? If we're interested in people who are jazz musicians, there might be a question of like, what proportion of them are living on the streets, that sort of question. We also try and characterize the population, and then there's a whole RDS literature about using this data to estimate the size of that group. So you might be interested in how many people who inject drugs are there in Boston versus Hartford, and RDS methods have been proposed to sort of estimate the size of those different groups so that service kind of efforts, maybe like there's a New England task force for people who inject drugs, and maybe they would have a larger service effort in Boston than Hartford because the population there is larger of people who inject drugs. RDS is used in a lot of fields, primarily in the public health world, but also in social sciences. And I'm going to skip over this quickly, but there are a lot of major resources for RDS kind of analysis. There's really good manuals to kind of design RDS studies, like the World Health Organization has a nice manual, CDC has a nice manual. And there's a lot of software out there for RDS kind of analysis, including an R package that makes it very easy to estimate the features that you're interested in and apply multiple different estimators. So to give a kind of base overview of RDS, I think of it as having two key components. The first is this chain referral idea, where you get like seed participants who are typically a convenient sample, maybe people that attend a clinic or something like that that are in the population, and often it's recommended that they have kind of high popularity. You say, hi, we're doing this study and we would like you to recruit others. You give them coupons to recruit others, and I might receive a coupon and then I would give it to people I know, like Lynn and Jim. And they would have that coupon and they would be eligible to participate in the study. If the only coupons that were distributed were those two, nobody else would be at that point. But once they come in and participate in the study, they get coupons and then they can do the same thing, and that kind of coupon process multiplies. And by tracking kind of the identity codes on the coupons, we can see sort of who recruited whom, and we can sort of follow the chain over time. The process is typically continued until the desired sample size is obtained. There's an implicit kind of assumption that is often enforced in practice but not always talked about, that nobody participates more than once. A challenge of enforcing that can be, in certain populations, that can be difficult. If people, if you have multiple research assistants or multiple sites, that can be difficult to kind of police. And the key idea here is that the researchers are not controlling the sampling process. It's respondent-driven, right? So the people that are in the population are those that are doing your recruitment. The second part of RDS is the entire statistical apparatus around RDS, which is weighting the cases to account for the kind of biases that would arise from that referral-based sampling process to try and generalize to the population of interest. So you're basically correcting for the theoretical sampling process, and then you make inferences about population averages or uncertainty in those averages that you've estimated. As I mentioned, typically RDS starts with a group of seeds. Usually you'd start with the recommendation in classic literature is 7 to 10. and you usually try and target people that are in the population, have large personal networks, and are a little bit diverse on different attributes. So you might look at people who are in a clinic as well as people who are not in a clinic, or you might look at people who've used drugs for a while versus newer entrants, and you try and diversify that initial seed population. You then give them a couple coupons each and ask them to recruit others in the process I described, and that allows you to sort of track who participates. Typically, people use physical coupons for this process. It's a little bit easier to control rather than like web links or things like that, but there have been newer efforts to sort of diversify that and come up with kind of newer ways of tracking people's referrals. The web links really complicate, for instance, only allowing one person to participate per referral code, right? So there's some challenges with that. The resulting data from RDS typically looks like this, with the seeds kind of arranged at the top. This is from a paper by Giovanna and Jim, with the seeds arranged at the top, and each wave sort of stacked here. So you start with a small number of people, and most people recruit others, but although that person in the top left did not recruit anybody, and then the seeds sort of multiply and multiply and multiply, and you get a larger and larger number of people. Here, the nodes, I believe, are colored by the kind of popularity or the degree of the or sized by the popularity and degree of the respondent, and colored by what tier of sex work they are in. What you kind of see intuitively from this is that people, because of homophily and the underlying network, are tending to recruit people that are in the sort of same social world as themselves. Hence why the cyans are recruiting cyans, and the, I don't know what color I would call that, coral or recruiting coral, etc. I think it's also helpful to remember with RDS that there's both typically a primary interview where people enroll in the study for the first time, and then the opportunity for a secondary interview after they recruit others and their coupons have been redeemed. They can usually come in, and it's typical that you pay people an extra $5 for each person, each coupon that was successfully redeemed. So when they recruit one person, they get $5. If they recruit two people, they get $10, which gives an opportunity for a secondary kind of interview. And there's some interesting dynamics with that that you can leverage to come up with cool network estimators, and I have some papers that have tried to look at that. So I want to give intuition about RDS because this is something that I feel like I have glossed over in the past. So the intuition behind RDS really comes from the random walk literature. The basic idea is that your probability of giving a coupon, assuming that you're giving coupons randomly, your probability is going to be conditional on the number of people you have. So if we take this underlying network right here, and we can represent sort of the one-step probability of giving a coupon. So if we look at node number 8 right there, node number 8 is connected to 3 other people, right? And so they have a 1/3 probability of giving it to node 3, 7, and 9. Right? Each of them have a 1/3 probability. Versus if we look at node 3, they're connected to 2 people, so they have a probability of 50% of giving it to node 7 and 50% of giving it to node 8, right? That's sort of the one-step probability of RDS. We can also kind of use that to say, what's the probability that you would get a coupon in this undirected network? So if we started, if we're interested in kind of the probability of reaching node 3, and we were to start with node 7 versus node 8, we would see that node 7, you have a smaller probability if you have only one coupon of passing it to 3 if you pick randomly among all of node 7's friends than you do among if node 8 is the one with the starting coupon. Because node 8 only has 3 friends, so they have a 1/3 probability of giving to 3, whereas 7 has, I think, 5 friends, so they have a 1/5 probability of giving to 3. And so where you start and where it ends up, those probabilities are different based on the network. The beautiful thing about respondent-driven sampling or random walk processes or Markovian processes on graphs in general is that that doesn't matter in the long run, right? All that matters is not where you started, but where you're likely to end up. And that's what the rest of this figure here is going to show. So this is the one-step probability. This is the 2-step probability. So if you start, say, with node 8, your probability of ending in 2 steps at node 3 is conditional on how many ways you can get to node 3 in 2 steps. So 1, right? That's the only way you can get to node 3 in 2 steps from node 8. And you can then calculate the 3-step and the 4-step, et cetera. And what's really cool about this is that as we get to, say, I think this is like 9 steps, we start with this kind of blocky or like sparse kind of network. But as we get down here, we see that the probability of ending up at a specific node is almost not conditional at all on where you started. So if we look at, by this step, your probability of ending up at node 3 is pretty low, and it doesn't differ a lot depending on which person the coupon started with. That's like the key insight behind RDS. Whereas your probability of ending up at node 3 is pretty small, your probability of ending up at node, say, 6 is pretty high, right? And again, that same like convergence of the probabilities based on the attributes of the in degree of the receiver rather than where you started is the whole key insight behind RDS. To put that in numbers here, this is just simple matrix algebra. I started with a really simple connected network. This is, in node 2 is connected to node 2, 3, 4, and 5 in this kind of undirected network. In one step, these are the probabilities if you multiply. Well, first, you have to compute like a Markov matrix. So you're going to take this over the sum of the rows. So if you are connected to 3 people, each person you could pass to is 1 over 3. If you're connected to 4, each person you could pass to is 1 over 4. Once you create a matrix M that's like a Markov transition matrix, if you multiply it 1 time, you see like, okay, these are still pretty different. Multiply it 2 times, they're still pretty different. 3 times, your probability of ending up at node 2 from node 1 is 0.31, but versus from node 3 is 0.13. But if you do it 20 times out, you see that these numbers are all the same. Your probability of ending up at node 2 is 0.4. Your probability of ending up at node 3 is 0.1. And that stability allows us to just extract their probability of getting a coupon. And we can use that in the key RDS estimators. This is true in general, and it's true even in like sparse, pretty clustered networks. Those things just take longer to reach that kind of convergence in this model. So Guile and Hancock have a nice example of this pretty sparse, pretty clustered little network right here. And what you see is if you graph the adjacency matrix and then turn it into a Markov transition matrix, you see there's a block up here and a block up here, and kind of limited connections between those 2 blocks. But even in that network, in a few steps, there's still pretty like high kind of separation between them. But once you start getting out to 14 steps, there are still differences within the groups, but it's getting better, right? And they're kind of becoming more and more consistent. So that probability, whether you have a 1/3 probability of being reached versus a 2/3 probability of being reached, is pretty much entirely dependent on your in degree. And we can explicitly solve for that probability. So in this network, this person has an in degree of 2, they're kind of a yellow color. This person has an in degree of 3, kind of an orange color. This is a 1 right here, light yellow color. And you can see that like the correlation between your in degree versus the kind of probability of being reached, regardless of where it starts from, is pretty strong. That feeds into a lot of the key kind of underlying assumptions of the weighting procedures of RDS. So RDS really does start with, as with any kind of method, there are a ton of assumptions for it to be valid. The kind of base assumption is that there has to be a social network. It has to be one social network. Everyone in the population is linked to that network. These are pretty unverifiable, and the way it's typically treated is this idea that we can assume that like anybody who's not in the giant component maybe is a small group or something like that. And then we typically have other assumptions like the community structure and homophily are weak because those allow us to get through that kind of blocky network that was shown previously much more quickly. So in the kind of typical RDS sample size, we might be able to create generalizable inferences. And then there's a number of assumptions about sampling. Traditionally, it was that sampling was conducted with replacement, that people only had 1 coupon, you started from 1 seed. These are kind of the traditional assumptions, and then various different newer RDS estimators have sort of selectively relaxed them to be able to account for branching structure or multiple seeds, or maybe that the population size is not substantially larger than the sample size. So there are a lot of different kind of estimators used in the RDS literature, but almost all of them make assumptions about the recruitment process, or all of them make assumptions about the recruitment process and underlying network. And almost all of them really focus on respondent degree as the key metric that derives the probability by which you are likely to be sampled, right? So almost all of them are attempting to account for your probability of being sampled. The most classic one here is that your probability of being sampled is weighted average of your degree over the kind of total degree in the population. And that typically works pretty well. Like this is from another Giovanna and Jim paper where they simulated kind of an underlying social network, and then they, on that network, simulated millions of respondent-driven samples. And you can simulate the network with high kind of connectivity geographically or low connectivity geographically. But when you simulate the network, you see that the kind of degree of respondents versus the proportion of times that they get sampled is pretty strongly correlated. I think this is 0.96, 0.98. So it is a good approximation for that kind of probability, even under kind of different RDS kind of mechanisms or different violations of that, 2 coupons, 1 coupon, kind of those classic assumptions. The typical way degree is collected is that you would ask people, standard network name generator questions. How many people do you know that you know their name, they know yours, that you could, that are members of this population? Often people put restrictions on tie type. There's a lot of kind of measurement details that go into like how are you going to collect the degree data to make it the most relevant for the population of interest. And I want to emphasize that the classic kind of RDS literature tries to get people to recruit at random among their friends. That all those probabilities that I showed earlier, that idea that probabilities are converging as the sample gets further into the network, are premised on the idea that if I have 3 friends, I have an equal likelihood of giving it to friend A, friend B, or friend C, right? And to the extent that that's not true, that might severely bias kind of the estimates that are obtained from RDS. So typically we would give, you give people a kind of script when you give them a number of coupons, like here are 3 coupons for you to use to recruit others into the study who, say, are jazz musicians, right? Please make sure that the people you give coupons to are actually jazz musicians living in New Orleans or whatever. And they have not received a coupon from anybody else. When deciding who to give coupons to, don't give them to strangers. We want you to give them to friends. And if possible, try to give the coupons to different types of people you know. So this is not exactly the same as the random idea, but they're trying to enforce that in kind of a behavioral kind of sense. Just to reemphasize the random recruitment idea, this is conditional at random on who you have as friends. Your probability of recruiting others is going to be if you have 3 friends, it's going to be 1/3 to each of them, right? This doesn't mean that if you're a circle, your probability of recruiting a circle is going to be equivalent to your probability of recruiting a square, right? You have a 2/3 probability of recruiting circles and a 1/3 probability of recruiting square because 2 of your 3 friends are circles. But those probabilities wouldn't differ from the kind of conditional kind of structure of your local social network. Unfortunately, there's often the case that there's this preferential recruitment where circles are intentionally more likely to recruit other circles. Maybe they trust them more, maybe they think that they need to be in the survey more, that sort of thing, and that can add to substantial biases for the results. I just want to highlight that the main reasons for this typically are that people sort of have better relationships, that they want to help a friend who they think needs the money. This is a major kind of issue when designing RDS studies. If you set your incentive structure too high, you might end up in a situation where people are recruiting others to get the coupons, and maybe they make a side deal, like, oh, I'll refer you, and if you give me $10 of the $30 that I get for referring people, or something like that, or that you get for participating. So there's all sorts of ways that can lead to biases if incentives are too high. Also, sometimes people try and recruit others because they think that they need to get tested, or something like that, which obviously would severely bias the kind of results you'd have. Just to highlight, there's a lot of different ways of thinking about this. I've tried to kind of, in prior stuff, think about a framework for thinking about this. What we find is that you end up with larger biases when people are preferentially recruiting on the basis of the attributes of who they're giving coupons to. Not as big of a bias when people are preferentially or differentially recruiting based on their own attributes. I'm going to skip that for time. So in designing RDS surveys, there's a lot of efforts in the last 10 years or so to include questions into the survey to test whether there are these biases arising. So you might ask respondents who participate in the survey, when they come back for that secondary interview, why did you give the coupon to the people you gave it to? And they might say, oh, because I trust them more. Or they might say, oh, because I think they needed the money. And if that's the case, that sort of is a flag that there's maybe something wrong with your recruitment. And you might want to adjust that. Another issue in RDS that I talked a little bit about last year, but I hadn't talked about in prior years, is this idea of kind of network evolution. This has been largely glossed over, I think, in the literature. But as Jim pointed out, networks change. You take a set of edges one day, that might be a very different set of edges among the same people a month from now or 2 months from now, right? And RDS studies typically unfold over a medium length of time. Some studies are pretty quick, that 12, 14 weeks, 13 weeks. But other studies, for instance, in Vancouver, where they had a sample size of 775, it took 36 months, almost 3 years, to recruit the sample. And clearly, when you think of, gay, bisexual, and other MSM in Vancouver in whatever year that was, 36 months, I bet that the kind of network connections among people changed. RDS studies haven't really thought about that. They're just measuring networks kind of at the time of initial kind of recruitment, and what they're generalizing to isn't certain. So we've done some work, it's kind of in review at stats journals, which take a fair bit of time, trying to estimate how much bias could arise from this. We do find that it can be pretty substantial if the network is churning pretty quickly, and you're not using kind of newer, updated kind of degree estimates. So it can be useful, for instance, to collect degree a few times, both at the primary and secondary interview, et cetera. I mentioned that you can build in diagnostics. I just want to highlight there's a really nice paper called RDS Diagnostics that if you think about doing an RDS study, you should definitely read. It both provides types of things you should include in the survey, as well as some standard software that you can use to assess biases that might arise as the sample unfolds. One thing that I've highlighted in years past is that RDS tends to gravitate towards the center of the network, right? The most likely person to sample is the most central person, right? In a kind of degree-based kind of framework, degree centrality is pretty strongly correlated with many of the other measures of centrality. So RDS, even if you start, for instance, up here, you're more likely to end up sampling down in here. The black nodes here are the ones that I sampled in a simulated RDS on this network. There's also this kind of issue of bottlenecks in RDS. If we look at a network like Jim showed of a high school where there's sort of substantial racial segregation in friendship, you can see that this would maybe be a problem if you're trying to estimate the average race in that kind of high school. When you sample RDS on networks that have those kind of bottlenecks, they tend to, the results tend to be extremely variable, hundreds of times more variable than traditional sampling methods, which I'm going to come to as a very large problem for inferential kind of efforts. One thing that I want to preface as I move towards the kind of second half of the talk is this idea of bias versus sampling variance. So traditionally, most of the statistical work in RDS early on was focused on, can we use it to produce unbiased estimates of the population? Unbiased in this sense means the top two examples, right? Where all the things are very close to the target and centered, if you take the center of your archery shots here, you get something that's very close to the bullseye. That's true in both the top left and the top right figure, right? The top right figure is less precise, but it's still right on target. So almost all of RDS was trying to focus on that kind of minimizing bias kind of idea. The problem for RDS is that it does a pretty good job of getting you into that top framework, but rather than still all of the shots being on the target, they're spread super widely. And so you could imagine scenarios where RDS, for instance, produces on average unbiased results, but if you were to just do one RDS sample in a population, you might end up with an estimate that's really far from the population mean. And so I've tried to show this with a simple graph of precision and bias. So this is, imagine you did 1 million samples on the population, and sometimes you get a mean of negative 4.5, and sometimes you get a mean of positive 4.5, and this is the distribution of mean, like a histogram of the means that you get across that population. There's a substantial spread in that. Whereas in this sample, or in this method, which is a little bit biased, if you were to do a lot of samples, almost all of them are pretty close to the mean, but the average here is like biased. It's not where the mean of the population is. Whereas the average of the red line is right here, but it's very, very imprecise. And that's sort of the key problem for RDS, is that it produces unbiased estimates typically, but it is highly variable. So you might do one sample. Imagine you had infinite resources and you did 2 RDS samples of the same population day 1 and day 2, right? And day one, the mean might be 10%. And day two, the mean estimate might be 90%. That is a huge problem for making any kinds of inference. So typically, when we're thinking about this, we want to think about both bias and precision in sort of sampling approaches. In traditional sampling, what happens is as you increase sample size, you end up being closer, like this red line, while the center of mass stays at the correct parameter, the red line just becomes more pulled in close to here. And so each individual sample is less likely to be far. That's the traditional law of large numbers kind of sampling approach. But for RDS, that doesn't actually hold, which took a while for people to discover. So contrasting RDS with simple random sampling, if you were to sample 1 million kind of RDS samples in a particular population, I just use this one here, and we're trying to estimate the proportion that is kind of racial minority, which is clustered in this kind of community. If we just sample 150 cases, we see that what you end up with is with 500 samples with 150 cases each, this is sort of the distribution of RDS samples. You can see that it's pretty much unbiased, but it's pretty wide. Whereas with 500 cases with simple random sampling, we end up with a much less wide distribution that is also, if I graph the bins a little bit differently, also unbiased, right? And that's a nice feature of simple random sampling, but RDS doesn't seem to have that. So when we increase sample size even more, it doesn't improve that scenario dramatically. One caution I want to give here is analytic estimates of RDS kind of empirical kind of results where they took, for instance, the National HIV Behavioral Surveillance System did RDS in Seattle in 2009 and 2011. When they took the estimates for Seattle versus Georgia or versus Atlanta versus Miami, when they took those and did like a test-retest correlation, the variability is not as large as the kind of mathematical and simulation-based models would imply. So there maybe is something that's happening in the actual unfolding of these samples in reality that kind of obviates the problem of high sampling variance, but people have not diagnosed what it is that is actually creating that likely good thing. So RDS, in that large statistical apparatus, has a lot of different estimators to try and come up with how we can understand the population mean and also how we can kind of quantify the uncertainty of that population mean. So there's a bunch of different ones. Almost all of them take the degree of the respondent into account, but they often include slightly different things. Some of them, for instance, try to adjust for the fact that RDS is not a with replacement sampling process, it's a without replacement sampling process. So they adjust for that. Others try and take into account other information that might be collected. So one that I really like is this linked ego networks estimator, where he asked people in an RDS, well, what proportion of the people that you know share this attribute? And in addition to their own kind of status, that feeds into the estimate itself. So not only am I getting information like, oh, I am an unhoused person who plays jazz in New Orleans, but also I know X number of other unhoused people. So with that network reporting, he can build that into the estimator and come up with a slightly more, substantially more accurate estimate. Of course, that doesn't work for things like HIV status, which you can't really expect that individuals would know other people's HIV status or their condom use or things like that. And there's also a lot of efforts in kind of the last 5 to 10 years in RDS to estimate things that go beyond prevalence. One of the estimators that I think is really promising is this, what Guile and Hancock called the model-assisted mean estimator. So in that, they take the RDS data, they fit an exponential random graph model to the data, and then they predict what the network would look like. The reason they predict what the network would look like is then they can simulate a bunch of RDSs on the network and come up with a new estimate of the mean, a new estimate of the sampling variability, et cetera. But what hasn't been done as much is using that predicted network and the features of that to try and understand cool network things about the population. So I think that's sort of an underexplored area of using the RDS data to learn about social networks more generally, and potentially with the ego network estimator I just mentioned, or the kind of aggregate relational data that is sometimes collected to understand population sizes or group interactions. I think there's a lot of ways that you could use RDS data to learn more about social networks more generally. One that I've tried to do is estimating the clustering coefficient from different networks. So what's the probability that your friend your friends are friends with each other, right? That's the kind of classic notion of clustering in networks. And if you estimate the clustering in networks with RDS, you can use a couple different methods. One is you can ask people, like, what percent of the people that you could recruit does your recruiter know, or does your recruiter know the people that you did recruit, and use those to feed into estimates of kind of the clustering coefficient of the network, which in a separate paper I showed is actually pretty strongly predictive of kind of diffusion dynamics, at least for HIV prevalence in kind of co-injection networks. So co-injection networks, these are 2 cities in the Philippines. One is Cebu, one is Mandawi. They're about 10-minute drive from each other, and there's a lot of things that are different about them, but a lot of things that are sort of similar about them. What I found is that they both had very low levels of HIV prevalence in their people who inject drugs networks in 2011, but in 2013, one of them had a big outbreak where it moved to 35% HIV positive, whereas the other, no real change, right? It stayed at about 3.5%. The degree distribution in these 2 networks was almost identical. The one thing that was substantially different, this is the clustering coefficient, 35%. That HIV moved from about 5% to 50% and stayed at about 5% in the other city. The clustering coefficient in the city where HIV exploded was substantially higher, suggesting that maybe this drives some of the diffusion dynamics in ways that Jim has thought about a lot, with clustering being a boost for diffusion dynamics. So early RDS work really did focus on that bias kind of issue, but sampling variance, I've tried to say, is absolutely critical. You only get one sample in reality, and the fact that if you did 1 million samples, you'd have an unbiased estimate is not particularly useful if each individual sample has a pretty high probability of being very far from the population mean of interest. Another related concern to that is, can we even detect that we're in a situation that has high variability? So early work by Matt Salganik and others first started to diagnose this, showing that when you run lots of samples of RDS on particular networks, that the variability that you get from those results is really, really high, substantially higher than traditionally assumed. It used to kind of, I think, out of just off the top of people's head, they were like, oh, RDS, you need twice the sample size to make the same level of statistical power as traditional sampling methods. But this work showed that you need 5 to 10 times the sampling size to get the same statistical precision as traditional sampling methods. So this is a big potential problem. And worse, kind of some of the stuff that I worked on suggested that not only is that the case that you need substantially larger sample sizes, but your confidence intervals will be super biased. And they will actually tell you that you don't need substantially larger sample sizes. And that's a big problem for RDS. I'll give an example of why that would be a problem. So imagine we have people who inject drugs in 2 cities, and you're interested in looking at hepatitis C prevalence. So these are totally made up numbers, but imagine city A has 55% hepatitis A, hep C prevalence, city B has 25% hep C prevalence. RDS variance is so high that the method can sometimes be almost worthless. So you might say from the one sample that you ran, or if you were to run 1 million samples in these surveys, in these studies, maybe the average is 40% in one and 50% in the other, right? But the range of estimates that you should be getting is 5 to 85%, right? That should be the range of estimates if you were to run a bunch of RDS samples. But unfortunately, you just run one RDS sample and you calculate the sampling, the confidence intervals that you might want to use. The confidence intervals might tell you that, oh, it's 35 to 45%, rather than like RDS only has the ability to detect something between a 10 and 90% kind of range. And so that was a classic problem that RDS faced that has been a very big challenge. I think of this as like the unknown unknown, right? That you have a sampling method that tells you we have a relatively small band of kind of possible estimates that are consistent with the sample that we got. And in reality, that band should be much larger. So you're saying that city A has lower HIV or hep C prevalence than city B, but that is completely inaccurate. Your method has no validity to tell you that, right? So that's a big challenge. Thankfully, newer kind of variance estimators that have been implemented in kind of newer R packages do solve that. So if you're doing RDS, I really encourage you to use the kind of latest software in R to be able to estimate like the tree bootstrap variance, because the 95% coverage interval should be 95%, but several of the existing estimators were only saying certainty levels. They were saying substantially less uncertainty than there is. So you really, if you're doing RDS, use the new kind of software for it. I have a few notes on web-based RDS because I got asked this like every time I've presented. Web-based RDS is a real challenge, and there's a lot of kind of open areas to develop a stronger set of protocols. I think the biggest challenge for web-based RDS is verifying that the people are not participating multiple times. That I recruit Lynn into the survey and she participates, and then I give her some coupons, and then she logs back in and says, okay, I'm redeeming this coupon, and then logs back in and redeeming this coupon. Like, you could have a real problem in your samples if that's the case. I think the real promising direction is obviously Zoom-based interviews for that, but people have not kind of formalized protocols for that. So I think that's an open area that's kind of exciting. RDS also typically has problems when you're fielding it. So it's not uncommon that people will start an RDS sample and realize, oh, I need to give more coupons out, or I need to enroll new seeds. So there's some suggestions here for ways to think about this. So the benefits of RDS is that you can weight the data and kind of create inferences. The big challenge is that it is a highly variable sampling method. Any particular sample you field, the mean estimate that you get from that sample might be far from the true mean in the population. But I think it's exciting, it's fast, it's relatively cheap and effective, and you can learn a little bit about networks from it. However, I think that there are other ways we can think about collecting this kind of data that might push us even further forward. So one that I proposed, and Giovanna has done a lot of work kind of pioneering the actual, I proposed with Ted Mao. Giovanna has done a lot of work with Ted Mao in pioneering how to do this in practice, not just on a computer simulation or in math, is this idea called network sampling with memory. So RDS suffers from that high sampling variability, particularly when there are kind of structures in the network. So this approach was really trying to say, okay, well, we can't see if there are structures in the network, but how can we learn about the network as the sample goes on and use what we've learned to change how we're doing the sample in an adaptive way to more effectively get cases into the survey and to get estimates that are usable. So we tried to modify data collection, not the estimation procedures behind RDS. The example that I always give of this is this network where there's two clusters, right? Cluster X and cluster Y, and only one link between the two clusters. If we start sampling in cluster X, we have a low likelihood of transitioning into cluster Y. But what we do in network sampling with memory is we collect data on how many times, we collect data on people's reported alters, and not like, oh, I know Dana and I know Craig, and not like identifiable data, but minimally identifiable data. I know somebody whose name starts with D and last name starts with P, and they work at Duke, right? So like very minimal identifying information. And when we collect that for everyone in the network, we can start to see, oh, Ashton could have nominated Dana, Jim could have nominated Dana, et cetera. And when we use that kind of information about how many times somebody was likely to be nominated, we can then adjust the probability of recruiting the next case. And so what we do here is we say that when we get to node 7, we see that node 1, which is a square, has only been nominated one time when node 7 is reached in the sample, whereas all the circled nodes have been nominated more than one time by somebody who's in the sample. So the basic idea, I mean, at its simplest version, is just to push people to recruit those who have only been nominated once versus those who have been nominated multiple times. And by doing that, we cross over the cluster, and then we can sample within the other cluster pretty effectively. And even that simple procedure works really well. So we collect minimally identifying data from the respondents, minimally identifying data about the nominated but unsampled nodes, and we keep a list of who those people are. Not identifiable information about them, but like what we think is the exhaustive list of that group. And we estimate the network size at each step, and eventually by doing this, the theory is that you can recover the network sampling frame, like who is in the population, and from that draw with replacement simple random sample. So we have different modes for the method, and the idea is to try and get there as fast as possible. So the first mode is we call search mode, where we try and explore the network, and the second mode is called list mode, where we try and most effectively sample the network to get generalizable kind of inferences from it. So it's kind of a blended adaptive sampling design. The idea here is that as you move through the network, you can come up with an estimated size of the network using a capture-recapture method, like number of people on the list who are nominated one time over the number of people on the list overall, or vice versa. And you can look at the number of nominated nodes you have. And those two properties converge, and we think that that offers a good stopping rule for when you kind of can end sampling and feel pretty confident about your results. So we tested this a lot of times in empirical data and analytical data, and we found that it works extremely well, even in super clustered networks. So this is one ad health network, very, very clustered by race ties, one race group substantially smaller than the other race group, differences in degree across the groups, et cetera. And what we find is that when we simulate RDS in this method, in this network, we have huge variability in the estimates of proportion black, for instance, which makes sense. But when we simulate the network sampling with memory approach on this, the proportion black estimates converge to the correct result and have very, very low sampling variability, or the ratio of sort of the sample size you need for a network sampling with memory versus the sample size you need for a simple random sample to be able to have the same kind of precision in your inferences approaches 1. So it's almost as effective as simple random sampling. So it's a really, really easy way to kind of explore the network and come up with viable estimates about the properties of that network. This is sort of the classic NSM approach. As the sample size increases, we see our kind of confidence intervals decrease, and we end up pretty close to the population mean, which is very similar to what you would see with a simple random sample, right? The additional, after you get to 500 cases, the additional gains of sampling other people maybe are minimal. That very first graph I showed of the kind of estimate declining over time. Whereas with RDS, that process is not true at all. RDS, if you simulate 1 million RDSs or 1,000 or million RDSs on this, the top 5% of estimates stay pretty high, the bottom 5% of estimates stay pretty low, and although it's unbiased, like these blue lines are approximately the same place, you don't get benefits from sampling additional cases, which obviously is a huge problem if you're trying to make statistical inference, because that means that you're saying things like, in this school, it's something between 1 and 99% black, which is not a useful estimate, right? You might as well not have done the survey. We've tried this a bunch of different ways. Here, this refers to the classic way we proposed, and then we tried other ways of thinking about only collecting data on 3 ties, or 15 ties, and only collecting referral information for 3 of them versus 2 referrals, et cetera. The basic properties are all the same when we tweak the actual in-practice kind of sampling procedures. Obviously, the best would be collect all the data about all the things that you can. So you say, tell me about all of your friends and give me contact information so that we can make referrals for all of them. That works really well, but these work pretty well as well. Similarly, we tested different things of like, how do you make the decision to switch from that search mode to the list mode? And there are differences between these that kind of matter in practice, but the general result is that NSM works extremely well. So that's what Ted and I had done on this kind of mathematical aspects of this, but then Giovanna kind of came in, and with her expertise in survey data collection and the practicalities of methods rather than just messing around on computers, she was able to solve a lot of the implementation challenges that we hadn't really anticipated, and designed a really great survey funded with an R21 for Chinese immigrants in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. Data with Dupree, I think, seed funding to survey Chinese immigrants in Tanzania using NSM, and through those procedures, as well as others like a sample in Paris, a sample in Ghana, et cetera, she came up with a lot of kind of protocols and manuals that are beginning to be published and things like that to make network sampling with memory a more feasible method for other people to implement. And one of the things that I wanted to come back to in Giovanna's kind of work, in the Chinese in Raleigh-Durham area, she chose Chinese because they're well represented in the American Community Survey, so they're sort of a gold standard population we can compare the estimates against. And what was really cool with the NSM study that she fielded here is the estimates worked very well in comparison to the kind of ACS data collection on that population. So they were very similar in a lot of respects. She also did really exciting things like testing differences between in-person interviews, phone interviews, web-based interviews, all of which led to kind of interesting results. And one of the most exciting things to kind of bring it all back is the cost per interview of a really small sample was substantially lower than the cost per interview of classic samples like PSID. PSID, if you remember those numbers that I gave at the beginning, like 275, that's for the web mode of PSID, which they fielded to 10,000 or so people, right? To collect, and when you field something to a larger number of people, the cost per case goes down, right? But when you're looking at only, I think, a couple hundred people here, to achieve web mode costs of $84, like 1/3 the amount, really suggests that this is a very promising method for kind of sampling populations of interest and coming up with exciting ideas. One other cool thing with NSM is because we get all that data on the nominated but unsampled nodes, we can learn a little bit more about network structure. And last, you can design NSM to look at kind of multi-site things, which Giovanna is working on presently. So I think there's a lot of possibilities with it. Advanced protocols have a large amount of promise, but we have to combine a lot of these ideas to get kind of the best practices for collecting the data. There's a lot of data collection activities that need to be worked out. And my big critique of RDS for a long time has been a lot of attention has been paid to the statistical aspects of it and not to the research design aspects of it, of how to actually field the data. And that's where I think NSM is an exciting area to move forward. So thank you. Oh, yeah. Yes, so the way that it's been done and implemented in the field, Giovanna could probably speak a little bit better, but typically we collect the contact information from the respondent, the initial respondent. So we say, who are you willing to give us the contact information, like a phone number or something for these people? And then there's been different ways that you've tried it. One has been that the researcher calls that person themselves. Another one is that you ask the person to refer somebody with phone number, that ends in 6423 or whatever. And so those different approaches have yielded kind of different levels of success.
This one.
The IRBs for this have been extensive, and we try and do everything we can to maintain the confidentiality. So usually, we're doing a survey, and if you were referred into the survey, I think is the typical way it's done, or having the person contact the other person to get them to then contact the survey itself. Yes. Yeah, so that really drives home this key idea that RDS works very well for highly stigmatized behaviors, things like that, and NSM would not work in some of those circumstances. And the other groups that maybe the threat of them, the deductive disclosure for them is lower than it is for other populations like heterosexual men in Kenya or some countries where it's in Uganda where it's illegal.
All right, one last question, and then we're
one that I know the best, there were a series of studies in California in 2012 to 2017 that looked at interventions to get people uptaking in clinics. So like to get people into testing for HIV, into that sort of stuff. And RDS was used to try and estimate the effects of those efforts to do that and to secondarily enroll all the people who participated in the RDS to then enroll in the clinic. So it was sort of dual process. If we had this intervention, how many of we use RDS to sample the population, how many of them in the sample enrolled in clinics, and anyone who didn't, can we give them the intervention as well to get them to enroll in testing, which get a lot of practice.
Were they promoting the intervention to each other, or they were spreading the intervention?
That was both.
thank you. All right, just so you know, some people have asked me, which reveals the age gap of this group. Stump the Chumps is a reference to NPR's Car Talk from like the way back days, because they call it a question answer. So the end of the day is Stump the Chumps, where it's open field for you guys to ask questions that we can answer or can't answer. So please, we want to have questions as we go along, but know that also, if you have great questions, save them for the end. That's the whole point of that exercise. For those of you that have never listened to Car Talk, go back and look it up. It's hilarious. All right, it's my extreme pleasure to introduce Tom Wolf. Tom Wolf is an alumni of this group and this department, and he has been a key programmer and developer of this new tool that we have, and we wanted to share it with you. He is now currently assistant research professor at Northwestern University, working with Michelle Burkett's group on the Canvas software, and so there's good opportunities for interaction with that as well. Please welcome Tom Wolf.
Thank you all for having me. Glad to be surrounded by friends old and new. Jim already showed this figure here before, right? But historically, the trend has been over the past few decades, right? A surge in federal funding and support for projects involving social network data and analysis. One thing that we haven't touched yet, right, is a more recent development within the federal funding landscape is the introduction of requirements for data management and sharing or DMS policies, right? So now it's pretty commonplace to have some sort of, when you're submitting a grant, some sort of plan for making at least some portion of your data readily available and shared. And this is in the interest of providing reproducible studies, right? And also just maximizing return on investment for federal agencies. In general, right, when you're dealing sort of with standard sampling and survey data, right, data sharing might be more straightforward. With network data, because they're relational, right, it adds extra concerns, right? Because all of a sudden, if I'm reporting my network, I'm not just giving information about myself, which I've consented to, right? I'm giving information about other people who may not be aware of the survey taking place, right? And then their information is also contained and being shared. And in a presentation, I believe the next presentation, we're going to go into a bit more detail that creates challenges for 4 categories of concepts that we've identified: security, accessibility, reproducibility, and adaptability of network data. To try and address these issues as they pertain specifically to network data, right, and making DMS policies more feasible with network data, we've been working on a suite of tools that we've called iDNet, which stands for Integrating Data Exchange and Analysis for Networks. iDNet aims to maximize returns to scientific investment by making access and use of network data simple and more equitable. And our vision for this is 2 main categories of tools. The first is a distributed data archive architecture that we have kind of an initial framework for, and our goal going into the future is trying to kind of spread the gospel of it, see if more institutions are willing to adopt our approach. And then more on the user end, we've developed a set of streamlined analysis tools. I will caution, in the many years I've presented on this now, our target audience for these analysis tools tend to be entry level, right? So early career scholars, right? This is the advanced year of networks and health. So some of these tools may be unnecessary for you, but I will argue there are specific advantages to it that may still pique your interest. We will get to that shortly. Admittedly, I'm less involved on the data archive side, so if I overlook any important information, I think in the Q&A, some more involved folks can contribute, right? But our vision for a system for more securely and easily sharing network data begins with a streamlined data depositing system for data owners. So we've created a template form that anyone interested in donating or sharing their data would answer basic questions about their network, what sort of features it has, right? Kind of general metadata that would help other people looking for specific kinds of data be able to query that. And then it would also have categories for levels of restrictedness. Once that form is submitted, right, the data itself would be deposited in a distributed data archiving system. So our existing prototype is based off the Dataverse format. We're pretty happy with it, but we're open to exploring other possibilities with it. We've been beginning some talks with ICPSR as a possible place for hosting some of these data. At the very least, the more publicly available metadata surrounding some of these networks. So it would create a system where in some of these more public channels, you can get the very basic public version. And then once it piques your interest and you feel like, okay, I think this data set and its more specific, potentially restricted aspects might be very valuable to me, then you move on to the next step of getting full approval for the restricted data set. One of the things we've encountered in trying to develop this system is that different institutions and their IRBs and their legal teams have different, express different levels of willingness to make data collected at their institutions easy to access. And so our vision right now, like I said, at that sort of public free sharing level, make that sort of data available through something like ICPSR, right, that's easily accessible. But then this Dataverse framework for hosting networks within institutions that we've developed and we've worked, tested it out at Duke, this is something we can then approach other universities and say, hey, this is a good system for hosting these kinds of data, right? And then they can set it up and host it on their own servers with their own security architecture and worry less about a more centralized system in that regard. But then, assuming that each university has its own repository in our format, well, how does data access of restricted data actually work? We've been working on an automated notary tool for data requesters. It builds off some existing work that some of the members of our team have also been involved in. But the idea would be that you can submit a request via this kind of standardized notary service, and it's standardized in a way that different IRBs would recognize it. And then once you submit the request, it can then go to the institution hosting the data, and it can be reviewed by the data stewards and their respective IRBs. And it basically would expedite the process of kind of negotiating access. Did I summarize that reasonably well? Okay, great. Phew, this is the part I was most worried about. As for the data analysis tool side, this is far more my wheelhouse. The core product here is the iDNet R package. It's available on CRAN, the central repository, R archive network. There are developer versions accessible via our GitHub page if you want to implement new features, or historically, especially over the last couple of years, we've had members of this community test this R package out on their data, and they discover little quirks that they want fixed, or this is something I work with the Network Canvas team, and just from them I've really learned they have such a polished piece of software, and it really comes from this active engagement with their community, and I'm trying to emulate that with this package as well. But sometimes we build features. We build in features faster than we do CRAN releases, right? So if there's something new that we built you're itching to try out, right? And we haven't put it on CRAN yet, just feel free to pull it off GitHub, test it out, let us know how it's working. The iDNet package does a whole lot of things, right? It reads in a variety of different network data formats and file types. So if you're working with a collaborator and they give you a network stored as a PAIC file, right, it'll be able to read that in, or UCINet, binary UCINet files, but that's me getting too specific. So a variety of formats and file types. I should also say, not surprising with my involvement in the Network Canvas team, I would argue that iDNet currently offers the most streamlined way to read in Network Canvas data, like an entire set of ego network surveys collected with the software. Really happy and proud that we have that in there. And once you've read in your data, we have a set of functions for processing the data, and just in general, just in a very streamlined way, generating all the basic measurements at both the node and the system level that you would want. And we offer this both for sociocentric and egocentric networks. And I think the egocentric network is actually a really nice feature of the iDNet suite, because there are not as many ego network tools out there as there are for sociocentric. So that's something that I'm really proud of and really looking forward to getting feedback on and expanding. And then the last thing I'll say here, I could talk about this indefinitely, but another nice feature we have is that many of the core functions of our sociocentric workflow are contained in an interactive R-Shiny graphic user interface. So if coding is not your jam, right, fear not. You can do a lot of the basic network analysis just within the GUI, and it has options to just export the files with your node level measures, with your visualizations, so that you can use that downstream, maybe for modeling or for presentations, without having to worry about coding. One thing I will say about our measurement as well, Jim cautioned earlier, right, that increasingly having the know-how for coding is going away, right, as automated tools are proliferating. This is reducing the need for coding on your end, but you still need to be savvy as to decisions made about how things are calculated. Jim gave a couple examples of how iGraph, for instance, might treat edge weights, in a certain way that might mess up your measurement. One of the benefits of iDNet is we have tried to prevent people from making some of those mistakes. So for instance, if iGraph has a function where it treats edge weights as distances rather than frequencies, right? You specify as your argument in our processing functions, the edges here are frequencies, and then whenever it's calculating, certain measures, it's making sure that it's treating the edges in the way that you desire. So we're doing a bit more hand-holding from the R console than, might be before, but you still should be aware of the decisions we make. And one thing I will say is we have pretty good documentation in our package, and we're always looking to expand and improve on it, that as people adopt this and try it out, they should be able to understand why we've decided to measure things the way that we do. Before I get into the demo, I just want to say we released version 1.1 of the iDNet package on CRAN literally last week. We've got some exciting new features. So one thing we've added is support for what we call multi-context data processing. If you have a data set that contains multiple sociocentric networks, our core processing function for sociocentric networks now is an option where we can specify, like, okay, this column in my data indicates which network this belongs to. So now you can process multiple networks in one go. I will say I generally prefer processing networks, one at a time, just because I think it errs on the side of caution. I would still, advise people to do that. But if you really want expediency, we do have that support. And everything I'm listing here has also been built into the Shiny app as well. So, without the need for coding, you can quickly start playing around with multiple networks. Our CHAMP network, or CHAMP community detection algorithm, Jim's going to go into this in more detail on Friday. Yeah, on Friday. But That's a really neat algorithm for trying to identify sort of the optimal partitioning set for communities in your network. This is a screenshot of some of the results of CHAMP in an example, but we've implemented that in, and I think that's a really cool, unique feature. You're not going to find that in any other R package out there. And like I said, these improvements are included in the Shiny app, and we've just added quality improvements to other features that we've had in the 1.0 release as well. Any quick questions before I go into the demo? Okay, great. Where did entire screen? Okay, sigh of relief. There are other software, there exists other software that does what iDNet does in terms of reading in a data set and just through a GUI measuring and visualizing. One thing I would say that our tool offers that kind of departs, and I think is an advantage, especially for people newer to network analysis, is that we organize our different steps for processing and working with data across these different tabs along the top. And it allows people to explore their networks in a very procedural way that I think other applications don't organize their workflows. And I think, again, for people less experienced with working with networks, this is really helpful. It's the idea of like, okay, how do I load the data? What decisions or what aspects of my data do I need to identify? Okay. We've gotten that part taken care of. Now let's talk about visualization. Let's talk about measurement. Let's talk about what we would need to set up for more advanced analysis. So here I'm going to just upload an example data set that we often use. Here I'm creating a version where I've basically created the same network but identified them as multiple instances of the same network. So we've got an edge list and a node list. We can see our data here ahead of time. And then in the process tab, I'm choosing the outgoing, the sender of the tie, the receiver of the tie. And if we had a weighted network, this is an unweighted network, but we can specify the weights. And we have choices about directionality of ties. This is an undirected network, like I said. If it's multi-relational, we have support for multi-relational networks. So if you've got a sociocentric network and it contains multiple types of ties, our function not only is going to be able to handle all those ties, it's also going to treat the network as a whole network, measure the network and node level attributes in that way, but also within each type of relation in your network. So it's going to do that all in one go. So here, I'm going to set relation type. This is just whether it's a male or female nominated friendship. This is a synthetic ad health data set. But just for illustration's sake, we're going to choose that. Type. And then I'm going to show off the support for multiple networks. We're going to choose the column that indicates what network we're dealing with and which network we'd like to process. And then here on the node side, we're going to choose this. And we also have this option for column with groups. This is for visualization purposes. Here I'm interested in coloring potentially nodes by racial identification, grade, and sex. Oh, what did I miss? Let's see. Gender, alter. I'm gonna, in the interest of simplicity, I'm just gonna show a quick network here. So yeah, this is our visualization tab, and we have a variety of options. What I think is really convenient about this is that if you've ever worked with an iGraph and creating a visualization option, there's just a lot of things that you have to edit, and it's always a pain. I've been doing this for years. I forget the arguments. I really don't like doing it. Having a graph, having a GUI that you can quickly, make these edits, it's just really convenient. You don't have to type and figure out, what to say. We have the ability, once we're in the Visualize tab, we run a whole set of community detection algorithms on the network, already. So we can quickly color our nodes in our network, and it automatically generates a legend for different labels. If you have node level attributes that in the Process tab you set as groups, you can also color by those. We also have support for edge coloring, so if you have a multi-relational network, it'll color that as well, and it will generate the legend for you. And if you, in the instance that you don't fully like how the layout algorithm has set things, we do have the ability to make the network interactive, so we can kind of click and drag nodes to our liking. I personally like the interactivity of sometimes I think these algorithms put isolates too far away from the network, so just to make it a more compact visualization, I'll drag the nodes closer. Once we've kind of visualized our network, right, we can generate kind of overall summary metrics, right? So here we're seeing overall distributions in the network of key, commonly used node level centrality measures. We also have some system level summaries here. You can also quickly look at tables of your node level measurement and do some quick visualizations. And there's also an option to download a CSV file of your process node level measurements that you can then use in modeling. And then the neat thing, right, in this final tab is we have a few advanced analysis procedures that we offer within the Shiny app. MRQAP for predicting the likelihood of tie formation. Some of the positional analysis kind of role ways of measuring within networks that Jim mentioned. I think Jim's going to also go into that in more detail on Friday. But we have a very nice, efficient way of just running those procedures within the GUI. And then, as I mentioned, we've just added support for our CHAMP algorithm for optimal partitioning of communities within the network. So that's the GUI in a nutshell. And then I need to plug this back in. Of course, I've thrown a lot at you all here, but of course, our work is never done. In the future, our plans are we want to expand the scope and operability of these tools even further. We're really keen on building, capitalizing on our existing support for ego networks, given that it seems to be one of the more valuable offerings of our tools. We still need to implement support for bipartite networks, but we have a clear vision for that. Building off of that, we also intend to build support for hypergraphs and multi-layer networks, which are we have multi-relational networks, but multi-layer networks is kind of the next step of that. We also want to build off our implementation of the CHAMP algorithm for better community and role detection. Some more support for downstream modeling, if not implementing those kinds of models into our tool itself, but at least processing our data so that, for instance, if you want to fit an ergom, we're going to generate the kind of data objects you need to just fit that ergom, right away. And then the last thing I'll say is that over the last year, we've really been testing these tools in educational contexts. So, like I said, our target audience for these tools was initially early career scholars, but we realized with how much we were simplifying things, undergraduates could be using this to learn. And so over the last year, we've tested using these as teaching tools in a few undergraduate classes. It's been pretty successful, and we recently submitted a pedagogy manuscript about it that just got an R&R at Teaching Sociology. So You know, I've really enjoyed being able to use it as a teaching tool, and I think to a more advanced audience like this, right, what would the value be? If you're teaching a course on social network analysis, I might suggest our tools as something that students can use to kind of engage with networks in a hands-on fashion. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. Our work to date has only been possible with support from the National Science Foundation. And special thanks to Jim, Dana, Peter Muka, who's not here, Gabe, and our various other collaborators. Yes, thank you. Yep. Yeah, glad to hear. Yeah, it's yeah. No, it is a lot of fun, and I think with what I've found is that with working with undergraduates, including courses I've worked on with Craig in the past as well. It's really hard to gauge students' ability to code, right? Even when they have taken prerequisites that expose them to coding in R, I'm seeing some nods of agreement, right? Trying to refresh people's memory, it doesn't always work. So it's always nice to kind of assume you have to take a couple steps back. And I feel like what iDNet offers from a coding standpoint of really simplifying some of these processes, it helps meet a lot of students where they are. And then you're spending, it's always hard to cram everything you want into a syllabus and a lesson plan, right? And I think the time saved by using iDNet in the classroom is time you can spend on more substantive concepts rather than tech support and troubleshooting.
All right, so the couple of quick comments on what Tom pointed out. One of the things that that iDNet really is designed to do is to be this entree onto doing network analysis for people who aren't network analyst experts. So you're already health experts, or political experts, or social experts, or what have you. So this will allow you to use these tools accurately without some guardrails. So that, and what's beautiful about it is you read in a data set, push a button, and then you get out a data set with every standard node level metric you want, most of the group level metrics, and a bunch of other things. So it really is a nice way to sort of get up to speed on using a data set that you wouldn't otherwise have. And that was the goal. I see they're setting up for lunch now, so we have probably it'll take a little while for them to set up. The usual plan for the lunch talks or the lunch discussions are that we get to lunch and have the discussion. I think that we will do that as well today since they're already here. But so they'll take a little bit of a minute. So go ahead and get up, move around, take a break. We'll do lunch, and we'll plan on starting the discussion probably in about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll talk while we eat. We'll look at the schedule and remember what we're starting here. Listen and talk and eat at the same time, that would be great. Go ahead. All right, the lunch topic today is, the whole plan is for the lunch to be a somewhat of a mix of discussion and presentation. And so each year, as actually as a part of our R25, we're required to, and we're glad to, of course, do a discussion of ethics. And so we try to have some discussion of ethics every year. I trust that everyone, as part of their own universities, has had their research, research and human subject protection training and so forth. So we assume some base knowledge and things like what is informed consent and so forth. If those are really new words to you, look, come and talk to me in the back, and we'll help you on that set. But we tend to move back and forth between the two things that we talk about in our ethics discussion. We talk about, on the one hand, deductive disclosure and sort of the nuts and bolts of how to collect network data on our base weeks. And then our advanced weeks, we want to sort of assume you know that and move on to one more step and a new sort of set of questions. And so this year, because the ethics day also fell on largely our data collection day, we thought it would be a good idea to talk some new ideas about data sharing and the ethics of data sharing and the complications of data sharing. And it just so happens that it corresponds with the publication of two recent papers that are sort of program pieces in the field, one in social networks proper and the other in epidemiology, focusing on how we share network data and what we do about sharing network data. So what I thought we would do is I would spend hopefully not more than 10 minutes, maybe 12, if I can't help myself, sort of walking through some of the basic ideas, and then we would open it up for questions and discussions, and either horror stories that you've had or questions you had or things you don't understand, and engage in a discussion about what the right way to do this is and where it goes. Does that seem like a sensible plan? Awesome. So off we go. So the two papers that have shown up, one is consideration led by Dana in the back. Dana Pasquale is part of actually a team that includes a lot of the authors from who have spoken here at this group. And it was generated by discussions out of this very workshop. So it's really nice to be able to have that come full circle. And the second is recommendations for data sharing in network materials, led by Zach Neal and Zach Almquist, which was fun for me to be on this paper because I always think of them as the two Zachs, and they finally got them together in one room so we can tell them apart. If in case they're watching online, that was a joke. They know better. All right, so the main question then is what is the why do this? Like, all right, so what is the thing we're trying to do? And so there are a couple different kinds of reasons why we should share our data and what this means. And they fall under sort of an ethical and a scientific reason. And the broad idea there is that sharing data is key to what it means to be part of the shared community of science. That we are scientists. We are engaged in a collective activity that nothing we do as individual scientists is sufficient. Everything we do is only knowledgeable and added to the knowledge by the fact that others have replicated our work and has moved that work forward. And so we build on the shoulders of giants is the idea, or really on the shoulders of lots of little short people like the rest of us. And so it's a collection of, science is a collective good and it's a collective endeavor. And sharing data is part and parcel of that. And so one of the open science goals is transparency and access, and data sharing makes that possible. Even if you're a little less sort of altruistic, if you believe in science, you probably believe that work needs to be replicable, and replication at minimum requires that other people have the access to what you're doing and how you did it so that they can check your work. And so there's a key to that. The more generous portion of this is that sharing data really facilitates increased productivity. So there's an investment spillover when data are shared. That the work that I pay, or NSF or NIH pay us to do on one particular project, you can do that same data with some other project. And so you can get multiple uses out of the same data and answer multiple different questions. And so it's a much higher return on investment for NSF to do that. And finally, I think there's a somewhat sort of unrecognized point here, which is that the history of science is itself a field, and there is a legacy of the history of doing this work that currently just gets lost. I can't tell you how many people we're moving our office right now in sociology, and I had to pack up my goods, everything in my office, and I have data sets on literal floppy disks that are unreadable at this point, and file folders of things. So these data are lost. And the point of data sharing is that we have already had 100 years of lost data. Let's not have another 100 years of lost data. Let's make it so the case so that the work that we're citing 100 years from now, we can go back and actually reuse that data and put it together. So there's a legacy built on social network research that we would like to be able to continue to build on overall. Now, if the ethical reason doesn't get you, there's a legal reason to do it, which is that NSF tells you to and NIH tells you to, right? You have to share your data. Now, that comes with a big asterisk. Currently, the legal requirement from NSF and NIH is that you have to have a plan for managing and sharing your data. Their expectation is that within all reasonable sort of considerations, you will make data available to other people. They're not saying, David, you have to give us your data. But they are saying, David, if you're not going to give us it, we expect the others can use your data, and if you're not going to give it to us, there must be a really good reason. And so they're slowly building up to this, and so just this year, the NIH policy came into effect, which is given here on the slides if you want to get to it. But NIH expects that researchers will maximize the appropriate sharing of scientific data, acknowledging certain factors that may affect the extent to which scientific data are preserved and shared. Scientific data are the records and factual material commonly accepted in the community for sufficient quality. Data sharing is the act of making data available. Metadata is the data that provides additional information about how to use that data. And data management and sharing plan, that thing that you can no longer get a grant with unless you have it included, is the plan describing how you're going to manage, preserve, and share all of this data. Right? And so part of what prompted Dana and our team to write this paper was that if you then go to this website that NIH points you to for examples of how to write a data management plan, there's nothing that includes network data. And there's a lot of interesting things about network data that make the standard plans and standard strategies not work as well as you might want. All right, why wouldn't you share your data? Right? So this seems like a reasonable idea, so why wouldn't you do it? Well, there are some good reasons why you might not share your data. So the obvious sort of choice when someone says share your data, and I think that especially in the public sort of world, people think of this, it's like, well, just throw it on a website and be done with it. Well, there are reasons not to do it, particularly the main one, the fundamental one, is a safety reason. If releasing the data would cause harm, you shouldn't release it. And why might it cause harm? Well, we're often asking people about social determinants of health questions, and those health questions are things that are very private and very sensitive. And so if you're asking people about risks for HIV or hepatitis or other sorts of communicable diseases, you need to be really careful about how that data is spread so that you're not disclosing information about people that they don't want to have disclosed. And so our responsibilities to our respondents is clear. But there's also security questions with respect to investigators. So as an investigator, I don't want to put myself in legal risk by divulging information that I've promised someone that I can't. So there's legal risk. There's also a risk to threat or harm if a finding is not happy in a polarized system and so forth. There's also security and public risks. If you're engaged in crime research, for example, or terrorism research or other sort of national security research, there is a public, there can be secrecy and privacy constraints to sharing these data. There are ethical reasons not to release data. Just like there's a community of science reason to release it, there are ethical reasons not to release it. And one of the primary elements of ethics is that you keep your promises. And if you've promised your respondents that their data is confidential and will be held and be seen by no one else, then you got to be careful how you can share the data in a way that allows you to promise it. And part of the key here is to make sure you don't make promises to your respondents that you can't keep in your ethical meeting to the rest of the world. So the point is you need to align. One of the issues that I hope comes out of this is that it realizes you can't promise respondents that no one else will see their data. You have to promise them that nobody who isn't qualified to see their data won't see their data, or something else like that, right? So there has to be a way to make that possible, or that they won't be identified or so forth. Privacy has to be respected, minimal to the level that promised them, but ideally you want to make privacy as complete as you can. And there's a third reason why you might not share your data that is, I think, a good reason, but people don't recognize a lot, which is that data complexity is such that releasing it itself could cause harm. And this is a lot easier to understand in some other types of fields than ours, but if I'm, for example, doing gain-of-function research and I'm figuring out what gene to change in order to make a flu virus from like mildly dangerous to really pathological, like that's a bit of information that I might not want to share just willy-nilly. And it's similar with if you're doing data, for example, that you might think of something as simple as a disease simulation model. Releasing that data, if understanding the parameters requires a level of knowledge that a naive user couldn't use without making predictions that are dangerous for society, then you need to be careful about how you release that data. And so oftentimes the things that we do have such deeply implicit knowledge that just posting it on a web page and say go to it is the irresponsible thing to do as scientists. We need to be clear that what we're doing is responsible. There are other reasons why you might not want to share your data. These are understandable, perhaps not honorable reasons about why you might not want to share your data. It's a lot of work. I was like, hey, Moody, I'm not going to share my data. This is it was a buttload of work to collect this data. Why am I going to spend all that much more work to sort of make this data available for other people? Or I might be afraid I'm getting scooped. Right? I have all these great ideas. I have my data in hand. I want to do these things with them. The last thing I want to do is hand this data off to somebody else and let some wet behind the ears graduate student publish my Nobel Prize winning paper. What the hell's up with that, right? So I might not want to do that. There are intellectual property reasons, right? So you might say, well, I don't want to share my data because data collection is hard work. Why should I give away something for free that you would have to pay me to do if you had to do it naively? Right? And so there's been a big debate about intellectual property on that front. And maybe you think that I push the boundaries, let's just say, of how I want to do my analysis, and the last thing I want is someone else to come in and see what that work is, right? Because they might find my mistakes, and that would be at minimum embarrassing, at maximum it would reveal a fraud. These are reasons that, like I said, are understandable, and these are arguments that people have made, but they're not ethical, and they're not honorable. And as the NIH, the NSF, and I think widely now the community of science has come to consensus that these are not reasons why we don't share our data. We have to find something that, while all of this might be true, our job as scientists is to make sure that we find the things that these kinds of concerns We ameliorate them to the greatest extent possible, but when we can't ameliorate them, that's the cost of doing science, that we as scientists have to put into this work. We're going to make it as easy as we can. So this first point, for example, is that the point of iDNet, our data archiving element, is designed to make it as easy as possible for other scientists to share their data without having to devote too much personnel time to writing data use agreements, for example. All right, so how do we do this, right? So what are the actual principles that should guide the ways in which data are shared? There's a bunch of them that have been proposed. There are two that came up in the Neal-led paper that I think are particularly telling. The one is the FAIR doctrine, and the FAIR doctrine says that shared data should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So findable means that there has to be some amount of metadata or searchability out there. The data has to be in a case where I can go and find it. For years, the way to deal with data sharing has been, a little note at the end of the paper that says, email me and you can have it if you want it, like contact the first author for something. And then you try to do that 20 years later and they're gone, right? So that's not how that's no longer acceptable. We have to have data that you can plug a term into a search engine and find the data. So Dataverse, ICSR, iDNet, and so forth allow to do this. Data storage should be open and free access. That's the accessible element. Open and free are not absolute terms, and so there are some things we can talk about how that works. The interoperable part is that you can't just put up the bare data files that you've used with your variables named in whatever way you happen to name them that means something to you that no one else knows what it means. Like, that's useless, right? There has to be some level of ability for a naive user to see what you have and make sense of it. It has to be sensible and understandable and documented. And this is the final point, is that the data should have sufficient documentation and a license and a legal sort of allowability for other people to use it. So I can post my data on the website, but if I put a copyright on it that says that this data isn't usable for anything other than replication, that meets the minimum standard of a lot of regulations without actually being reusable, at least not without forcing someone else to make a legal violation and bust your copyright. So you want to think about not just that you're giving the data, you're making the data available, but you're making it available and usable for others. The CARE doctrine is a little less clear on its elements, but it's saying, look, the primary people we want to focus on when we do data sharing and the primary people at risk are our respondents. And we have an ethical responsibility to our respondents who have taken usually volunteer time out of their days or their lives and put themselves at risk to help us. And our job then is to make sure that we treat them with the absolute most respect as we can. And so data sharing provides for the collective benefit, not just to researchers, but to the research subjects who should have some authority over how it's used. And so as part of the informed consent idea, the CARE doctrine says that you need to make sure that the subjects that you have some say over what the data gets used for in the future and how it gets stored and shared. Researchers have a responsibility to cultivate respective relationships with subjects. So we're not just dropping in out of nowhere and exploiting subjects because we can get a good paper out of it. And we have to make sure that we comport to all ethical standards, both for our own societies and for the societies of the places that we're living, and make sure that we're respecting the norms and beliefs and practices in those places. So these are the guiding big principle things. How do you practically do that? Well, there's the two papers that sort of kicked off the discussion have focused on two different elements. The Neal et al. Paper, the goal there is to say, let's focus in on the publication act. When a paper appears in print, what goes with it? And the argument here is that that's the thing that is the moment of scientific production. It's the place where the public has the opportunity to see what research we're generating, and thus should have the opportunity to interact with the data as necessary. And so the recommendations are that network data materials should be shared and access but though access could be restricted in order to prevent harm, comply with regulations, or protect privacy. Data materials necessary to reproduce the reports are minimally required, that we want to have it in the case that, any number you find in a paper, the data that you post for that paper should be in there somewhere. So you should be able to reproduce everything. And it should be published when the manuscript is published, so there should be as much as possible for that minimal set of analysis for the reproducibility, no embargo. So if I write a paper on, X, then that data about that's required to replicate that analysis should be made public or available when that paper is published. Now, the data set itself might have lots of other things, right? So there might be things for other things. So this requirement isn't saying that you have to publish every bit of data you collected, but certainly at least that. And we encourage you, in this point of the rest of the paper, to release as much of it as possible, because we would like to have it extensible to follow that FAIR set. Finally, when you publish the data with the paper, where do you put it? You put it in a repository that is publicly accessible, searchable, and has some kind of a permanent record, like a DOI that allows you to search for and reference the data. Whose responsibility is it to make this possible? We think that the responsibility lies, primarily with authors. Right? We're the ones that are always responsible for our work. But for the collective benefit, it can be really encouraged by journals, universities, and associations. So journals where the papers get published, we encourage journals to set the standard that says that this is the expectation, that when papers get published, there's an expectation that there's a replication package that goes with it. And then universities and associations provide assistance in making it sort of practically possible. So where you can put the data either to fund the archive itself or to provide the infrastructure necessary to keep secure and otherwise restricted data available and accessible on request, on appropriate request. We can get into those details in a minute. How do we do this? I think that there are the advantages that the Neal et al. Papers say are really all about sort of the principles of what you should do. The Pasquale paper et al. Is really more about the practical elements of what do you do. And so it's useful there to remember the key problem with network data, which is that network data have this really high identifiability and deductive disclosure risk. And so every data set has the capacity that if I know enough about you, I can find you. So if you have a sample of 90,000 adolescents, and I search for Jewish junior basketball player, there's only like 4 of them in AdHealth, right? So once I know that, I can find everything else about it. So once you know a few things about someone, you can usually narrow it down, and if you knew they took the sample, then it's there. Now with relational data, it's even worse, because the very same thing that makes networks about the person allows that person to be identifiable. So if I not only know you, but I know your husband, and I know your kids, and I know your friends, and I know your coworkers, and I know anything about any of those, I can get back to you. And so this is the idea. Now the counter argument to that is that if it were easy to do that, you wouldn't need a week of this to get there, right? And so it's not like these data are newspaper reports that are out there and easy to find. And so there's a fair amount of expertise necessary to get there, but the barriers to entry and disclosure are continuously eroding. And so it's in our interest to make sure that we're as careful as we can possibly be. Finally, there's a problem with these format issues, is that formats are not standardized in real network data. So that makes it problematic as well. So metadata instructions are not necessarily there. And so how do we suggest we do this? So and this is what Tom alluded to before, we're recommending what we call the SARA model, which is that the model balances on balancing these different aspects that are really in somewhat of a tension in most of these network models. And so we have security, accessibility, reproducibility, and adaptability. So security is protection and privacy. Accessibility is openness of the data. Reproducibility is whether or not whatever you do when you share this data, it maintains fidelity to the actual base scores. And adaptability is the ability to use this data for a new purpose, to take it outside its original scope. So what do you do when you share data? In most cases, in order to meet those goals, particularly the security goals, you can't just publish the raw data. I can't put my raw name edge list up there. I have to, at bare minimum, find ways to disguise and anonymize the data as we can. And so there are some strategies that have been commonly used in things like genetics and cell lines and other sort of places that have spent a lot of time thinking about sharing data. And we wanted to know how well those things work in social network data. So for example, a common way to mask data for sharing is to aggregate a little bit. So instead of dealing with individuals, I might deal with small cells of individuals. Or I might do partial reporting. And for the aggregate data, for example, if I have an individual, people often don't realize this, but if you have a generalized, if your final analysis is a GLM, standard, a general linear model of some sort, all I need to publish is the mean the variance and the covariance matrix, and you can replicate my model just fine, right? So from an aggregate data standpoint, I can put the replication package literally in a table in the back, which is why many psych departments and psych journals require a covariance matrix to be published with the paper. That's a standard in many of these fields. That doesn't allow for extensibility. Once you have that, you can do that model, but you can't do subgroup analyses, for example. You can't dig into it in various and sundry ways. And so it's a trade-off between having the security that comes with aggregation and the fidelity that comes with detail. And so having that is there. Other solutions include things like partial reporting, reducing, where you would release, say, only 90% of the data, and then that leaves ambiguity about who's there, or reducing data sensitivity by changing particular details. I might blur the dates that we were saying. I might randomly move some people from being male to female. I might change your education from having 12 years to having 11 years and start adding noise and so forth to data. This is a common way, and there are very smart and sophisticated ways to do that that can, in standard data, that can allow you to recover the detailed moments in the data. So you can get the mean mode, whatever, all the way down to the kurtosis and so forth. So, but in network data, many of these things fail. So if you think about any of these processes that are going on, in many cases, something like adding noise to the data means I've changed the path structure. So noise in a data is adding a shortcut that's going to lower all the distance distributions in the network. And so it's much more difficult to add noise in interdependent cases because those kinds of features change the very thing you're interested in. Similarly, doing partial reporting makes it impossible for someone to really identify what the underlying network structure is, because by changing the data that we reported, we've changed the path structure. By changing the path structure, we can't find things like communities and centrality and so forth. So all those will differ. So what we do in the paper is we go through much of the details on this. I'm not going to go through each of these cells in detail, but one of the things we strongly recommend is that for full data sharing in a repository allows high fidelity and puts all the costs up front, essentially on the researchers and the users, while protecting the users and keeping extensibility and replicability. And so what we recommend for both complete networks and ego networks is that you have the ability to do both, that most people should do two things simultaneously. They should, on the one hand, publish as much of the aggregate data as necessary to replicate the paper while saving every bit of information. So if you can put your covariance matrix in, if you can put your means and modes, all that kind of stuff, that should be literally published with the paper so that it's really easy to replicate from a technical standpoint what's occurring on the work and do some minor sort of checks and what have you. And then simultaneously go to a repository and put the data necessary with if necessary, IRB protocols with your data in a secure repository. That means finding one, and that's not always easy, and it means making sure that your library allows you to do it, and more importantly, it means making sure that you're allowed to do it ethically with your respondents. So this goes back to the very first point, which is that when you've made promises to your respondents, don't make promises you can't keep, because that's going to put you in a bind that's going to be really hard for you to meet your sort of conflicting ethical standards, which is on the one hand to protect your respondents and keep your promises, and on the second, to be a good member of the community of science and keep your promise to your funders. So those two things, you don't ever want to, wherever possible, to put those things in tension. So I could yammer on about this for a long time. In the interest of time, I think I will stop and open it up for discussion. Dana, do you have anything you want to say to add to this as part as first author on that paper? All right, cool. I'm going to stop there, a little abrupt on the end, but just questions or comments or reactions or thoughts or other bits. Experiences that I did wrong. Please.
I'm from the University of Colorado, Denver. So I am a community developer, and I have done 3 years of CDPR kind of thing in public health without being in academia. And for me, all of these conversations always bring up the question of like, who are we just sharing the data with? We are constantly thinking about the role of academia in this work, but I'm always going like, what about the community?
Mm-hmm.
And how are we also developing ethical standards for sharing this information with community in a way that is safe, that's usable, that's building also the community interventions that community members are leading every single day. So maybe not a question, but just a comment, like, or maybe a question of what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. If you couldn't hear in the back, the point is that it's also not just the academic community, but the lived communities of the people that are engaged with, the people we're trying to make healthier in public health, the people who provided these data. I think this is a great question, and part of what our discussion's been moving in is that we're having a panel on Thursday on community engaged research for just this purpose, because it really is important. And it's important for both I think that the key to remember is that the academic side and the community side are not in conflict. And in fact, thinking of them, the bad old days of, guys that look like me in white lab coats dropping in out of the stratosphere to get people to give me their information are gone, long gone, and should be. And instead, data collection and science, particularly social science, is a collaboration. It's a collaboration between us as researchers and the community people who engage that data. And we need to make it worth their effort, not just from the point of contact, and I'm going to pay you to do the survey, but also in the returns to scientific knowledge and safety that they should be gaining out of this. And so there's a lot of that we can do. I think one of the things that has struck me over and over and over again, because in another life I did a lot of consulting work, is that there's a lot of work that we do that as academics we think is trivial. Like, look, the degree distribution is skewed. All right, and off we go. Turns out for the community, it's really important to know, like, who are these stars? Why are these people isolated? Why do I have so many isolates? Like, what does that distribution look like? Who are they? Why are they there? What does it mean? Are they happy? And so in one of the lessons, the earliest lessons of this kind of point was that for Ad Health, for example, and Prosper, in both of these large-scale multi-school surveys, the first thing the teams did was generate a report for the schools. So every school got a tailored report about their school, about what the kids' distributions were, the number of kids that were at risk for various sorts of things, how they interacted with parents, all done at a very high level that from an academic standpoint, certainly not publishable, right? This isn't like new science, but it's new information and it's actionable information for the community, and that's the kind of thing we should be providing to them. So I think I echo that point 100%. Tom, in the back? So if you couldn't hear that, the point was sometimes you should pick your audiences who you share things with. I think that in the modern world that's harder and harder to do. So segmenting audiences is a lot easier 20 years ago than it is today. And so we need to make sure that there's a minimum floor of ethical sort of sharing either way. But please, Carol. I think that's a great point, and I do think that there are reasonable time horizons, right? So, for the purposes of review and the purposes of replication and reproducibility, when a paper is published, you want to have the data that's there when it happens. But there's no, it's not unreasonable for people who have spent 10 years trying to collect data to have a chance to use those data and get their work out of them before handing. I mean, for those of you that haven't engaged in this yet, you'll appreciate that there are huge investments. And so, a reasonable embargo on the part of science is not an unreasonable thing. And so, the point is that there's a distinction between a reasonable embargo and hoarding. I have great ideas that I'm never going to get to. I can't hold onto my data forever because I hope someday to write a paper that the world needs. And it's not fair to the people who originally paid for the data. Now, it's a different question on the ethical turn, and I love this point on whether or not the community has a temporal unfolding of when they get to say what they do, that I approve it now, but I hold on to the right to not improve it later. That's really difficult. And from a data management standpoint and a data curation standpoint and so it's going to be really fascinating to see how that plays out because it's really that's really difficult, and it's just not even from an ethical standpoint, but from a technical coordination standpoint. When the grant money runs out, who checks the box or something. So I love that idea. Other thoughts or questions, please. So that would be considered a form of aggregation. So if I have a network, instead of publishing the actual raw data, I publish a class of simulation tools, probably an ergon model of some sort or something like that, that could generate a network that would look a lot like the data that I've seen. I think for many purposes, that's great. So if what I'm using my data for is to say, model the spread of a disease through a population, then so long as I can capture all of the things that generate the reasonable distribution of the possible transmission curves, that's great. That doesn't meet the actual data fidelity sort of criteria. So that's the tension with the data fidelity. So if you then say, well, that's great, Moody, but I want to figure out, I don't want to use your data to simulate disease distributions. I want to understand why this group is voting, for group B and this group is voting for group C and why these people didn't vote at all. So I'm going to take your data and use it for something else, then that modeling procedure might not work because your model might not be good enough to replicate these new types of ideas. And so then it's a question of what you can use it for. But I think in terms of meeting the letter of can you replicate the data, not for reviewers. And so for the model case, I think, and I think there's not an unreasonable, we haven't heard this yet, maybe Tom has ideas, but journals could respond saying that there's one package that reviewers get that if reviewers want them to say, I don't really trust an author, I want to make sure, I want to double check their work, and that if we have to go through that process, I think most reviewers don't have the time to do that, but in theory you could imagine that'd be possible, but that would be a different package than what's given to other researchers of the replication set. So there could be a review process that's required for the reviewers that is different than that will be demonstrated to the public at large. Please. So the question is, if you promised correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question is, if you've promised respondents something about how their data is going to be stored, and that's what's part of your IRB and part of the consent process, and then later, when you want to change that for either public sharing uses or other kinds of features, could you go back to your IRB and redo it? I think the short answer is no. That you can't, it's almost impossible to re-consent to people. Because what you're actually, because that process would, certainly from a practical standpoint, it's improbable because it's just so expensive. Consenting and finding people, like 99% of the cost of data collection is getting to the people, getting them in the room and being there. So yes, but you would have to literally redo your entire site. Now that also said, in many IRBs, if you can't give people sort of open-ended promises. You can't say, let's do this for now, I'll check back with you later. That's not, you have to define the scope, and that scope has to be complete, and then you're jointly bound to it. And this is why I think it's really important when you write informed consent and you write rules about what your questioners tell respondents, that they're careful in their language, that you're saying that Ad Health got itself into trouble in this when they said that no one else will see your data. And what they needed to, and that required them to essentially have this really difficult protocol of matching ID numbers to names and back and forth, that only a certain set of people could see it. Whereas what they should have said was something a little softer that said that your data, that your identifying information will only be accessible to this class of people, interviewers, researchers, trusted partners. And so you want to be, you can work with your IRB, you can work with other people who've collected these kinds of data to make sure that your language is essentially consistent with the promises you're going to make. Please. Last one, and then we're going to switch on, please. Mm-hmm. That's a great question. I honestly don't have an answer for it. My sense is that if you're doing an active consent and there is someone who can sign a consent, then you have to provide boundaries to what they're signing. There has to be something about what they're doing. And so either you've told them that this has the potential to go on for perpetuity, or it doesn't. And so if there's no human in the loop, if it's just then it's a question. Then I don't know what you do with that, right? Yeah, I suspect, and others can disagree with me, but I suspect that we hold ourselves to a higher standard than companies. In part because we have to share our data, and our goal is to make our data public and our findings public. Companies are private. This is a private contact between me and Facebook, whether I like it or not. They have no public interest. Their only interest is in making money and providing me a service. And so I think that there is a qualitative difference in the goal and the ethical responsibilities of these two sets. So these are the kinds of discussions that we don't often talk about in detail, but I thank you for this discussion, and talk to each other about it. And the beauty is, especially this week, is we have a bunch of people in the room who have spent a lot of time in the weeds collecting data. So if you're about to collect data and you don't know how to do it, find some of those people who have, and go out for coffee after the workshop and figure out how to do this. All right, so next up is, who's on the list? Craig. So Craig's up with us. Let's take a couple of minutes while we switch over machines, and we'll have Craig Rawlings. Thank you. So it is my real pleasure to introduce Craig Rawlings. Craig is associate professor of sociology.
I can't remember. It feels like forever.
Yeah, I don't think last time he was tenured, but either way, he's a professor of sociology at Duke. He is one of the world's leading experts on peer influence models and cultural sociology and understanding the ways in which beliefs and practices diffuse through populations. He is also the driving force behind our recent textbook and a wonderful network analyst and all sorts of things. One of the hallmarks of Craig's work is that he finds data and analyzes data that is just like so rich and so interesting that I couldn't help but hope that he would share some of that with you. So I twisted his arm. He's agreed to help us sort of think about some creative ways to collect data. And so without further ado, please, Craig. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to see many familiar faces and some new faces. How y'all doing? Doing good? Somewhat unenviable slot between lunch and coffee. So Jim is smart to put me here because this is a little different. It's like, and now for something completely different. Not really a health scholar. Some of my work does, feed into health, but my hope is to inspire you to think about ways to collect data that are, interesting and maybe get at questions in ways that existing data strategies may not be able to get at quite as easily. So I did take the liberty to change the name of the talk from creative data collection modalities, which Jim gave it, to weird data. And the reason for that is, what could be more creative than something like, respondent-driven sampling, like Ashton's talk? I mean, this is absolutely creative, but also, as we saw from his great talk, it's tough and it can be expensive. And so the outline today is I want to give a very quick recap of just very quick, sort of more conventional network collection strategies, and then talk a little bit about creativity and why, from my standpoint, it should be connected with theory. Give some examples, caveat. I'm just kind of going to go really fast through some examples in projects that I've had the pleasure to work on. So in general, more conventional network strategies come from questionnaires or survey modules, and those are great. And if you can do that, do that. They tend to take a theoretical stance, though, on what ties are, what a network is. That is, if somebody says, I'm friends with somebody, then they're friends with somebody. So you're getting into somebody's head, and you're believing them. So there are observational techniques, and observational techniques tend to be more nominalist. You tend to say, if I see something happening in the world, then I, as the researcher observing that, say that a tie exists. So some of these just general techniques are reported social relations in questionnaires and surveys, friends, advice seeking. Maybe you can get people to talk about their enemies. We couldn't. Cognitive social structures, when people report on the relations between other people. So that's being very realist in a way, to believe that somebody can actually see the relationships that exist in their department or in their hospital or something like that. Position locators, where people can talk about their ties to certain types of people, certain occupational categories, maybe even certain people with certain names. How many Craigs do you know? How many Davids do you know? This is great for doing network scale-up methods and things like that. But again, boy, try to get to afford a network module like that and come and talk to me. Direct observation might be a little bit more surmountable for some people, especially when you're observing records that exist in organizations. So you may not know that Jim and I go to Dane's and have burgers every now and then, but you know that we're in the same department. So you might be able to infer that we have some kind of ties together. So you can look at flows of goods, affiliation networks, etc. Or you can directly observe interactions, people sitting at the same table at lunch, things like this, people exchanging items. So the big point about this is that when you're collecting data, you're already doing theory. You already have an understanding of what the world is out there and what the truth is that you're seeking to get. And how you go about gathering that data, you're already in that sort of Schrodinger's cat sort of way. You're forcing upon the world a certain reality that you believe is there. So that can be really good, and you could be right, or you might be missing something. So maybe you're taking a realist approach to collecting data and trusting that people know their networks and they know their relations, but this may be wrong, as we know by the work of someone like Peter Behrman, that you could ask people like, who do you marry in this world? Like, do you marry people from this clan or this clan? And people say, oh, people might be able to articulate some sort of sense of things, but oftentimes they may not actually even get it right themselves. You might have to actually observe. So knowing something about the substance of a process is really important, and there's always trade-offs involved in getting your data. And of course, we'd all like to get perfect data. We'd all like to get as much data, as deep of data as we possibly can. So we don't have infinite time and resources, so we make strategic kinds of cutoffs in the data we get. No data is perfect, but some data is better for the goals that you're seeking. So that's where I think it's time to get maybe a little creative or weird. It's not a replacement for conventional approaches. If you have the capacity to do something more conventional, then do it, in my opinion. If that's going to work, people will understand what you're doing a little better. But, there are times when the conventional methods may not actually be able to capture some of the core theoretical, assertions that you are trying to evaluate or test or elaborate. And necessity is the mother of invention. So probably one of the reasons I have kind of made a career out of getting weird with data is I just haven't had a lot of money. If I had the huge grants, I might have done something different, but I had to be like, pretty strategic. I got my PhD in 2008. Not a good year. I had to live in the margins and, try to make things happen. My postdoc advisor, Dan McFarland, gave me a nickname, Sparrowhawk, like being a little feisty little raptor, getting in there and getting maybe the small game that the big birds weren't getting. So it's always good to give you an acronym to remember things by. So here's what I think. You've all gotten emails from Jim, right? He signs his emails PTS. I didn't know what that meant for the longest time, but then I realized at some point it's peaceful thoughts. Peaceful thoughts, wonderful. And so when I was thinking about this, I was like, here's a good acronym, right? Probe the scope conditions. That might be one real reason to get creative or weird. That you can collect data on networks that might be marginal to a theory, or you might even collect networks where you think the theory might not even apply on it, to try to see where the line is. Test the core assumptions of a theory. That is, really say to yourself, like, I can't test the entire thing, but there's this one thing that it doesn't seem like other people are really testing, and I'm going to go deeper into that one thing. I'm going to collect the little bit that might actually test that thing. And then I think the best, which is see the process in situ, in the world. Go out into the world, and try to find the places where you think that thing might be happening in some very clear way. So where would you expect to see it happening? And maybe you might even want to try to generate something with a kind of network intervention or a kind of experiment or something like that. So I'll talk about these and give you some examples from my work. Again, there are many others I'll talk about. But my own work has concentrated a lot on trying to think about the connections between social psychology and social networks, to try to understand What are the underlying sort of ways that people feel in their bodies or think about the world that lead them to form certain kinds of ties with people? And how do the ties that they then form shape their minds? How do our minds and our understandings of ourselves, are they shaped by those people that we interact with? So there are obviously exogenous factors that come in, and these are a lot of the kinds of competing explanations, or they're part of the explanation. We have, homophily, that people are just attracted to people that are similar to themselves, or they tend to interact fatefully more because of segregation with people whom they're more like, shared foci or propinquity. But there are also endogenous factors within networks. That is, that people have certain kinds of relationships with others that then make those new kinds of relationships or existing relationships feel right or feel wrong. And that's a very interesting source of emotion, to think that there's a structural basis to emotion. I think one of the more famous things was Jim and Peter Behrman and Catherine Stovall found this sort of unwritten rule of romantic leftovers shaping the romantic networks or the sexual relations networks in high schools in the ad health data. That is, that they found that this cycle, this structure in the network did not happen as much as would be predicted by a kind of random mixing model. And so why is that? Maybe it's because it's very awkward for Matt and Maya to get together because their exes are together. So you feel like that's oogie, right? So ooginess, a sense of ooginess, is an endogenous way of driving networks. I've worked a lot on this theory called balance theory, which is also a type of a sense of things feeling right or wrong about why people would connect with each other. And it's a fundamental aspect of our psychology that, that the social psychologist Fritz Heider posited long ago. But the main core idea is that in our sort of neurological architecture, we are prone to making friends with friends. Like, rule one is something we even say to each other. Friend of a friend is a friend. We can articulate that rule. The other rules, maybe we don't articulate so much, but maybe they feel weird when they're broken. A friend of an enemy is an enemy. So if you're friends with your enemy's friend, then that's weird. That doesn't feel right. So an enemy of a friend is an enemy, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend, which is a terrible way of doing foreign policy, but that seems to be the way we're going. And in this case, these are just rules that were posited by balance theory. They've been intuited. People look at networks and have looked at networks forever and said, oh, there's some sort of structural balance going on in there. So we could see something famous like the bank wiring room at the Hawthorne plant, which is one of the very early studies in networks. And they asked people who their friends were and who they had antagonisms toward. And there was a big to-do about opening the windows and not opening the windows. And so this whole group sort of degenerated into two opposing groups here that really had tension with each other. But is that in and of itself a test of balance theory? There are all sorts of other ways of decomposing networks into triadic structures. Some of these structures shouldn't happen if balance theory is right, and others should happen more often. You can decompose every network into n-choose-3 triads that fall into these 16 isomorphic classes, and then you can see, like, ooh, well, how many are falling into each of these? And you could say, well, look, if all of those 4 rules of balance are true, then the only 2 triads that are actually allowed are these 2 triads. They're the only ones that satisfy all 4 of those rules. And if that is true, then we are up a creek without a paddle, because the world will necessarily migrate toward being either everyone loves each other, and how likely is that, or toward being split into 2 and precisely 2 groups that hate each other, which seems to be all it takes for this to happen is one person's relationship to fall out of balance. Now, of course, the other rules of balance might not, we could relax certain models of balance, but we probably would never relax the first rule. A friend of a friend is a friend. If we keep that, then we have other possibilities out in the world, but we don't have limitless possibilities for what the micro-macro link will be. That somehow our own, you know, what if you want to call it a set of cognitive modules, if you want to call it some sort of evolved capacity, if you want to just think about it as something in our heads is driving us toward gravitating towards certain relationships and away from others. And what an amazing theory, right? I mean, fascinating and enough to keep me busy. But one of the things I would say was I started to think about all of the various snapshots in sociology, which just looked at sort of literally black boxes, didn't go into people's heads, just looked at the structure and then would infer balance. This is more balanced. That must be balance is going on in this case. Or looking at psychology experiments where they would just bring people into a lab and have them read a vignette and then ask them to imagine how they feel. That doesn't seem quite right either. Or then more recently, a huge amount of interdisciplinary network science work that started to just get all kinds of network data from either just doing simulations or looking at things like online multiplayer games, looking at Wikipedia entries, looking at how people will, dunk on each other on Twitter or not, like all of these things, and then saying this is all a demonstration of balance theory. So my getting creative or getting weird was really about getting back to the main theory, which is people who are shaped by feelings that certain kinds of relationships are appropriate or not appropriate. So Pete, probe the scope conditions. So one of the first things that I did was I found a weird data set that somebody else collected a long time ago, but seemed very appropriate for the theory. And this was a data set of urban communes collected by Ben Zablocki, which looked at, well, it was more than 31, but there were most of them didn't last more than a year, okay? So it was the 70s, communes came, communes went. But in this case, looking at many different communes and thinking the scope conditions for balance theory must be that the group of people are faithfully engaged with each other. If I can just leave the group, then why would balance play out at all? I could just be like, this is weird, I'm out of here. And that's why I think a lot of the groups didn't survive. But the groups themselves varied a lot in terms of their degree to which people were committed to each other. So I've found this not perfect data, but Zablocki and company collected all of this interesting affect about loving, hating, finding people exciting, about a relationship in this. I did a latent class analysis to try to derive ties from this. Again, I wouldn't have done, if I had a lot of money, if I had a lot of time, a big lab, I wouldn't have had to do this. But I found that basically it did fall into positive and negative sentiments in these cults. Some of them were cults, and some were communes, and some were just kind of hippie crash pads. And so the hippie crash pads were just like, had a very low commitment condition. People could just come and go, and they did. The more cult-like places had very strong sense of we, the group, and a sense of being engaged in something meaningful together. So I was probing the scope conditions of balance theory here, looking at those triadic structures in 31 separate networks. 31 separate small networks, looking at the number of triads that fell into each of these classes over time. And sure enough, what I found was that over time, in the high commitment communes, they would move toward greater balance. They moved toward triadic structures that met the 4 rules of balance, that they were actually shaping their social relations according to these rules. But I did not find that in the low commitment groups. In the low commitment groups, things only moved very marginally. All right, so paper AJS, happy to send it to you at some point with my my great advisor, Noah Friedkin at UC Santa Barbara. All right, I also want to point out that there's another, one of the things we did also test in that paper was that there's an underlying sense of tension in a relationship. That's a core assumption of the theory that black boxes and simulations just can't get at. Are people really feeling tense toward each other when they are embedded in networks that are imbalanced? So I'll point out some other creative ways of doing this from weird data. Here's a very weird data set. This is a data set that will never exist again. It was a data set of probably, some of you remember this, people used to pass notes to each other in school before we texted and all of that. They would write down a note and then it would even be passed down through down the aisle to somebody, then they would respond to the note and the note would come back. So passing notes. So this is from an archive of past notes and from a great paper published from it by my old advisor, Dan McFarland, and Tom. Tom, you still in here? Yeah, Tom. It's a great paper. So in the point in this, in the paper is called Writing into Relationships. And so the point here is like Meg passes a note and Meg says, do you know Stephen Johansson? A lot of people think he's a geek, I guess. But he likes me, and he's so nice. We talk on the phone a lot. And I went over to his house last night. Nothing happened. But he's really nice, and his family is nice. And he has a huge house and a pool. Asshole joke. His sister's pretty. She looks 12 and a half. She doesn't look 12 and a half. She looks like she could be in 9th grade. A lot of people told me not to worry about what other people think. I asked him to twerp. The woman is required to pay dance. Kind of. I still have to figure out what's happening. I don't know what we do or where we go with. You're probably thinking I'm crazy to go out with Stephen. I hope you don't think he's a big nerd because I know he's not super popular or anything, but not a lot of people really know him. And once you get to know him, he's super nice. Anyway, better go. Laura passes a note back. I know Stephen pretty well. He's a great guy. I think it would be awesome if you two went to twerp. He is just shy, not a big nerd. Sarah, his sister, is really pretty. We play tennis together. So, what a great friend, Laura. Now, if you looked at this in structural balance terms, you would see that Meg is posing a bit of a quandary to Laura. She's actually writing a note that is presenting relations, and some of them that she's uncertain about because she feels that if Laura, her friend, does not share that same view, that there will be an imbalance. And Laura does a great job at cleaning it all up. Balanced. What a great friend. So that's a weird data set, but it tests a core theoretical assumption in the theory that hasn't been tested before. So going into the theory again guides you to weird or creative data sources. I'm currently working on a paper with an undergraduate here that is also with the communes data, and we found in the communes data a new thing that had never been used, which is that many of the commune members were asked to draw their family relations at the time that they left home and to give it positive and negative ties between them. So mom and dad in this case like each other. Sandy likes dad, but I don't like Sandy. I'm having problems with Sandy. There's tension towards Sandy. So we basically turned each of these networks into, we turned each of these drawings into a network, and we found that people have very different forms of home life. Some of them are very balanced, and some of them are very imbalanced. And this also feeds back into some very interesting work by Matthew Bashirs, Laura Bashirs, and Quintain, that where people were given networks that they had to remember, and in very general terms. And when they remembered them, they would oftentimes misremember them as being more balanced than they really were. So people, that's very strong evidence, again, that there's some tension, or, one might say at least some underlying weirdness to thinking about networks that are imbalanced, that there might be deflection in ACT terms, that some kind of underlying weirdness. And we're finding that the people who came from homes that were less balanced and live in communes that are less balanced are less tense. So there's some socialization to this. All right. So I think the majority of the interesting stuff comes when we really see a process. So instead of intuiting a process from network data, maybe you can go out in the world and try to generate the process yourself or see it in action. So something like hierarchy, for example. Here, Larry's creating very quickly a hierarchy through the double attack strategy. Mo thinks he's going to do it. Wow, nope, not going to happen. So, or is that Curly? Sorry, that's Curly, right? So hierarchies, where do they come from? They surround us in nature. We often examine hierarchies, but previous research, again, basically looks at these things in a very static way. So hierarchies can have very serious mental health consequences. If you've been tracking some of the bullying literature recently, it's quite depressing to see that things like AI fake nudes being passed around in schools are incredibly damaging. And one of the bizarre things, or maybe not bizarre, maybe it makes perfect sense from a structural standpoint, is that people will blame the victims of the AI fake nudes, even when they know they're fake. And there's a way in which that it still has a very destructive capacity on people, even though people understand that this thing is not this person, but the act and piling on and generating that must be driven by something. And it could be driven in part by how dominance hierarchies are formed, how humans as primates will engage in certain kinds of strategies in order to gain status and to move higher in these things. So I think we have Bob Ferris coming as well. And oh yeah, well there you are. Okay, you snuck in. Okay, yeah. So this is a wheelhouse that he is very much involved in and has done incredibly important work in. So trying to generate the process of this is, you don't want to go around and be like, hey, why don't you all bully each other, But, there are these sort of ways that you might predict or think about this in a triadic way, and think about the ideal types of hierarchy formation, and what animal is the most hierarchical? It's chickens, I think. I think chickens are the most hierarchical. They have very strict pecking orders, and so maybe a weird strategy this is an inspiration is that there's a sociologist who has studied chickens and other animal behavior to try to see how hierarchies form and to try to show and test whether or not hierarchies are generated by just sheer brute force or by some interactional dynamics, right? We tend to think of like, oh, well, in the pecking order of chickens, it must be the biggest, strongest chicken who's at the top of the pecking order. That's not true. They've measured the chickens. They've weighed the chickens. The most badass chicken is not the biggest chicken. It may be the chicken who's just maybe gotten in there early, and gotten more practice. So there are different triadic strategies like Larry, Mo, and Curly were engaging in. There's the double attack, where you go from an empty triad to one where there's an attack and then a quick another attack, right? And that was basically what Larry was doing, except actually in his case he had to reverse the attack on Curly. So you can actually watch processes as they unfold. That's the point here. You could watch it in the animal kingdom. You can actually see how these things unfold in real time in animals, as Ivan Chase did. In this case, there was a common path for creating hierarchy that went through these kinds of strategies. So, I'm interested in people, and I was long interested in trying to understand the rules of balance among people, and whether or not children, for example, understand the rules of balance. How much of these are things that we learn? How much of these are things that we have kind of just hardwired? that we develop. So I wasn't the only person who was interested in sort of how dominance or hierarchy might work with children. In the 80s, a social psychologist named Floyd Strayer had done some of this work by looking at kids in preschool classrooms, looking how they interacted with each other, looking at interaction sequences, and Strayer was kind of a comparative ethologist. So he was trying to think of like, well, how hierarchical are humans compared to other primates? So he videotaped 3 Canadian preschools. He looked at how the kids initiated interactions with each other, whether these were positive or whether these were conflictual, and then coded it. And then I tried, along with Dan McFarland, we tried to find these data, and unfortunately I don't think that these data exist anymore, but the findings were quite informative, that you could basically look at how these acts unfolded in these different preschools, and found some differences in the preschools. You had to code them very painfully about how, what is a physical attack, what's a threat gesture. We took this coding schema and used it later, but the results for Strayer were ultimately quite interesting. That kids were a little bit more, in terms of their dominance hierarchies, they weren't like macaques, but they were pretty hierarchical and they were pretty rigid in their hierarchies. And he also found, interestingly, in terms of balance theory, that a lot of these classrooms did kind of fall into 2 groups of kids who had a lot of positive relations within the groups, and they had a lot of conflict between the relations. So kind of prima facie evidence that like even Canadians, right? Even Canadians are doing this. So fortunately, I did finally, when I got to Duke, I did find someone who had a lot of money and who had an R1, and we used some of that to install cameras in 2 different preschools and 7 different preschool classrooms. We decided we were going to basically redo what Strayer had done, and to test balance theory, but also to test the feasibility of this kind of weird technique of filming human beings and who can't really necessarily articulate. I mean, I've had this debate with some psychologists. Some say that 3-year-olds can tell you who their friends are, but when I was 3, I thought I was a butterfly, so I'm not sure. Maybe that was just me. So in this case, I think it would be interesting to see how much their own realist reports of their relations actually follow and are consistent with their observed nominalist interactions. And I think that sometimes we find the meaning of friend can be quite different. Sometimes, boys say they're friends with people who they kind of beat up on. So we did stuff with naturalistic video data. As you will notice in this case, the kids are wearing masks. Unfortunately, our data collection coincided with a little thing called COVID-19, and so we didn't get to collect data for several months, and then when we finally did, the kids were masked. But here's a little clip. Watch this kid. Here's the kid with the teddy bear. Yeah, take that. All right. All right, now they're sort of circling around. What are you doing? The video goes on, it's quite interesting. These kids start to form like a little human chain where they're sort of going around and to the teddy bear attacker, as we call him, and like kind of like start to egg him on. They all pile on. They basically form a school against the teddy bear attacker. And so we had 2 bass teams. Tom, still thank you, was my RA for this, and it was an awful lot of work, but we had a great team of Duke undergraduates who went through with Noldus and coded second by second the interaction structure of these videos. These are free play times, 10 to 15 minute free play, and looked using the Strayer coding, we looked at conflict and cooperation behaviors in these classrooms. We looked at things that were self-initiated, other-initiated, mutually initiated, whether the behavior was physical, like giving somebody a pat, giving them a hug, or taking something, taking their toy, something like that. We then generated dynamic flowing networks from these, and you can see some stills from this in terms of the conflict and cooperation, or we turned it into a network movie using NDTV, so you can sort of see the unfolding in real time of how these behaviors come together, become positive. Reds are negative conflictual behaviors. Can start to see the kind of signature unfolding of conflict and cooperation during playtime. But more importantly, each one of these interactions in each second either conforms to a rule of balance or violates a rule of balance. If I've been nice to Lynn and we've been playing together very nicely, and then Lynn goes and starts to play nicely with Tom, and then I go punch Tom, that's not right. That violates the friend of a friend is a friend, right? So we have fed this into some other packages. You're going to learn, I think, on Friday a little bit more about relational event models from Carter Butts himself. So that will be useful to maybe think about this. We looked at relational event models and been modeling this second by second. What is the probability in this second that I'll be nice to Tom, given a certain decay function of my environment of relationships in the last 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds, or 5 minutes? And we're finding that the kids really are largely operating under the rules, at least the first rule and the first 2 or 3 rules of balance to a certain extent, is shaping their likelihood of their behaviors. So you can learn more about our methods in our shameless plug for our book, Network Analysis. In future directions, I'm trying to work with some people here in the AI initiative to try to think about how we can use the data sets that we did code as kind of training an AI to then look at the hundreds of other videos that we were not able to code manually to see if it's feasible to extract distances, and this is called sort of like a cartoonification or stick figurification of video, and you can use those kinds of data to maybe extract relations. How are we doing for time? Do I have until 2:30? Is that right? Yes, I think so. Yeah, I had an hour. Okay, thank you. So I'll give you a few more seeings. So remember, we've got probe, right? Probe the scope conditions, right? Test a core assumption of the theory. See something in C2 in the world. I'll give you a couple more examples of this, and we'll call it a day. A lot of times people think about how ties form, and they intuit a process from just the ties being there. It must be balance, or it must be homophily, or it must be propinquity, or shared foci, or maybe something. They take covariates, but they don't actually see the ties as they form. So I've spent a lot of my career trying to find environments where people don't have ties, and then we see them form. So I don't have time to talk about this today, but I'll plug it. Coming out AJS in fall, looking at, and I presented it at Columbia, and some of you saw it, looking at networks at Duke Divinity School and looking at how they form. So like graduate programs are a great place to try to explore these tie formation processes and how much they're shaped by different factors. Another thing to do is to maybe give people an opportunity to form ties. So I was part of a project where we were looking at romantic tie formation, or the initial probability of ties forming romantically. And so the way that we did this is we created a speed dating environment. Right? Speed dates kind of went out of fashion. Now they're coming back because everybody realizes that a lot of these things, online things, are not working out. So the core theory here, so this is also kind of testing a core assumption, is that some people really believe that people are attracted to people based on homophily alone, or based on pheromones, or something. That it's just like all you would have to do is like sniff each other, look at each other, get some basic information, and it's like, we're a match. That's good. And that's kind of like the way some of the websites are. But our assumption as sociologists was, and as a former actor, is that performance matters. That being, like doing something, interaction matters. So we set up a speed date in the Saris building at Stanford, where we literally had graduate students come in and participate in a speed date, 4 minutes. The men would move from, so these were heterosexual speed dates. Men would move from table to table. They have 4 minutes to have a conversation. If both people think that it was good, then we gave them contact information. And I do believe that there was one marriage that came out of this. I'm not sure it's still there. Let's see. We recorded the speed date, so you can see that people are wearing sashes. So the sash had a recorder on it. And back then, in the day, we did not have the great way of extracting, transcribing this. So we had to actually transcribe it by hand. But we did have prot scripts, which are ways of doing pitch modulation and other prosodic features. So it takes out the content of the speech, and it just looks at the sound. So it's like, woo, huh? So it's at the level of this kind of sub rosa, just making noises. Is that important? Is it the content? So here's a little clip of a speed date. Let's listen to this. And you tell me, is the content of what's being said as important or the form? All right. I tend to ask my students, how well is this speed date going? And it's really interesting. And then I break it down into, I teach this in a big intro class and a couple hundred students, and I can break it down and show, the men thought it was going better than the women did. So do it by major. It's like, it's not a terrible one, but they're taking turns, they're doing lots of interactional stuff, but really I think it illustrates that there is something going on at the level of the performance. Goffman would say they were trying to find a footing together, they're trying to get into kind of like they're trying to play music together and they're trying to find a key that they can both play in. It's not really going that great. They're kind of laughing, they're kind of asking questions. So we did this actor-partner interaction model to see what are the things that the men are doing that just make them think that the date is going well, and what are the things that the women are actually doing that really make the date go well, and things like that. And we put all of that into a model, and we basically found that there was this really strong component of centering the interaction around the woman, moving into the higher pitched tone. So the woman says, "Yeah, I like to go camping," and the man goes, "Really?" Instead of like the man going, "Well, I like to, deadlift," and the woman goes, "Really?" So the lower register not moving. So the whole thing is kind of like an opportunity for the woman to be featured, and we found lots of ways that there were things that the men did that were not effective, and there were things that the women that the men did that were effective, and having certain asking questions of the woman. Having her say more about herself matters as well. If the woman is taking a long turns, is talking loud and asking lots of questions of you, gentlemen, that is not going well. Hedging, going or things like that. So, and anyway, this is about seeing the process as it unfolds. Some of these, as I said, they turned into real romantic relationships, and when trying to predict when both people thought the thing was going well. I'll mention another study where we've assumed a lot of things. As cultural sociologists, or really as a lot of social researchers, we tend to think that people share a lot of meanings in their head. They have a certain culture or a certain subculture, or like a certain, let's say, reading of a book or a story or a certain interpretation of something in the world. It's like, well, men kind of think of it like this. Or, Southerners, they just have a different view of the Civil War. It's just different. It's in their blood somehow. And we wanted to test in many ways to what extent do shared meanings come out of interaction, out of coming together and forming groups and networks where I will attribute influence to other people in my group. So we did a study where we looked at, in this case, about 30 different book clubs, naturally occurring book clubs in the world, and we had them all read the same novel, Jarrettsville. And Jarrettsville would just come out. It's a novel about the South in the right after the Civil War. It's a strange book, and that's partly why I think it works well for this. Is it's like you can't quite tell exactly what Jarrettsville is trying to be. So my great colleague Clayton Childress and I published on this in AJS a few years ago, and we asked them their interpretations of the book, and in particular, the central action of the book, which is that Martha murders her fiancé, Nick, and then why did that happen? There's a lot of ambiguity around this, partner-on-partner violence, gender, there's race, there's a racial dynamic to this, so there's a lot going on in the book. And we asked people to also attribute to other people in the book club how much they listened to them. So a social influence process that was going on. But the upshot of this is that people's positions on the book were not deeply ingrained. In other words, when they came into the book club, we had them privately rate and talk about their interpretations of the book. And then we had them do it after the discussion, after drinking 2 bottles of wine, after having a long discussion and who they attributed meaning to. And then we found that after having these interactions, we started to see that, wow, women had a totally different interpretation of the book. Southerners had a different interpretation of the book. But it wasn't because that's something that was so deeply ingrained in themselves, but because they were interacting with other women and other Southerners, and they were also listening to women and listening to Southerners when it came to this book, which had a lot to do with gender and the South. So we could see that there were people who were connecting this to their own experiences. This woman says, do you remember a couple years ago a Fairfax County teacher? I remember this. I was teaching, so it was, probably, I don't know, she killed her husband. What? 3 months, not even. 3 weeks after giving birth. It's hard. Oh my God, really? I do remember. She got off, didn't she? I was going to say, she got off for postpartum depression. Yes, she sure did. I think Martha, had postpartum. There's nowhere in the book they talk about Martha having postpartum. Yeah. Martha had postpartum, and she just lost it. I think she was just sick of everybody treating her like crap and took matters into her own hands. I think she was just miserable, poor thing. Can we go home and make our husbands read this book? I think she really loved him, and in her mind, he never came to the marriage. Even though he did, she didn't know it. He was such an ass. He was such a dumbass at that point. He's so stupid about it. That was the dumbest moment in the whole book. We have all loved cowards. Let's be honest. We have all liked men who weren't the greatest. So they're connecting with the book around gender and putting themselves in it, and then they're resonating with others and saying, yes, that's what happened, and then they interpret the book. And here we find a very different thing about Southern honor. Southern honor. I know that things, we're saying they're different, from Jarrettsville now in the modern South, But even when I remember speaking to my mother-in-law about a topic of someone in the family getting divorced, she just looked at me like, we exactly don't discuss that. It's not just stuff from the movies that's made up. It's real. That part of the South depicted in Geographic, it's real. My uncle married, and then he divorced, and then he married again, and she was Catholic, and so he couldn't tell anybody because her parents wouldn't have let her marry a man. So no one knows. No one knows. Even his now today children, that he was once married. That is my uncle. I went to Thanksgiving dinner. I was married when I was in my 20s, divorced, came home, lived with my parents. I went to Thanksgiving dinner, and one of my cousins asked where my husband was. And there was this like silence at the table because I had been divorced for 6 months, but we didn't talk about it. So this Southern culture of silence is now being, used to explain why this happened. So there's a very kind of a Southern reading that comes out of it. So all of this is to say, again, we can come up with balance out of relations with something like a book, that we can start to find a very female versus male reading of a book that is rooted in the same dynamics of balance that we found. So ultimately, though, having people read all this, we went even weirder. I went even weirder after this. I'll do you one more weird, which is getting people across this country in 30-something, just finding these book clubs, getting the book to them, getting them all to read the book, getting all of this, recording it all, right? And I've listened to 38 hours of people talking about that book. Is tough. So I had an idea. Let's get even weirder, and let's even have more of necessity be a virtue here, which is, what if we just gave people something very quickly that they could interpret? And what could be quicker than a smell, a fragrance? So I did an experiment with undergraduates where I brought them into groups of 3, and they smelled different fragrances, and then they interpreted what the fragrance was to them. And they, we have a very good sense of smell, we really do, but actually the meanings of fragrances are highly malleable, highly malleable. And so one of the things that we did was we had 3 fragrances. One of them was a very expensive perfume for women bought at Nordstrom. And the other was a very inexpensive cologne for men that I bought at CVS. And the third was a fragrance that my friend knew someone who happened to be a boutique perfume maker. And that was a fragrance that was specifically made to be strange, just weird. Like, she had made fragrances for a 3,000-year-old mummy. She has a fragrance museum. She's like, really, I sent her an email, and in 20 minutes she called me. She was like, I am on board with this project. So that was wonderful. So the point is that you give them something that has meanings that are encoded in the object very clearly. It's supposed to be like, this is an expensive woman's perfume, this is a rugged, manly fragrance, and this thing is just weird. And then put them together in multiple groups of 3 and ask them who they listened to, who they interacted with, bless you, in the group, who they felt influenced their decisions. We asked them all sorts of things about the fragrance itself, what it smelled like, who they thought the fragrance was aimed at, and then we asked them what they thought that would be called. Using Gestalt psychology, we call it, was it either Waluma or Tekete? Would it have a red triangle or a blue circle on the bottle? And we found these very, very clearly defined schemas that people brought to their fragrances. And then interacting with people, they started to very quickly coalesce on meanings around the fragrances. But the real strangest thing that we found was the fragrance that they were able to do this the best with was the weird fragrance. The weird one was the one that people were easily able to go, oh, that is definitely an expensive woman's perfume, right? And it's citrusy and it's floral, and people were like, yeah, for sure. And they really influenced themselves around that. So it shows you once again, I think, that something is coming from inside of ourselves that we're bringing out in those groups, just like in the book clubs. So getting out in the world and trying to see this process as it unfolds. So, go back to theory. My theory is weird. I made a career out of being creative and the sparrowhawk going out and trying to find these things. If you can use existing data collection strategies to get at the kinds of core processes, if you're really interested in trying to estimate hard-to-reach populations and other things, then what could be more creative than something like respondent-driven sampling and other modalities? But in many cases, we're missing a lot. We're leaving a lot of assumptions out there. So think PTS, probe the scope conditions, maybe think about multiple networks, maybe look at places where you might do a strategic comparison between two different populations, one where you would think that this thing would unfold more clearly, and another one where you would think it wouldn't unfold as clearly based upon the underlying theory. Test a core assumption. Create a little lure to go fishing and really see if you can catch something that hasn't been caught there. And then ultimately, there's all sorts of opportunities to go out into the world, to go into the wild, and to create an environment or find the environment where you think that these things can unfold in real time and pursue them. So thank you, and peaceful thoughts. Yeah, and I'll be here as well. I'm delighted to hang out with you all and answer questions or chat about your work. But yeah. The frenemy? That is such a great question. In balance theory, that doesn't really allow for frenemies. Yeah, I think that's an issue. That may be a weakness of the theory. So you're either a friend or an enemy. Ultimately, balance theory would say it goes one way or the other. You can have conflict and tension with your friends, but they're still your friends until they're not. So there are people who have done extensions of balance theory that are with valued networks, things like that. So Newcomb, had an extension of this, looking at it in a more valued way. So that could probably help with that. Yeah. 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 Yes, I am. I'm of the scraping generation. My advisor and I in 2003 were scraping the internet like by hand and having undergraduates analyze data sets that way. So yeah, I think that if you can find an online source, maybe something like those notes, and I mean there are other things that I'm not as plugged into as I really should be, but I'm where you can use AI, you can use large language models to automate some of this, to extract this, and so as part of the Divinity School project, we have a huge amount of interview data, and one of the things that we've been doing is doing some extraction of sort of topics from the interviews and seeing if people start to talk about God in the same way over time, something that was suggested by Peter Behrman's group when I went up there and gave a talk a few months ago. So I think that there are lots of ways to do what very creatively here, and I would very much encourage it. I think you have to be careful that you are really doing it because it gets at some process or part of the theory rather than it's there, right? Yeah. Oh, I've been obsessed with that question. Thank you. So sure, some version of it. You articulated it really well. I've been doing a lot on polarization lately, actually, and the Divinity School study was kind of an exemplar of this because the United Methodist Church was schisming over same-sex marriages and also having openly gay clergy and things like that. And so that was one of the interesting things about that we found was that the more you were engaged in the peer influence of the group, the more you were central in that discussion network, the more your beliefs changed to become more liberal. And they have the same curriculum, they have the same thing. What's really driving it is engagement with others in the network. So I do not think that these things are inevitable. I think of them as kind of like, it's like an epigenetics, like it's our genes. We have the 4 rules of balance in our genes, but they're not expressed necessarily except under certain environments. And when you get someone who's in a position who says you're either with us or you're against us, that is the 4th rule of balance. And I do not think that there's a lot of evidence that comes naturally to us, but it does naturally. I mean, nature, nurture, right? It happens and is expressed in environments of perceived scarcity. And so the only place in the world where we really see it is in Highland, New Guinea, where there's like, that really is the friend, the enemy of an enemy is a friend there. And I would imagine in somewhere like, under extreme division in society, those things become triggered and exploited, frankly. Yeah, it's a great question. Okay, I'm around. I look forward to talking with you. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Is there a camera, Jim, that I need to be aware of? So I can, how I can wander over here? How far can I tend to walk.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, we're in good field all the way down.
Okay. All right, cool.
And my Will does a nice job.
Okay.
All right. Find your way back, or I don't know if you not find your way back, and wind down, and either one works. All right. It's my extreme pleasure to introduce Bob Ferris. Bob is an old friend, probably older than either of us here with met from back in the days at UNC when we were sort of young pups. And it's just been a real pleasure to be his colleague for all these years and to watch the amazing work he's done. And recently, he's managed to do something that all of us thought couldn't be done, which is to collect large-scale sample network data across multiple settings, including negative social ties, which is just, we all know, we all went to high school. Go ahead and show the flush up, please. Thank you. We all went to high school. We know that it's not like they're the friendly places that help make them out to be. It's just that we can't possibly collect that data because administrators their heads explode. But Bob did it. And in addition to this, he's just been a powerhouse at UC Davis, generating remarkable students and remarkable work in the last, we'll leave it unspecified. And we've also been trying for every time we've done this workshop to have Bob in, and it's just our schedule has never managed to align. So it's really a pleasure to finally have you here. So Bob, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jim. And thank you all for having me here. I am thrilled to talk about the stuff I'm working on. Well, thrilled might be a little bit of an exaggeration. Jim asked me to talk specifically about the challenges and lessons learned we're having for recruitment for a new wave of data collection, which sort of is akin to sharing my personal trauma for the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to bracket that part and talk about that a bit, and we can go into more detail in the Q&A, but I'll also talk about some of the more positive things that are coming out of the study. So I'll give a little bit of background on the current data collection effort, which is called the NC Life Study. It's still underway. In fact, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between Durham and Chapel Hill because we're having meetings. It's kind of an interesting time to be collecting data under an NIH R01 under the auspices of understanding long-term consequences of structural racism. So we have a lot to go through. Okay, so the background of this starts with Susan Ennett, my wonderful PI on the original data collection, the original study that actually I only got involved in thanks to Jim, because Susan reached out to, she knew Jim was a networks master, and she asked if he would be interested in working on the project, and thankfully for me, he said he could not, because I wouldn't be here. I don't know what I would be doing if I didn't get involved with this study. But Jim mentioned me as a backup, inferior backup, and so she said yes, and so I got involved with the data collection, which was already underway at the time. But anyway, this project started out as a proposal to analyze ad health data, which was then rejected. And so she came back with an order of magnitude more money requested, and that was funded for a new data collection. And the project was largely modeled on ad health. So, and it's better in some ways and worse in others. It's better if you're a networks person, if you like more waves of data to analyze. It's worse in that it's not nationally representative, it's local, and it's an interesting unique population. So it started with all kids who are in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in public school in 3 North Carolina counties. And I think I can now, at this point, the counties are out of the bag. It's Vance, Person, and Moore counties, which were selected because they are not Wake County, they're not Orange County, the counties that have been studied to death. They were counties that had been more or less overlooked, which brings some interesting advantages and disadvantages for when we talk about our data. So it was about 8,200 kids were eligible, and we got at least one wave of participation from 7,200 of them. And so, and as kids joined those cohort grades, they were allowed to enter the study. So people came and went, as is typical. We also have another study, a follow-up survey of the parents from a random subsample that's been underutilized. This is the data structure. So you have the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders followed all the way through 12th grade for the oldest cohort. As I said, it's modeled on Ad Health, and it has a kind of a wide range of topic areas with a lot of depth in some. It's woefully deficient when if you're interested in romantic relationships, unfortunately, which was one of the areas that these schools were not comfortable with us asking about. Although it has great dating violence data. For the network stuff, we have kind of a traditional best friend name generator, up to 5 of the best friends, and then there's pretty standard questions about their interaction frequencies, parental, do their kids know, parents know each other, and so on. I can get into these details if there's any interest. But the thing that was, I think, sort of new at the time, and maybe less so now, was that we were able to, thanks to Susan advocating, we were able to add questions about aggression networks, which was my area of interest. And it took a lot of battles with the IRB. There was one board member in particular who had been bullied as a young person and was really reluctant to allow this to go through for fear that it could trigger additional bullying. We were fortunately able to point to research that suggested that has looked at that very question and found that no uptick in aggressive behavior. So we have bullying relationships from both directions, from the bully's perspective, from the victim's perspective. We kind of, in practice, what we've ended up doing is combining those networks such that we count a tie from A to B if A nominates B as a victim or B nominates A as a bully. Okay, so a lot of stuff has come out of the context study. I think last time I counted was about $12 million in grants. 50 or so papers have come out of it. And it's really rich data, and I feel like it's not fully tapped. But it is old. And so it's long been a dream of mine to follow up and see where these people are. I feel like I've spent my entire life, at least my professional life, studying them. And they've been stuck in time, frozen in time. And meanwhile, now they're in their mid 30s now, and kind of closing in on their late 30s. So thanks to the efforts of my collaborators, we were able to secure funding for the NC Life study, which is intended to follow up with a new wave of data collection from the original context participants. Again, under the auspices of NIDA program on the long-term consequences of structural racism and discrimination. So here's the study team. Leanne has been where are you, Leanne? Has been an invaluable collaborator and is the backbone of a lot of the stuff I'm going to show you today. In fact, was sending me stuff within the last hour, was sending me some tables that I needed. So I'm going to skip some of these details, but this is again the data structure. We have 3 cohorts that started out roughly 11, 12 years old, and then there's a 20-year gap, and now they're in their mid-30s. And so the question is, one of the problems we've had is try how to get them to tell us what their lives are like now. We developed a survey that it's got a lot of chefs in this kitchen. There's a lot of people with different interests involved, and so it's kind of a hodgepodge of stuff. There's folks who are interested in HIV. There's some sort of standard things you'd want to know. There's questions about health, substance use, and so on that NIDA was particularly interested in. But it's kind of a hodgepodge. But for the networks audience, I thought I would go into a little more detail on the network items. We ask, one of the things we're interested in and what Leanne has worked on is the significance of stable relationships for people. And so one of the things we were particularly interested in is whether we get pretty strong effects for network stability while kids are in school, And one of the questions we were particularly interested in was whether those persist across longer time frames. So we are asking, we were showing the respondents the people they named as friends while they were in high school, and asking if they're still friends, and if they're not, we're also kind of interested in the question of negative ties and if there's any falling out stories that we could gather. We're also similarly finally getting some retrospective data on romantic relationships that we were not able to collect during the original data collection. Questions about bullying. We're interested in whether people remember. I've never fully, I've always questioned, how accurate the bullying data. One wrong number, if as a kid is filling out a bubble sheet, could mean that somebody's being accused of something that they didn't do. And so we were interested in whether kids actually, or adults, actually remember who was bullying them while they were in middle and high school. So we have follow-up questions about that. And then we're collecting some current ego network data. Okay, so recruitment. This is what Jim asked me to talk about. Some of the research on panel data recruitment suggests that there are kind of 4 pillars of a successful recruitment approach. One is tracing, so being able to track down the folks that you want to track down. And one of the things they emphasize is making sure you have, this is the Framingham study in a nutshell. This is how we got such great network data, was because they asked people in that study to also give the contact information of close friends and associates. Barrier reduction, so making it easy to collect data. Community building, developing a sense that this is a larger project, larger than themselves, something that they want to be motivated intrinsically to participate in. And we kind of did all these things, and then of course follow-up, just communication, reaching out, making sure you're keeping tabs on your subject. So we did all these things, but one thing we were not able to do successfully, I think, was the community building aspect. We were able to trace, in a nutshell, we were able to find people, but it's hard to not talk to somebody for 20 years and then come back and say, hey, this is a great study you were involved in when you were in middle school. So on the tracing front, we were able to recruit an army of volunteer RAs, undergraduates, who successfully found 92% of our eligible participants. 2/3 of which I think we have fairly high confidence that we've matched the right person. And then, in the event that they do take the survey, we have a lot of verification processes involved. So we're not getting false data. It's possible we have initial false matches on the tracing front, but when they actually participate in the survey, we have a pretty detailed screener to make sure that we're talking to the right people. The majority of these people never left North Carolina. And actually about 2/3 reside either in those original counties or very nearby ones. 670 of these people could not be traced. We could not find any record of them anywhere. And I got kind of interested in that particular rabbit hole. Why I was focusing on the 8% we couldn't find instead of the 93 or 2 or 3% that we could. So it turns out, but it's kind of an interesting question, like who disappears from the state, the view of the state, as far as we can tell. And one of the issues is name frequency. So people with very common names we would have a hard time matching them. But adjusting for the frequency, according to the census, of their first and last names, we found that it's disproportionately Latinx youth who did not comprise too much of our original sample. And then disconnected kids with low end degree, and ones who did not participate in the survey, and also kids who moved around a lot. So none of these things are especially shocking. But it was also interesting, though, that they resided when we knew where they resided in less rural and less poor block groups, which was a little surprising. So this is where they are in the networks. The blue dots are current participants. The red dots are the folks we could not find, who are, it's hard to tell, but they are disproportionately represented among those isolates. Here they are in space. This is Moore County. And you can't really tell anything from that, except, I'll just, trust me on this, they're more concentrated down here. Same thing for the other 2 counties. I just like maps. Okay, so tracing was not a problem. The next issue is how do we get people to actually participate in our survey? We started off by offering a $50 gift certificate or a gift card, which Leanne was in charge of administering and sending out. And so she had to deal with all the angry people who said, where's my money? And then we also offered incentives for referrals, successful referrals. We have a website. It's called nclife.org. Feel free to check it out. We just had it revamped by some professionals. And we did a whole lot of texting and calling. We had these undergraduates making phone calls, cold calling these folks, reaching out on social media. We did Spotify ads. We did various social media ads. We did even radio ads. We sent postcards. We sent letters. We did we had flyers in the coffee shops. We went to churches. We had a fair amount of in-person contact in these counties. Leanne, how many times did you go out to these counties? 10? Okay, yeah. And there were other folks going out to there and meeting people on the street and handing them flyers. So we put a lot of effort into it. There was a lot of, and that's not easy. That takes person hours to complete. We also developed a community ambassador program where we're trying to recruit people that we think might be kind of influential. And we have had disappointing results. Even it corresponds to the level of confidence we have in the original tracing, but of the ones that we're most confident that we have the right person, we have 13% response rates. So we'll get into the costs. So basically, we spent a whole lot of money on ads and social media and consultants, and it was worthless, absolutely worthless. We got almost nothing out of that. We got almost everything out of our volunteer RA labor. So this is another image of the spending. So less than 1% of our subjects came from the online recruitment stuff that we were doing, and that was eating up a huge amount of the cost. So, okay. Fortunately, so ultimately the results are disappointing so far. We're not done yet. We're still collecting data, but it's looking a bit rough. But fortunately, North Carolina has made available pretty rich, as a fairly open state in terms of public records, and we are learning a lot about these folks through their official records that are compiled by the state. We've also gone back and collected retrospective data using our education records that we've gotten from the North Carolina Educational Research Data Center, which has complete transcripts, test scores, discipline, and most, I think, important for some of us, the disciplinary records for these kids during their time in schools. We've expanded. We had the original data and all subsequent data geocoded, so we have expanded our measures of neighborhood characteristics, and I'll show you some cool maps that one of my colleagues has put together. And we have, thanks to North Carolina again, we have pretty detailed criminal justice contact histories. And we're still scouring public records. So now a lot of our effort has shifted to what we can get from these other data sources. And finally, we have the original high school yearbooks, which I think I feel like I've done a little bit of stuff with them, but I think they're underutilized. So, okay, but still, it's been a tough go. So I'll talk a little bit about what we're working on now. The first is a paper on interracial violence in schools. And two questions we're trying to consider in this paper are, first, is interracial violence more or less likely than intraracial violence after accounting for exposure? Criminologists know that interracial crime or violence is unlikely in cities because people of different races do not come into regular contact with each other. as often as they do with folks of their own race. So after accounting for exposure, though, there are compelling arguments to suggest that, in fact, we should expect higher rates of interracial conflict and violence. And then secondly, we're also looking at the consequences side of it. So are the consequences of interracial violence more significant for victims than those of intraracial victimization? So in this case, we're looking at internalizing problems, substance abuse, school attachment, and changes in grade point average. So it was about we were able to do analyses on 10 of our schools that range in size from about 100 to over 1,000. And this is what we find. This is an ergon model summarizing each column. These are just the significant results. The dashes are negative results. These are the different schools. And so what we find is that, so we're controlling, we find that white to black dyads are significantly less likely to involve, to be aggressive, as are black to white dyads. And that's interesting because we're controlling for the social distance separating the two. I mean, even with the school kids, well, we see that schools are to varying degrees segregated, so they're not necessarily socializing together, but even after you take that into consideration. And also shared activities, we have other measures of propinquity, but we still find this fairly strong negative effect across the board for mixed race dyads. There's some reluctance or avoidance of aggressive ties between across racial boundaries. So the question is why is that? One of the things we looked at just hours ago, Leanne sent me this, which is explores the question of whether there's an interaction between social distance and mixed race dyads. And in some, no, there doesn't seem to be, except for one school. So basically, the avoidance of forming an aggressive tie across racial lines is not moderated by the social distance separating the two kids in the dyad. On the consequences side, we find we estimate some fixed effects models where we decompose the aggression in degree by the race of the aggressor in the relationship, the gender, and the social distance separating them. And also we separate in many models we separate physical violence from other forms of aggression, and I can get into those details. There's not a lot of difference, so I don't make too much out of it. But what we find is that net of intraracial victimization, we do not really find much in the way of consequences for interracial victimization. Has no significant pernicious effect on internalizing problems, substance abuse, or school attachment for either black or white students. There's two exceptions. We find one, that black and white youth are distressed by bullying from Latinx and other racial groups. And this category of kids includes some where the racial category was missing, and so there's likely to be a fair number of same race dyads mixed in with this, so take that with a grain of salt. But then we do see that white youth experience a decline in their GPAs after being bullied by black students. But basically, we're finding that these are sort of unexpected, at least for me, unexpected results. So interracial aggression is highly unlikely, even after we account for social distance, and largely inconsequential. And I think part of the answer might be found in Gould's arguments about collective violence, but you have to torture it a little bit. So I can get into these. These are the consequences. That's what a typical network looks like. It's fair. These schools are fairly segregated socially. How much time? Oh.
I can get a clarifying question.
Yes. Yeah.
Is there other pernicious negative effects to intraracial?
Yes. Yeah, I can get into that if you like. But yes, there are, and there is for overall. But once you have both in the model. And we also looked at it as a proportion. So we see that If you just take total degree and then you have a percent intra or inter, there's no effect. Okay, so that's paper number 1. Okay, good. And paper number 2 is being led by John Hipp, where this is not especially networky really at all, but it has cool maps. I like maps. So this is being led by John Hipp, where we're trying to expand on our conceptualization of structural racism and discrimination at various geographic units, ranging from block groups to county level. And we're incorporating a fairly newly available data on things that feel like they might be implicated in structural racism. You know, the percent of bars and liquor and convenience stores, fringe banks like payday lenders, pawn shops, and so on. Things like that intrinsically feel like they might be implicated at the neighborhood level, and then some more standard measures of black and white socioeconomic disadvantage. And so depending on which measure you put in, this is Moore County. Things can look quite differently geographically. This is eviction rates in Moore County. This is the fringe banks. So if we were relying only on fringe banks, there's effectively none, except for just a couple neighborhoods. So that wouldn't be a great measure to rely on. This is educational attainment differences, income, labor force participation, another measure of income. Anyway, we have a lot of these. There's a lot of dimensions to this, and but latent class models, which combine them in different ways, boil it down to two dimensions. One relates to disadvantaged neighborhoods, just absolute disadvantage. Things that, having toxic sites near where you live, things that are just inherently bad to live near. And then relative, so it's an absolute and a relative disadvantage. Those are the two dimensions to this. And it turns out that they improve our predictions of lifespan and other measures of health over traditional measures of structural racism. Okay, so shifting back to lessons learned. The first is, don't wait 20 years. Plan ahead. Just build in. Successful recruitment means building that community, and it's not something you can do in a year or two. It's something you need to do along the way. Also, don't try to call people to participate in a survey in a swing state during an election cycle. Don't waste money on social media or consultants. And instead, unfortunately, I think this type of data collection is going to require a lot of boots on the ground and community involvement. And had we done that earlier, we might, I might be talking to you about results from the survey rather than why we don't have enough people. We also had we spent a lot of time dealing with fraud. That's another thorny issue, and between bots that are getting better and better, and people who are trying to fill out the survey twice for friends and so on. We had to deal with that a lot. And thanks goodness for the North Carolina and its policies around public records access. A lot of states, had we been doing this in Virginia, we would just be sunk. There's not a lot available, and you have to pay quite a bit of money for each record. So I also wanted to sort of put out a pitch. The data are old, but I think they're still valuable, and we have fortunately a new generation of scholars working on the context study and the NC Life study, and there's a lot of folks involved, but there's room for collaboration. So if this seems like it might be of interest to you, especially if you're sort of in the early stages of your career, please reach out. And just in general, I think we should reconsider data that seem old and see if there are ways to kind of freshen it up. add to it. Like, I think there's at least 2 more cool papers to be done with the yearbook stuff alone. So with that, I will leave it to you for questions. So, thank you. Way in the back. Huh. Uh-huh. Yes, they're coming up. Yes, their 20th. We're going to be there. Yes. Yes, their 20ths are coming up in the next few years, and if we aren't terminated, even if we are terminated, we're going to come back with a new plan to measuring the long-term impacts of structural racism. A totally new study. Yeah. Yeah, they were when they started, they were in 6th grade. So, yeah. Yeah. Yes?
I guess curiously, did you find that interracial social distance remained pretty constant 20 years later, or has the social distance changed?
We don't know. We haven't looked at the new data yet, but and I hope that we ultimately get enough responses to be able to answer that question. But so far I'm nervous. Yeah.
Can you speak a bit about recruitment for the first wave? I know it's been a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, great question. It's totally not replicatable at all. Susan, she picked these schools in part because they hadn't been studied, and these schools, because they hadn't been studied, said, "Oh sure, here's all our kids' addresses. And they did passive consent. When I was in grad school, I was out in the schools with Scantron bubble sheets, and it would just not be possible today, unfortunately. So yeah, there was a passive consent process, so parents had to actively opt out, which meant that we had, in the first wave, we had 90-some% response rates, which declined a little over time, but it was still pretty darn good. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good question. We haven't looked at the school level effects. At the individual level, the people we don't find are less connected. But that's a good question if we see stronger patterns at the school level. I'll get back to you. Yes.
I've seen social media, other apps used for recruitment and other studies. Do you have thoughts on why maybe?
It's expensive. The targeting, we are looking for, I think it might be okay if you don't need to find very specific people. And we're trying to find very specific people who are living in disproportionately rural counties in North Carolina. And it's just hard. It's hard to get ads that are hard to find cost-effective advertising strategies through social media that pinpoint where your hotspots, because your hotspots, there's still, even when you're in these counties, there's still, the vast majority of people, even in that school radius, have no connection to the study. So that's quite a challenge for that. Yes?
Were you able to, or did you try to use differential nominations or persistent threads?
Yes, we've been targeting specifically the, sorry, Jim, I think I anticipated your question, but.
I think so. When you ask people about their persistent friends in high school, you discovered who their persistent friends were in high school, or in the first wave. You ask the ones who responded if they know where these people are now?
Yes, we're trying to encourage referrals, and we haven't looked at the, so you're asking whether the people who we say, yes, we're still friends, and are you asking that from a recruitment perspective? Yeah.
Hey, you named Moody as your friend back in 6th grade. You know where he is? You can't find him.
Yeah. Well, the problem is we can find him. He just won't answer our calls. And so, yeah, we know where 92% of these folks are, and again, the majority are still, the vast majority are still in those same counties, and maybe Leanne can speak to a little bit more. Yeah. 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 Yeah, we're getting our best results through text and email and calling, and I think the postcards that we sent. But it's still a lot of people just are, you're bombarded, especially during election season. Yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah.
Not a question, more of a comment. I also work with the rural cohort. Something we've had success with were county fairs.
Yeah, we've tried to go to. Did we do a county fair? We did football games. We've done. Churches. Yeah, yeah. 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 Yes, we've been. We don't know. We don't yet. I mean, we know they probably have kids. We haven't identified their kid. We haven't matched the people to kids yet, because I think kids and daycare centers. Yeah. Yeah, good question, and I can only speculate because I don't have data on it. But I think, my take on it is that the modeling, when adults engage in these behaviors, I think it looks different, and they don't do it the way, a 10th grader doesn't do it the same way a 5th grader does, and an adult doesn't do it the same way a 10th grader does. And so I think the modeling is probably going to be pretty indirect, and I think it's probably more around prioritizing status and valuing that. And one of the interesting things, the paper I did with Leanne, is we find that the more kids care about being popular, and not every kid does, but the more they do, the more likely they are to become popular and to engage in these behaviors, which then reinforces, improves their status, but also reinforces that value for them. But conversely, the kids who prioritize having a close group of friends care less about status. They tend to retain their friends over time, and also tend to desist from those behaviors. So we have a virtuous cycle and a vicious cycle. So, you know, and so if parents are modeling and kind of subtly reinforcing their own social standing or that of their kids, I think that is, my guess is that's the pathway that is inherited through.
I think we have to.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm happy to talk. Yeah.
We have to go to jump at the end. Forget that. Hold your questions.
Oh,
then.
yeah.
Get Bob still around, and otherwise.
Yeah, I'll be around. Thank you.
Feel the question over.
I can grab my laptop.
I might have to, 'cause it won't, sorry. So now it is, here, let's just use yours. I think it's going to be faster anyway.
Thankfully, it's all PCs, right?
Do you want the clicker?
Yes, please. Well, actually, I can just. Sure.
Or whatever you prefer. So. Is this your water?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. No, no.
I'll get you another.
No, sorry.
Let's get you wired up. Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
you.
Yeah, that's why I wear it.
All right. Sorry for the delay. Computer probably on my part. Introduction, you already met Ashton before in his other life. He has probably been, in many ways, Harrison White's, sort of the new version of my favorite book that Harrison White ever wrote was Anatomy of Kinship, where he used network models to understand how kinship systems work. And the work kind of followed for, 40 years, and then Ashton took it back over again. And so this is sort of a real legacy of the way that the field has thought about networks, and it's great to see this work happening. So, Ashton, take it away.
Well, thank you for having me again. And this is the last time that you'll hear from me this week, unless I answer one question during Something Chumps. So today, the second thing I want to talk about is kind of kinship networks and thinking a little bit differently about sort of our social relationships and social networks. When you think of social networks, I think most people in their head envision like a friendship network, the kind of school-based network that Bob was talking about and others. And that really has kind of dominated the field. But I think that's actually kind of to the detriment of the field. So I'm going to give an overview of kind of how I think about where kinship networks fit in the social networks and health space, and talk about kind of key gaps in current knowledge. And there's a lot of gaps in current knowledge, but one area that I paid a lot of attention to kind of recently is this kind of demography of kinship and trying to understand what I think of as really simple questions like, how many siblings does the average person have? Which are actually not well answered in the literature. And then I'm going to use that to kind of hop into some kind of cool tools that have kind of come onto the scene in the last 5 years or so. I would say like 15 years ago, people started really redeveloping these tools, including some my contributions in that area. But in the last 5 years, maybe 6 years, they've really taken off. And so there's like a really cool time. It's a cool time to be interested in this and to do exciting work that I think has broad kind of policy, public health, and kind of theoretical interest for current kind of scholars. And so I'll go through the kind of tools that exist, talk through the actual tools, and give some examples with some code, which it's our code. So I usually do this stuff in like MATLAB or Stata. And so this is, you're going to like open the R code and look at it and be like, this person does not know. It's like looking at Medusa or something. You're going to turn to stone. But the code, I believe it will run. So if it doesn't run, I still have the takeaway points that I can highlight. So when you think about social networks and health, I think most people, as I said, think about friendship networks or other kind of affiliation networks. And if you look at the literature on this topic, that is certainly the case. If you do Web of Science searches for social networks and you try and put in kind of other terms to see like what kind of networks people are talking about, 75,000 articles have the word social networks in the title, abstract, and keywords. And only 8% of those talk about other types of relationships, right? Family, kinship. In the Journal of Social Networks, I was able to like go through the specific articles. It's a much more manageable number. And you see it's kind of about 10% of them are really focused on family and kinship networks. And most of the rest are focused on broader sets of affiliation or don't explicitly talk about family relationships within that. Despite that kind of focus on non-family-based ties, I think that it's an underappreciated fact of many networks that a substantial number of the ties in the networks that we're interested in are actually family ties. So the example that I love to pull, like trot out on this one, is the Framingham Heart Study data that was so popularized by Fowler and Christakis' analysis of like smoking contagion, obesity contagion, happiness contagion. There's a couple other ones that they did in it. And this is the data set. This is in the kind of Museum of Science in Boston, which I think is kind of a cool accomplishment. And that network graph of the kind of network of ties among people in the Framingham kind of heart study, that they used the contact information, as Bob was talking about, to follow up with people, and they took that and turned it into a social network. But if you actually look at the ties in that data, about 55% of those ties are close family ties. So spouse, sibling, parent, child. And I think when you think of that, it really reframes their results away from this idea of like the contagion of obesity to like interpersonal family dynamics being a critical part of that really implicates some of the critiques that were leveled against it, like genetics and other things like that that might be unobserved confounders. And if you look at other kind of data sets, you also see a similar pattern. So I think one that's like very famous, kind of popularized by Miller McPherson and Elizabeth Levin, was this idea of kind of American, and Peter Marsden before that, American social relationships, who we talk to about important matters. If you use the GSS question about important matters and you ask people, and you look at who people are referring to, about 69% of the population were nominating more family ties that they talk to about important matters compared to the number of friend ties they nominated. And then last, like a really classic kind of 1969 book during the era pre-Roe when abortion was illegal. Another book was that kind of popularized the notion of we go to our networks to find difficult things. We go to like search extensively. It's called Search for Abortionist among women that needed to find someone who could perform an abortion for them. And about 50% of the searchers, the first people they asked in that network, were family members, which I think runs contrary to the classic narrative of like how we access our social networks. There are others that are not as dominated by family networks, like kind of the original Small World study. Only 14% of letters were sent to family members in that study, but that still is, I think, a relatively substantial proportion of the letters that you're passing on to try from somebody randomly in Kansas or Nebraska or something to send a letter to somebody in Boston. It's like, oh, I'll just send it to a family member. That's a good way to get a tie to some letter to someone I don't know across the country. And similarly, like in early Granovetter work on kind of strength of weak ties, about 30% of the ties of the jobs that people found were through family members. So when we think of weak ties, we don't usually think of family, but in that data set, a lot of the original kind of findings were based on family ties. And then just to really hammer in on this point, this is analyzing a couple different waves of the general social survey. This is by age of the respondents. This is the number of family-based ties people have, the number of non-family-based ties people have. This, at certain points in our life course, family ties are incredibly dominant, particularly in the older adult portion of the life course. When we think of who the average 70-year-old communicates with about important matters, I think across different groups, across different time periods, we should think it's going to be a family member is a really critical part of that. And that's a lot of my kind of research interests. This is another American Time Use survey, like who people spend time with at different points. Same basic idea, you're spending a lot of time with family as you get older. So what do we know about those family ties from a kind of social networks perspective? There's a really broad anthropological kind of tradition on this topic that tries to kind of enumerate different family structures, family systems. One that I always kind of think about, and it relates to the Anatomy of Kinship book that Jim talked about, was these early anthropological efforts to say, like, America uses what they called the Eskimo kinship system. So we refer to ties kind of in this way, that like we distinguish siblings from cousins, but other cultures maybe don't do that as much. They maybe group different kinds of cousins, different kinds of relations in different ways, right? So there was a long anthropological tradition to classify societies by their kin categories, a lot of anthropological work on this topic. So there's a great rich tradition in that area, but there's a lot less known about the sociological aspects of this, in my opinion. So a lot of the possible insights about kinship networks and family networks, I think, are obscured. A big reason for that is this kind of theoretical focus on peer effects and social networks. And sort of related to that, this split between the literatures focused on family, which are largely conducted by one group of people, and the literatures focused on social networks, which are largely conducted by a pretty separate group of people. And they are not in as much conversation as I think would be ideal. Another big feature in that family kind of side of things is that most social data collection that occurs at sort of the population level tends to enumerate household-based ties and asks very few ties that exist outside of the household. So this is a critique that the social networks literature has leveled at it, but I think it's a critique that you could level up for trying to understand family or kinship dynamics as well. For instance, very few surveys ask people, like, how many living siblings do you have? That's just not a very well-known thing, and it's a challenge for trying to make inferences about sort of kinship distributions in the population. And then last, I think that this kind of traces to like kind of Marx and Engels kind of theoretical tradition where there's this kind of idea that family and kinship networks are important for kind of historical populations, small-scale tribal populations, et cetera. But in advanced industrial economies, we don't rely on these types of ties. They don't matter as much. And so I think that that kind of has, the combination of these things have led to this kind of weird cycle where what we're looking at in terms of kind of family relationships constrains what we find, which then further constrains the types of questions that we ask, which further constrains what we look at, et cetera. So with survey data, we can learn a lot about family relationships and how they influence us. For instance, here's some work that I had done on COVID, where we tried to examine, oh, like if your family member dies of COVID, is that worse than if they die of a different disease? We found that for loneliness and depression and trouble sleeping, that when your spouse dies of COVID, you're more likely to have a higher level of loneliness or depression than you would expect otherwise if they died of another kind of cause. And so we found this kind of difference, family kind of influence of a specific cause of death, but we could only look at spouses, and it was really a frustrating aspect of the survey that we couldn't look at, well, what's the influence of like other people that matter to you dying? So that was a real constraint that data posed for us. And what I have found in a lot of my recent work, which is sort of flipping the equation from looking at how many ties you have to how many ties you might have lost in this kind of family space, I found that everywhere that I've looked, they seem to matter. And one area that I think is kind of surprising is, I think it's a pretty surprising one, is the loss of grandparents. So we looked for children in the Future of Families and Child Wellbeing study. And we looked at what happens to their educational trajectories and various other kind of health measures when they experience the death of a grandparent. So we think of the death of a grandparent as like a pretty normative thing that happens in your teenage years, your early 20s. This is thought to be like a really common experience, and it actually is a pretty common experience. But people historically have thought like, oh, that's just normal, it's expected, who would be disrupted by that? But what we found is, and across different outcomes, verbal and math scores, depression, externalizing behavior, so some delinquent and criminal justice system involvement kind of behaviors, subsequent educational attainment, and like epigenetic aging kind of measures, that across all of these different things, a little bit differently depending on the group we're looking at, but across all of them, losing your grandparent during childhood or teenage years is detrimental for your kind of outcomes. So this graph shows an example for Black, Hispanic, and white boys, grandmother-grandfather deaths, and particularly, not all of these are significant, but particularly for Black and Hispanic children, we see pretty strong negative influences of losing a grandparent on their kind of test scores. We see similar results for teens, adolescents, and other kind of ways of cutting the data. Which I think this is an exciting area, and there's been this kind of groundswell of research on thinking about what happens when we lose family members, how these family ties are kind of influencing us. And so I wrote with my colleague from University of Southern California, Emily Smith Greenaway, and Debbie Carr from Boston University. We recently wrote an annual review article trying to synthesize the sociology of kind of bereavement research. And one of the things that we kind of concluded within that is that there was an early psychological focus. This tradition emerged from psychology, and it really focused on what happens when your spouse dies, what happens when you're a kid and your parent dies, what happens when, those are the two biggest ones. What happens to people when their child dies is the other one. And it was very individualized, very kind of psychological, and all this evidence that like it's bad for people's mental health. But when you trace the literature over time, that really started to expand in the kind of tradition of studying it. So in the post-2000s, people started thinking about like, oh, how does widowhood, how is that moderated by the amount of social support that's available to you? How's the negative influence of widowhood on your health kind of moderated? And the thing that has kind of emerged post-2010, but really closer to 2020, has been what we're calling this kind of focus on the social demography of bereavement and trying to understand, all right, well, we know that this is pretty, not uniformly, but pretty across the board bad for people. What are actually the ties that people are losing? And that question is actually still not very well answered. So that's some of the stuff that I've been trying to do in the last couple of years, and I'll have some examples at the end of this. So just a quick kind of social demography of bereavement I define as like the prevalence, determinants, and consequences of bereavement. And I think it's really important to understand it to help us feel a sense of the ways that bereavement is inequitably structured across society, how some groups maybe experience it younger, how some groups experience it at higher levels, some of the kind of experiences of it might be more traumatic than other experiences, and all of these things have kind of remained unanswered. And so we can turn to the tools of kind of kinship modeling to begin to answer that question. Unfortunately, survey data, particularly for bereavement, but I also think for kinship in general, is really inadequate to characterize this stuff. Because we only typically ask about household members, we can't enumerate, for instance, how many siblings the average 45-year-old has versus the average 35-year-old. We can't enumerate how that might have changed in the last 20 years. These kinds of questions are kind of obscured. In addition, if we want to study bereavement, it's even more problematic because not all of our siblings are going to die, right? And so they will eventually, but not all of them will have died at any given point in time. And so sample sizes are way too small to do many comparisons. A really influential study on this was by Deb Umberson, looking at the AdHealth data and some other data sources. And she tried to characterize, like, what's the white-black gap in experiencing the death of a close family member by age 30, by age 40, et cetera. And what she did in that data set is use the kind of experiences of death in the AdHealth data. And what you see here is Black Americans had substantially higher risks of losing a loved one, but because they're a smaller proportion of the population, you only end up with like 400 white mother deaths, 375 Black mother deaths among the 20,000 or so AdHealth participants, right? So this kind of challenge leads to, we can't cut that in many more ways than we can't look at things like, oh, well, how does social support moderate it? There's a lot of limitations on the kind of survey data, and it really obscures questions like, what about Native American populations? What about Hispanic populations and other groups that might be of real interest in trying to understand inequality in the experience of family death? So taking it out of the bereavement space, even though I think they're very linked, I think we're kind of in a really exciting golden age for kinship demography research. In particular, there's a lot of surging interest kind of post-2010 in this kind of kinship demography question of like, how many siblings do people have? How many children does the average 80-year-old have? How does that impact their possibility of getting care and caregiving and informal kind of social support and things like that? So there's a real surge of interest in this. I think that's driven by the fact that the population is getting older. So if you think about where we are kind of as a country, more and more people have moved to that part of the important matters graph where family ties are the dominant part. Part of that is driven by like population decline. So like we have seen these really interesting demographic patterns that have unfolded over the last 30 to 75 years in different countries that are leading to like big changes in these things all of a sudden. And we also are in a situation where there is kind of disinvestment or lack of continued investment in kind of public infrastructure. And so there's probably a real need to rely on kind of family members for informal care in a way that maybe wasn't always the case historically. Last, I think that we have a lot of new tools to be able to do this research that's really exciting. So I'll talk more about that. To characterize the kinship modeling kind of space, there are three broad approaches. One is you use the survey data that are available. Unfortunately, it's not as much as you might hope, but you can still do clever things like we did with Future Families and Child Wellbeing Study, where we were able to look at, all right, they had grandmothers alive at birth, the grandmother was alive at wave 7, or age 7, the grandmother was alive at age 15, and died between age 7 and age 15, so we can look at the influence of grandmother death in that kind of window. There's also kind of interesting, exciting administrative data approaches for this. I know some people that are using register data to, for instance, look at this, but I've talked a little bit enough about that, and I want to turn to the area that I think maybe will be more appealing to a social networks kind of audience, because you can play around with exciting kind of network analysis toolkits with it and try and understand like how things are changing. So the two broad kind of modeling-based approaches, the first one is to what I call like simulating the network. So in this approach, you have agents of some sort within the computer doing different things that are evolving according to some sort of probabilistic rates that could be matched to reality. So that might be giving birth, marrying, getting divorced, having children, dying, migrating. And you can simulate all these things and track what the kinship network evolution looks like under that kind of model. That was the area that I worked in for quite a while. And I've increasingly turned away from that area because it is really hard to do that kind of stuff. It's very hard to get the models to converge. There's a lot of programming challenges with it. And I've increasingly moved to this other area, which has kind of really been revitalized in recent years, that are a set of analytical tools to model kinship and family networks. So just an overview of the demographic microsimulation approach. Basically, you can take in a bunch of different rates like remarriage, divorce, marriage, mortality, et cetera. People in your agents in your little simulation can do those things, like in 2010, the probability of giving birth if you have never had children before is X, and if you've had one child, it's Y. And you can model people evolving according to these things and trace out the kinship networks from it. And as you can see, you might start with a group of people, and some of them people migrate into the village, and some people die, and other people migrate out, and you can sort of trace the kinship network as it evolves over time in that simulation. And there's some cool applications you can do with this. In particular, if you're interested in understanding kin sets of like how many, not the expected average number of siblings people have, but how many people are in really big families versus really small families. You can look at some kind of population dispersion within that. And you can do some kind of in-law relationships and things like that. So an example that I like to give for this is some work I had done on Chinese kind of kinship models. The traditional view of Chinese society is that it was really dominated by extended kinship kind of ties. This is purportedly a Chinese family from the kind of early 1900s. You can see there's lots of living relatives, et cetera. And so I take Chinese demographic statistics for a long time and simulate kind of the evolution of the kinship networks in like a hypothetical China based that follows the demographic patterns of China. And the model, these are kind of actual rates here that were used as inputs, and these are the estimated kind of fertility rates from the model. It performs really well in sort of replicating the basic demography of the country. And the answer we got from this was completely different than the answer that I think most people expect. The answer that we got is that the era of kind of peak family in China is not that classic traditional era. It's actually the contemporary era. If you look at the classic period, numbers of total family members were pretty small. The reason they were pretty small is because most people were dying in infancy and childhood, right? People were not surviving their whole lives. But as the demographic transition unfolded and mortality rates fell, so babies stopped dying while people were still having large numbers of babies, the number of people available kind of ballooned, the number of children that women had surviving ballooned, the number of siblings people had ballooned. That translated to more aunts and uncles, which translated to more cousins. And we're currently in the period where that accumulation of all of those things is reaching a very, very high level. This is for 40 to 49-year-olds. You get obviously a different story if you look at 10-year-olds and a different story if you look at 80-year-olds. But if you take sort of the midlife period, this is the peak era of kind of family for midlife adults in China. What's crazy, in my opinion, about this is that that is eroding so quickly that it's almost impossible to describe how fast it's eroding because of the implementation of later, longer, fewer campaign and all the policies associated after that with the one-child policy has led to, all of a sudden, you have a collapse in the number of children women have. That leads to a collapse in siblings, leads to a collapse in aunts and uncles, leads to a collapse in cousins. And we see in the next 30 or 40 years, family networks returning to really, really low levels, kind of pre-transitional levels. This has real implications for a country that has a limited pension system and has nursing home beds to support about 2% of the older adult population. When you think about China's ability to provide informal care, which is how they've managed the mass population aging that the country has been experiencing and is projected to continue experiencing at accelerating rates in the next 30 years, that system is eroding very rapidly. You cannot rely on large numbers of children. The average number of parents per child is going up really quickly. The average number of kind of people dependent on midlife individuals in China changing really rapidly, to the point that by, I think, 2030, China will actually be in a kind of worse kind of caregiving ratio than the United States, for instance. This isn't just China, by the way. From other work that I had done, this is a general feature of population demography, that kinship networks balloon and then they collapse. That's just a general feature of the demographic transition that I think was historically unrecognized. And I think it has implications for all sorts of things like disease diffusion and stuff like that that people haven't thought about. Other work replicates our basic findings. This is work on China. If you were to trace this back, you would see that same basic pattern. Same for the US, same for India. These countries are at different points in their demographic transition, but as the transition is sort of evaporating, the number of family members will decline very rapidly. And so we're in this really quickly defamiliarizing world, and we need to think about what that might look like. I think that can help us to understand some population level challenges like caregiving in the United States. For instance, there's been a lot of attention paid to this caregiving ratio, they call it, the caregiver support ratio, which is the classic measure of trying to understand how demographics might be influencing the kind of public policies. So this ratio historically took the number of 80-plus-year-olds divided by the number of kind of late working life year olds and said, oh, well, if that's getting worse, it suggests that the population is going to face increasing kind of informal care pressures. But with these kinship models, we can be more precise about that. Not just like the number of people divided by the number of people who might need care divided by the number of people who might be of ages to provide care. We can actually look at the kind of kinship level. What's the average number of family members available and things like that. And in doing that, we find substantial changes in the next 30 or 40 years, although not as dire as the changes that the caregiver support ratio predicts. So I think it's kind of sometimes leads us to understand, at least in different contexts, these demographic changes in new kind of ways. I also think that what's really cool about the microsimulation approach is we can begin to categorize what I'm calling like secondarily affected populations. If you're interested in, for instance, disasters like COVID-19, which I was, we can begin to understand like, all right, well, who's likely to be losing relatives to COVID-19 or experiencing relatives that other people have done work of, experiencing relatives who have been incarcerated or experiencing relatives who have become unemployed. And I think it can really change our kind of public perceptions of major crises by highlighting the kind of social ramifications of them. So early in the pandemic, for instance, there was this broad kind of idea that COVID was really only killing people who were about to die anyway. It was really only killing old people. It's really only affecting the older population. Why should anyone else care? And so we did some kind of early work on this to try and estimate, well, what is the average kind of age of people that are losing loved ones to COVID? And we found that one of the kind of key punchlines is that basically people of all ages are losing loved ones to COVID, and in particular that for every COVID death, about 9 people were losing a loved one to the disease. And I think this led to kind of interesting public policy ramifications where like Social Security and other groups recognize like, oh, a lot of children have lost their parents to COVID-19, which was otherwise kind of obscured in the kind of data and led to some kind of policy changes around getting children Social Security benefits and things like that. It had broad kind of public impact as well. And our estimates, I mean, I think the reason it had broad impact is that this highlighted the mass toll of this kind of disease on people's lives. So a lot of people lost loved ones to COVID-19. Our estimates are more than 10 million in the United States, and we were the first to recognize that a lot of kids had lost loved ones to COVID-19. The problems with microsimulation, which all of that recent stuff that I talked about is that it's really, really hard to do. It's really nice because we can look at really long-run perspectives. We can use population kind of level statistics and look at kin sets. We can look at marriage and things like that, and we can model other kinds of dynamics on top of the kinship network. But it does have the major limitation that is really, really difficult to implement. Just getting the code to run sometimes is not that hard, but getting the code to run in a way that plausibly represents the actual kind of world is often very difficult. It also needs a kind of lot of ground truthing to make people believe it in a way that I think some of the next stuff I'm going to talk about doesn't. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is this kind of analytic approach for kinship modeling. This approach really started in the 1970s in a paper by Leo Goodman, Nathan Kiefitz, and Thomas Pullum, published in 1970. And this paper is one of those like genius ideas of long ago that kind of, I think, as Jim said, lay fallow for a really long time. I think 10 years or so ago, it had about 100 citations, which is a reasonable impact, but not the level that I think it deserves. And it probably has substantially more now because it's sort of been rediscovered and revitalized. But the basic idea here is that you can use demographic rates like fertility rates and mortality rates to model the expected number of family members that individuals would have if that individual were a certain age, right? And so this is their graph of the expected number of family members that a 40-year-old woman would have in the kind of in a population where everything was constant at the 1965 US rates. So in that population, the average woman would be expected, 45-year-old woman would be expected to have 1.37 daughters and 0.112 granddaughters. She would also be expected to have about 0.62 older sisters and 0.71 younger sisters. And this kind of model can tell us a little bit about like what one demographic regime might look like in a hypothetical sense versus another demographic regime, but it doesn't tell us about actual populations. The basic insight of these kind of formal models is that there are two types of family members, and you might be wondering, like, why in the world would you divide it into younger sisters and older sisters, or nieces and nephews through older sisters versus nieces and nephews through younger sisters? Why would you do that? The answer for that is that there are the real very, very clever insight that they came up with in this model is that there are two types of family members. You have the type that are alive when you're born, and they only, in terms of biological family members, the type that are alive when you're born, and they only decline as you get older. Or the type that are not alive when you were born, and they get added and decline. And so you have this group of people, like daughters, granddaughters, and great-granddaughters, who you start off with 0 when you're born. And they get added to as you age. You have this other group who they don't get added to as you age. So you got mothers, grandmothers, great-grandmothers. They don't get added to as you age, they just get reduced as you get older. And then another group that both processes kind of occur. And so we can use this in sort of basic population balancing logic in demography that like, well, the number of people at time 2 is a function of the number of people at time 1 plus any entrants to that group minus any exits from that group. And we can understand, all right, now we know how many people are available at time 2. So if you have X number of older siblings when you're 10 years old, we know you're not going to get any new older siblings at 11. We know that they're only going to be declining. So we can model that kind of process. We can compute average numbers of lots of different types of family members. The problem with those models, however, is that they were really unrealistic. They were focused very much on like, okay, well, what if perpetually we have the 1965 rates and the 0-year-olds are experiencing the 1965 rates and the 70-year-olds are experiencing the 1965 rates, and you live your whole life with those 1965 rates. But that is a very kind of hypothetical kind of question, which is interesting in formal demography on understanding relationships between kind of aspects of the population, but not as interesting for kind of applicable kind of purposes in the contemporary era. And so those kind of models were bound to this stable population framework and could only kind of come up with very hypothetical estimates. They also historically were limited to just female kin. There were these proposed adjustments for male relatives, but they were really simplistic, like multiply the number of siblings by 2, multiply the number of grandparents by 2, you know, that sort of thing, to get like, oh, that's the expected number of male relatives, but it's not a very effective way of doing that. They typically only focus on mean values. This is still pretty true, although there's some recent estimates to try and understand distributions. And they're not usually used for kind of maybe questions that are of as much interest in the contemporary area, like bereavement or something like that. However, recent kind of work has solved a lot of those problems. And now we can use these tools to estimate really precise kind of questions of like, how many fathers are people losing to the overdose crisis versus how many mothers are people losing to the overdose crisis? An example of this that I like to give is I was really influenced by this 2023 article in the New York Times called kind of harping on the deaths of despair literature, this idea that there's this increase in kind of midlife mortality that's driven particularly by suicide, liver failure, and drug overdose. I think those are the 3 big ones. And that the original author said these are kind of despair in the population and led to, you know, the increase in these suggests something about societal breakdown. This article in the New York Times really argued like, well, we're thinking of it a little bit wrong. We're thinking like about the deaths, but we're not thinking about like what the relationship is to those who die. So it says, well, it's not just deaths of despair, it's actually deaths of children. We should reframe the way we talk about this. So I've been very influenced by that and trying to answer that question of like, how are the deaths of despair distributed unequally in the population? Another kind of application that I've looked at is losing your parents to overdoses. This is one of the biggest kind of changes in kind of public health in the last 25 years, where overdoses were a pretty rare cause of death in 2000. They're actually a very common cause of death now, and particularly in the midlife period. So how is that changing sort of the landscape of childhood? And so this article that came out kind of last spring in February 2024, I thought was really influential, where they surveyed people and they said, all right, how many people do you know who have died of an overdose? How much did it disrupt your lives? And they surveyed these adults, and they said their estimates suggested that 1 in 8 adults in the United States had been severely disrupted by the death of a family member from overdose. Not a family member, death of a family member or friend from overdose. But one of the questions that was kind of unanswered in this is children's experience in these regards. Which really got me thinking about, like, well, if it's 40% of adults, what percent of children have experienced the death of someone from overdose? But you can't really measure it with traditional survey data. On the first level, surveys don't ask about this type of thing. We actually don't have very good surveys of children, in my opinion, and at least nationally representative ones. Also, how would you even ask it in a survey? So I turned to a kind of modeling framework in this kinship space because I don't think children are likely to have friends that die of overdose. The average age of overdose is in the 40s, so it's unlikely that a lot of children would have people that, children and teenagers would know people in a friendship capacity that passed away from overdose. Other people have tried to answer a similar question using kind of alternate approaches by kind of merging data, but the estimates that we were able to come up with was that about 1.3 million children, about 1.5%, 1.6% of current 18 and under children in the United States had lost a close family member to overdose, consisting of a parent, grandparent, sibling, aunt or uncle or cousin. And most of the people that they're losing were fathers or kind of male relatives, male grandparents were actually a surprising, substantial component of this. And most of the losses happen among the teenagers, which is maybe what you might expect. That if the average age of overdose is in the 40s and 50s, most of the losses will be among teens. And I think the really, really scary part about this that we found was that if we model the birth cohorts, so this is a point in time estimate for children 0 to 18 in 2019. We didn't want to deal with COVID, so we focused on 2019. If you model the birth cohorts as people are aging, what you see is, these are the people born in 2001, and that's, they're, 2.5% of them have lost a relative to overdose. But if you look at the people born in 2016, by age like 3, they had experienced the sort of overdose losses of average 6-year-olds. If you look at people born here, they were experiencing average losses of people twice their age when they were 10 years old, right? And so this suggests that this is going to continue to expand in the population. And if you extrapolate out these kind of estimates that we have, our estimates is that I think almost 4.5% of children under 18 in the next 15 years will have lost a relative to overdose, which is really, really substantial kind of population impact. We can even go kind of further beyond this and answer that New York Times kind of question about deaths of children. And this is a kind of model from some of the examples I'll show you at the end with the code, where we can try and understand the death of a child. And what we find here by modeling kind of the probability of experiencing 1+ child dying from suicide is substantial racial inequities within this kind of experience that really upend the classic deaths of despair narrative, which at least originally was very centered around the white population. What we see is that deaths of despair and this particular type of loss is pretty high among white Americans, but it was especially high among Native Americans, which are really obscured in kind of classic survey data. We just have bad survey data on them. But with this kind of modeling, we can begin to understand their kind of position within this inequality in family member deaths. So last, I want to kind of come back and talk about some of the resources that are available for this. There are 2 packages that I've contributed a little bit to, but have been very, very heavily developed by Diego Alvarez Gutierrez, at Max Planck, and a lot of his co-authors. The one package is called RSOCSIM. The other package is called DemoKin. Both are available in R, and they have really nice kind of examples and workbooks that you can work through if you want to use these tools. The SOCSIM one is for microsimulation, and I still have that there. I meant to change that. But I wanted to have a workbook for it, but I've decided that I don't want to do that because it's too hard to work with this kind of modeling. But if you're interested in it, it's an exciting kind of area. This one, however, I do have some examples. This is for the analytical methods. And there's more stuff being added to it every day. It's a really kind of dynamic and exciting interface that you can do cool stuff. This GitHub down here has a really nice walkthrough of how to use this kind of model, and I brought some code that might be worth looking at. So I do want to kind of remind you of some of the key distinctions in the analytical space. One is that, when we think about the classic toolkit, these tools allow doing the old stuff, like, okay, well, let's just assume that everything is point in time and the rates are not changing and things like that, as well as the new kind of tools. We might be able to just say, okay, well, what if we just double the number of female relatives? That'll give us the number of male relatives. But the new tools, with this toolkit, you could do it that way, or you could do it in the new framework where you actually model male and female relatives separately. I just want to highlight that these are really important distinctions for what you're trying to estimate. If you're trying to estimate kind of a hypothetical world, what does the 1960s look like versus today, then maybe the stable rates are fine. But if you're trying to generalize to an actual application or a specific population, you probably want to use the time varying rates to be able to say this percent of 18-year-olds have experienced this kind of thing in the contemporary era. Whether you want to use one or two sexes of relatives is another kind of open question. Men typically die substantially younger and of very different causes than women die. So if you're interested in the mortality side of this, it might be very important to model the sex of relatives differently. And there's some other kind of questions about transitions between groups. Some of the models, which I didn't talk about, allow you to have people transition between groups in kind of ways that are interesting. And you can understand like migration or education dynamics within this population. So I've got two examples that I wanted to bring. The first has to do with China and thinking about Chinese sex ratios. So I think it's a relatively well-known thing that starting in the 1980s, Chinese sex ratios at birth in kind of normal populations, most of the places throughout the world, there's about 106 male babies born for every 100 female babies born. That's sort of the typical kind of global distribution because of biology, right? However, in China, India, Taiwan, and South Korea, starting in the 1980s, there was a huge spike in that. And Chinese sex ratios moved to about 120, in our 2012 period, about 120 male births for every 100 female births, which is a really kind of different kind of demographic world. So we know that kinship in China is highly gendered. There's a lot of exchange kind of theory about Chinese kinship that suggests that, for instance, male children are more normatively supposed to care for their parents than female children. Whether that actually bears out in empirics is a different question. But there's a lot of kind of ideas about this. We could ask questions like, all right, well, how much do skewed sex ratios at birth affect the living numbers of family members in China? So let me go to R. Here's the code that I brought. As I said, it's like Medusa. So, but we can kind of load up the DemoKin package and some other kind of data that are available. And a function that you could use, you take the data and you input mortality rates. You can input fertility rates. In this case, I assume that male fertility and female fertility are equivalent just because I want to model different sex populations. And we can model China's demography under that skewed sex ratio at birth, where, if you look here, there are 48.7%, this is sort of the normal sex ratio, 48.7% of births are female versus 45% of births are female. If we model the demography under those two kind of circumstances, we can graph the number of male and female kin that people have in China across the life course. And it did work. And I think that the results are pretty surprising if you really think about it. This is under the normal sex ratios. You see male and female kin about equal. What do you think you would see in the highly skewed sex ratio? This should say skewed, but you'd think you'd see more male kin, wouldn't you? So on the top here, these are your normal sex ratios. On the bottom are your skewed sex ratios. These are the male relatives. Those are the female relatives. you don't see a substantial difference between these two. In part, that's because female relatives survive quite a bit longer. You do see some differences. For instance, which one is child? In children, you see this child line is a little bit thicker than this line, but not dramatically so. And so to some extent, I think there's been this kind of worry of like family relatives associated with China's odd period of skewed sex ratios. However, these results suggest that it's actually maybe a little bit overblown, at least in that dimension, which doesn't implicate other dimensions of like millions of girls missing and things like that, the effects on marriage markets and things. The other example that I brought has to do with the United States. And I'll come back into here. And kind of American bereavement experiences. I brought the simplest version of this. There's a lot of kind of preparatory work that needs to go into this, using mortality data and fertility data to come up with kind of rates, which I've done at a lot of different levels. And we can answer all sorts of kind of interesting research questions with this. One aspect that I wanted to skip over actually, but there's some really interesting nitty-gritty demography. Like the rates they give you are in 5-year buckets, so you have to like unabridge them and come up with like actual single-year estimates. So there's some complicated stuff. There's some complicated stuff about interpolating some of the rates when the data are suppressed. I'd be happy to talk about all of that. But if you were to run the R code that I have there, you get the kind of bereavement of the United States experience in 2019. And what you see is, I think a little bit surprisingly, at all stages of the life course, this graph here, at all stages of the life course, people are losing relatives, right? This is the number of relatives that you're expected to lose each age over the life course. And there's a dip maybe in the teens and 20s, 30s, but it's pretty kind of stable, right? Of course, that stability is largely driven by losing great-grandparents and grandparents at younger ages, losing other relatives at older ages. But I think it gives a kind of interesting, some of these interesting dynamics of kind of family bereavement. We can also do some other kind of interesting things with this, like model kind of different causes of death. I didn't put this in the example because it's pretty hard to do. But we've worked through and modeled different causes of death, and we find really interesting insights, like accidents being, despite being the rarest of the top 6 causes of death, accidents that include falls, overdoses, motor vehicle accidents, despite being a relatively rare cause of death, are the bulk of the reasons that we're losing people when we're younger. Cancer is a big contributor to midlife losses, which is not something that I would have thought of, but maybe gels with some of our kind of perceptions. Whereas heart disease deaths typically is something that we experience kind of older in life. And we can also look at kind of geographic disparities in this, and race disparities and other kinds of things. This is an example of the years you'd expect to live before you lose a father in different states around the country. And you can see in the states that have relatively high mortality, you're losing fathers about 6 years younger on average. That your chance of losing a father by age 25 in Hawaii is about 7%, whereas your chance of losing a father by age 25 in West Virginia or Mississippi is about 13%, almost double. So I think this is the kind of statistic that might have a little bit of purchase with policymakers. And we can look over time at the expected kind of the ways different causes of death are influencing the losses people experience. This is looking only at the deaths of parents. And if you look over time at the deaths of parents, according to several kind of interesting and big diseases, and then in a residual category, we see that in the 113 cause of death codes, the single largest reason that people are losing parents today is from overdose deaths. That this is becoming, that not people, children under the age of 18 are losing parents. Our estimate here is 1.25% of kids are losing their parents to an overdose death in the United States in 2020, 2019. And we can kind of model like how these things are contributing to years you'd expect to be in that state, et cetera. And so I think this is kind of a cool direction to take the literature, because I think it can help us reveal kind of new funding priorities and areas of maybe policy attention. NIH, at least historically, paid substantial attention to how we were losing relatives to different causes of death. Paid attention to deaths by cause and how much money was being spent on those causes, right? And that was an effort to say, like, oh wait, are we underinvesting in research on diseases that kill women versus kill men, for instance? But this could help us kind of understand that in a new light. Like, are we underinvesting in diseases that kill people's parents when they're young? Are we underinvesting in diseases that kill people's spouses when they're in midlife? That sort of question, I think, could be exciting to take this literature. So in general, the main point I want to emphasize here is that I think when you think of social networks, keep a spot in your mind available for the family ties that are in that kind of network, because they can often be very critical. As the world gets older, I think they're going to be only more critical. As people are in the ages where we're reliant on family members at a larger level, they're going to matter more. So thank you very much. Thanks. I was worried.
Questions, comments for Ashton?
Lee Payne?
Thank you for your role in this. I was wondering whether you found any gender patterns in terms of how midlife men and women's key networks might change when they go through the bereavement process, because men and women are expected to manage their kinship relationship differently within and out of marriage, and also there are literature that suggests men and women's relationship with their children also change in different ways after widowhood.
Yeah, so this is yes, the question was, do men and women in midlife, when they experience bereavement, react differently, essentially? And in our annual review piece, we do survey this. It's kind of really complicated is the short answer. Like, there's differences between young male and female individuals, older men and women, differences whether they're married or not, what type of relative. The general story is that men fare worse when they experience this, except maybe among the adolescents, where we see for some things women were faring worse. But in general, like especially in the widowhood literature, typically it indicates that men are faring worse. They turn more to drugs and alcohol. They have worse, and by faring worse, that's not the right way to say it. The health things that people pick up in kind of survey analyses look worse. But in terms of like economic implications for people and their poverty status and things like that, women might very well fare worse in those things. But when people are looking in the health literature, it's typically they're finding that men are doing a little bit worse. Toi? Yeah. So I've got two kind of answers. One in the bereavement space. This really excellent professor, Rachel Donnelly at Vanderbilt, has done some really good stuff on Hispanic bereavement experiences over time. Typically, nativity is not, maybe it's like a kind of neglected control in those models, but it's not as closely paid attention to. But I do think that that's a big factor that needs kind of attention right now. The bereavement experience might be very different when you lose a relative that's in a different country versus here. And that is one of the reasons that people haven't historically modeled that. Same on the kinship side of things. And we actually, with Jenny, who Toi knows from Penn State as well, because we have worked together, Jenny and I are kind of doing some modeling to try and understand cross-national kinship support systems and how they might be implicating health and social support and things like that for people. I'll go here and then here. So. Yeah. So unfortunately, this is where like the cart is leading the horse kind of thing, where the survey data don't ask about that kind of thing very often. And so in kind of bigger surveys, it's often not able to be looked at. There is a rich qualitative literature on this, But those insights, and I've been pestering people for years to add more questions that would allow us to look at that sort of thing into surveys. But my traction on this has been like this much, I would say. But I think that this is something we really need to do. In addition, in the analytical modeling space, this is an area of really possible excitement and area for development that people have not touched. It's hard, but I don't think it's impossible to think of how you can model that kind of transition probability, et cetera.
All right. So,
I'll take the ones offline too.
So now the plan is a bit experimental, but you ever ask a question you don't know the answer to, but this is an open floor. And so the thinking is you've had an entire day with some of the best minds in the world on questions that are hopefully of interest to you. And surely you've had questions come up in the last 7 hours that didn't get answered. And so we get an opportunity now to try to answer some of them. And the reason we call it Stump the Chumps is because we haven't fed you these questions. And so we might not have an answer to it, but hopefully it'll be a great question and we'll take off somewhere else. So does anyone want to kick us off? Or any of our speakers for each other, if you want a soft start? Please, sir.
I had a question for Dr. Berger. Did any of the work you did in bereavement control for disability? So I'm thinking, for instance, people who lose someone who might have Alzheimer's, they might be able to get better for someone with disability versus someone who's not.
Yeah, so in our interview, we talked about this a little bit. There are all these theories out there called caregiver release and stuff like that. And they have been highly theorized, literally tested, is what I would say. And I think that there's a lot of areas to continue to advance that. There's some great work by economists and epidemiology, that looks at kind of this and is not finding with registered data, not finding substantial caregiver release in dementia caregiver populations, which is, I think that would be a population we really expect to see. Right? It's such a difficult burden. They're not finding substantial improvements in health. It's sort of the same old losing a relative is bad for you story. It's my recollection of what they found. Although qualitative reports and other things like that have documented certain instances that this is the case, that generalizable kind of results in that space is not super clear.
Dave.
Which is that I think many people in this room have had the drive to do one of these weird studies. Oftentimes for me it's two-mode networks, things that shouldn't be networks. But one thing that's always stopped me is the way that journals, reviewers, colleagues that are anonymous are going to react. There's a certain discomfort in people. Oh, well, what's the validity of this? How does it, generalize all these things? So I guess my question to you is, how do you navigate that?
It's a great question. I think that's why I renamed it weird, just so you know that you're likely to get some pushback on it. But I think that it's a problem that we all have, no matter what our data are, that we have to defend it. And in my part of the world, the defense is usually theoretical. And for you, it may be more substantive. You have to defend your data. So I'll pass it around to others in the room because I don't think that it's a problem that's unique. It's maybe a little bit more pronounced for weird data, but it's also the solution for weird data is a little bit ready-made. That's sort of why I'm saying you need to have the justification and you need to stand by it. And you need, I don't think it's any different. I've been rejected as much as anybody else, I think. I think maybe there are some venues that you have to find where that's a little bit more, acceptable to do it. But it is something. I think that, there's always a risk and a reward for these things. So, but I'll say one other thing. One of the good things about weird data in general is it's also tends to be a little bit faster and cheaper. So, there used to be that documentary, Fast, Cheap, and Out of Control. It's like you can create you know, I could go and do this fragrance study again and do it better upon review. Or, so yeah.
I would take two sort of friendly amendments or spins on this very point, which is that I think it's not just that you should defend your data, but you should defend and invent your methods. That I think that too often the question that we teach investigative methods in the social sciences, I think with the wrong, with a flavor towards don't make a mistake. It's like, do this, here's a cutoff, here's a rule, and you will do fine if you follow the recipe. If you pull the book off the shelf and you do exactly what the recipe says, you won't get rejected because your measure has an alpha of 0.82 instead of 0.80. Like, you'll be fine. But you'll cook boring food, and your papers will get rejected because they're boring and because they're uninteresting, or they'll appear in places that no one wants to read. And so what you should do, I think, instead, you should write some of those, just like you should cook some rice, and it'll have to go along with your other good things, right? You need rice and potatoes, that's great, nothing wrong with that. But you should also think carefully, and I think Craig has done a nice job with these kind of things, about what kinds of questions do you want to ask, what kind of answers do you have in front of you, and what network analysis is, unlike many other parts of this social methods world we sort of muck around in it, is that you are free to sort of mix and match your ingredients, right? So I can decide that I want to, I think closeness centrality doesn't work right in this way. Well, it's not because I can use a different distance that underlies it, or I might use a different way of calculating a grouping, or I might find something else. And the key is to defend it. Like, you don't do it because it's uninteresting, or because you just happen to make it up out of thin air. You do it because you have an intuition about the way the social world works, and you map that to a mechanism in the data, or a trace of a mechanism in the data. And so you might end up then with a reviewer who says, well, I've never seen this measure before, is it valid? And you can say, I don't know. Like, I don't know when another person who does this measure, they will get the exact same result. I don't know the distributional properties of this measure. It might be problematic. But it's defensible for these 4 reasons. And those 4 reasons actually add to the interest. And wouldn't it be great if we knew more about the intuition behind these, about the distributional properties and the rest of these? And you will find that you get cited much more for having invented an interesting measure that other people can use than you will forever the correlation of that measure to whatever outcome you care about. Because despite about as much as people think about it, most reviewers in particular don't care about your work. They care about their work. And they want to take this work and use it for something else. And so you need to be providing for them a tool that is interesting and creative and valid that they can use on it. And you need all 3 of those. You can't just make up, my dog's color and my cat's hair, or call that something. It can't be completely stupid. But you wouldn't be here if you did things that were completely stupid, right? So you need to do things that are sensible and reasonable and defensible. And if you do that, you'll do more creative work. You'll have much more interesting rejection letters from your reviewers, and you'll be able to do something with it that's fun, right? Tom, what are your thoughts on sort of the way that we do things as an editor?
I mean, exactly what you're saying. You document things, you think creatively, and you make the case for why you want to do it that way. And I'll tell you a story. Years ago, I was working with a colleague, Sabina Giselle, and they were doing an intervention. And we came up with this idea to develop network diagnostics. So while the intervener is creating the intervention and working with these groups, they would work with them week in and week out, very common kind of health promotion intervention. We said, well, let's measure the networks. And then we'll write a little program that gives the graph and a bunch of metrics, the degree scores, the density, the reciprocity, centralization. We'll give them to the interventionist, and then they'll know how to encourage certain people to get involved. You don't want any isolates. You want a lot of symmetry in your ties. You don't want to be centralized. And so we came up with a list of what those metrics are and what the reasonable values they should be, right? So we send the paper into health education and behavior, and I knew this was going to happen. All 3 reviewers said, where did you get these threshold levels from? And how can you justify them? And I went back and said, I have no idea. Nobody's ever done this before. But it seems to me that they're reasonable given my experience. All 3 reviewers like, okay, sounds good. Right? I thought they were going to Come on.
Please.
I have like a closely related follow-up. So I also have like all these bipartite projects. Like I want to project them, I want to do stuff with them. And I spent a lot of time thinking about like how I would validate if I wanted to. So like I have, like I was talking about partnership and collaborator lists on websites. And then you can also get a lot of outcome data that are non-network for the organizations you're looking at for like competitiveness or outcomes of the services or whatever. But it feels a little bit like a needle in a haystack thing where I'm like, I make my network and I correlate it to whatever membership or whatever metric I have. I don't know, is that something people do when they're making up these new kind of ways to understand these networks? I'm specifically thinking about like training networks or like school membership networks.
So what are the things that they do? I lost you. I lost the
Sorry,
second.
yeah. I also kind of lost myself. So, for example, I have a list, and I've talked to you specifically about this project, a list of community health workers, and a list of places where they were trained, and then a list of perceived training outcomes. And I'm creating a network despite the fact that it's not network data. And the way that I would validate that it's in any way meaningful would be using these outcome data of their trainings, the perceived, what they got out of it. But that network could represent any number of things other than what they learned.
Gotcha. So I'm going to re-say what you say in sort of a different way and see if this captures it. And I think that what you've discovered is one. So the question is, I'm doing this thing. I'm trying to figure out if it's interesting because I want to find an outcome. But the only way to know that what I'm doing is interesting is if it's correlated with the outcome. And so you're sort of bootstrapping your end test, if you will, by the virtue of the creation of the thing you're doing. And there's two concerns that come with that typically that you will get pushback for. One is that it's a circular effect, that you've sort of managed to curate a not quite a p-hacking problem, but something not dissimilar from it. You look for a result and you stop looking when you find something. And another version of this is that essentially you've done an old sort of University of Chicago trick, which is you take a really crappy measure and you give it a name that everyone loves, and you just call it the name, right? So Moody's dog-cat fighting correlation, I'm going to call it family antagonism, and we're going to talk about family antagonism. And so I think that the issue is that both of those critiques are true. And I think that they are the risk of pioneering work. And all you can do is say, what I would love to do is have a validated measure of family antagonism. I don't have a validated measure of antagonism. What I have is a series of observations that these are what are available, and this is why I think they map onto family antagonism, and that's what I'm going to use. And at the end, I think that there's the field has gotten a little less tolerant of just making up names for nonsense, and I think that's probably good. It's a little more boring, but that's all right. I think that's probably fair. But I think that it's okay to talk about your theoretical linkage to what you're doing. Now, that said, if you did a good validating, don't make up something that already exists. Right? So if you can find something out there that is a good validated scale of family antagonism, don't use how often your dogs and cats fight. Use something else. But if there's a way to get there, and that's all you have, then that's perfectly reasonable. Now, I would say that there's another way to do it, which is that the beauty of the computational age we live in, is you can almost always do a little toy validation exercise on generated data. So I can simulate a social mechanism about people moving to training programs, and I can vary the size of those training programs, I can vary their things. And so I can generate a simulation, generate that outcome, and if the underlying social process would give the same trace that you've observed in your other set, that's another sort of avenue of validation. Now that's not a non-trivial task on itself, right? But if you find that you're having no success with the logic model, a proof of concept by generating from the ground up is not an unreasonable way to go either. Greg?
I think I'd add something about, what I heard something about if you have a two-node network and you're trying to infer something that might be an actual one-node network process of people opposing each other. Is that
Yeah, the idea is I have a two-mode network, a specific type of data, and I have outcomes that to me feel related to what is the shared connection between the mode that I'm interested in, which is usually the people.
people had were in the same department together, and we know that they've written the grant together, and then we varied it by the size of the two-party network. So that might be a way to look at it. Smaller groups should be better at channeling influence or something like that. So there are, again, I think if you have a good substantive understanding of what you're getting at, then you may be able to leverage some of the variation that you have naturally in here to kind of show, give sort of, you're never going to completely nail it down, but it's a little bit like the Christakis and Fowler thing that they got so much grief over. And they're like, how do you know that, well, we compared friends who didn't live in the same zip code to spouses. And so if you have some kind of variation there, you might be able to hone in on it. I'm not sure if that's helpful, but as a general sort of tool for thinking about working with two-mode data, where you don't necessarily have a direct observed interaction or tie or one mode, there are ways that you can kind of play around with, the boundary and seeing if that relates to some variation in the outcome.
I think that was nicely illustrated in your communes example, for example. You found a balance effect amongst the strong communes, but in the weak membership ones, there isn't, and there shouldn't be. And I think that's the key, is that the theoretical implication of the balance theory was that in flop houses, balance shouldn't matter, because if I hate you, I exit. I just, I'm out of there. But if I'm required to be there, there has to be a way for us to organize our relations around those conflicts.
And I think that kind of came out of, thinking about the Christakis and Fowler, where they said, well, look, if it's a social comparison process, if it's really just like, my understanding of what a big body is shifts with those people who I relate to, then asymmetries should matter. For example, if I say I'm friends with Jim, if he doesn't say sort of my orientation, that direction should matter. Or distance shouldn't matter. Like, in other words, if it's just that they opened up a great, restaurant next to both of us, and that's what's driving. So I think that, again, one of the things is we oftentimes feel like we should just have one way to knock it out of the ballpark, and instead, it's sometimes better to pick away at the alternative explanations a little bit by varying the variation you do have in the data. You don't always have it often.
I'm more like this at work, just throwing the stuff at the wall and you're number 10. Yeah, this is kind of like the thank you.
Please.
I also have like a broader conceptual question for the room at large, just as data sharing is becoming more and more common, and whether or not it's possible, I guess, to, if you have like different study populations that have core common characteristics, and there are reasonable assumptions that a study population was studied for a certain period of time, and then people sampling several years later for different duration, maybe different study focus, would share commonalities with the ability to, like, you can't necessarily do longitudinal analysis, but there's a high probability there are people who exist in this study population from the original study who might be in your second population, if you're sampling clinics with chronic health conditions, that the duration of visiting there, the ability to essentially have cross inference over time or extend like the longitudinal time frame, but you can't really identify those people to do longitudinal analysis, like what the opportunity to connect essentially distinct study populations or studies now that there's wider sharing and that data is available and that older data could inform newer collection efforts or things like that. But the study too might be variable or but there are commonalities like how to.
So I think the question is, and could everyone hear it, or does I don't have to repeat it again? Yeah, no, that's
just have one little thing to add to that, though. In the domain that I work in, which is like exposure science, specifically exposure to chemicals, there does have to be a sort of careful consideration for the study design. So there are like common elements for like temporally, right? So if we're measuring a certain chemical in, let's say, the 90s as we are today, the way that we're measuring has changed so much. So I may have, you know, a continuous amount, some value, some, let's say, estimation of the 90s. The methods have changed so much that, like, I'll have the same similar looking continuous value today, but there needs to be that sort of demarcation between the analytical methods for which, you know, that chemical was measured in. It'd be great, you know, to look at, you know, this holistic domain of applicability, but there are too many things, too many concerns being raised about the metrics themselves, right? Measuring that chemical that warrant either further explanation or some type of correction in the model, right? And just being aware of those, right, is like probably the best thing you can do, right, as the researcher, or as trying to capture, right, the variability in your data.
I think that makes sense. I guess my question was more on the fact that, like, I work in a very specific, like, urban clinic, but it has existed for like 30 years, and like has studied very specific populations, and like have done longitudinal studies. Normally they do longitudinal studies for periods of 2 to 5 years, and so there are these distinct overlapping characteristics. And knowing that there are like participants we've had who've gone through multiple different iterations of studies for 25 years, and like could potentially pull that data with IRB regulations directly, so can't link them together. And so all of these data sets exist, they're hanging out, but like what are ways to use them in a way that could extend that period of time where they're geographically bounded in the same city, they're clinically bounded together because they're receiving care in the same place, and they're even demographically restricted in the sense that either they're like specific subpopulations that were of interest across time. And so in that case, like there are common questions that maybe have been measured consistently or asked consistently, even if the outcomes vary.
when it looks like it's enough to keep it moving, so we'll have to do some how our routine is. Tomorrow is a modeling day. We were a little sort of equation today, and that's what will happen tomorrow. So, come caffeinated, ready, and thank you very much. By the way, folks, please, we have evaluations of each day that's required for our annual reports. So please do the evaluations. Be in Slack or send me an email. Get them. Please do evaluations.